Okay, well, it's not ideal. So what I'm gonna have to do is change a link that's
Yeah.
everywhere.
Okay, you need me to send it out?
Yes.
Okay.
So give me 2 seconds
You
to
betcha.
grab this. And then we will. Stream Health. Are you going to show up here? All right.
It's called in my hand earlier today. Some hot tea.
I'm going to close this. Close this. It's going to keep this open. And let's see how it's going. All right, I'm going to send out this link real quick. So there is a little lag, just so you know. All right.
Now, do you want me to check on it before I send it out?
Yes.
Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready. I haven't done any push-ups, but I think I'm ready.
Okay, so
That's the thing in theater. Do something physical and get yourself ready.
we are live.
All right.
So this is really sensitive. It's going to pick up exactly what you're saying.
Now,
So
do you want me to introduce myself with my full name?
just say whatever you want.
Okay.
And then, yeah, just articulate. We're doing the show. Say what so introduce yourself. Talk about
Okay.
what you
Okay.
comments.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. My name is Sue, and I'm a tree hugger and a lover of most aspects of nature, except having no power due to ice storms. Actually, I hate ice storms because they're hard on trees. So here's a story you may recall by Dr. Seuss, also known as Theodor Seuss Geisel, The Lorax. At the far end of town, where the grickle grass grows and the wind smells slow and sour when it blows, and no birds ever sing excepting old crows, is the street of the lifted Lorax. And deep in the grickle grass, some people say, if you look deep enough, you can still see today where the Lorax once stood, just as long as it could before somebody lifted the Lorax away. What was the Lorax? And why was it there? And why was it lifted and taken somewhere from the far end of town where the crickle grass grows? The old Onceler still lives there. Ask him. He knows. You won't see the Onceler. Don't knock at his door. He stays in his lurkum on top of his store. He lurks in his lurkum, cold under the roof, where he makes his own clothes out of muffered moof. And on special dank midnights in August, he peeks out of the shutters and sometimes he speaks and tells how the Lorax was lifted away. He'll tell you, perhaps, if you're willing to pay. On the end of a rope, he lets down a tin pail, and you have to toss in 15 cents and a nail and the shell of a great grandfather snail. Then he pulls up the pail, makes a most careful count to see if you've paid him the proper amount. Then he hides what you have paid him away in his snoove, his secret strange glove in his grooveless glove. His secret strange hole, and in his grooveless glove. Then he grunts, I will call you by whisper-ma-phone, for the secrets I tell you are for your ears alone. Slup! Down slups the whisper-ma-phone to your ear. And the old onceler whispers are not very clear, since they have to come down through a snurgly hose, and he sounds as if he had smallish bees up his nose. Now I'll tell you, he says with his teeth sounding gray, how the Lorax got lifted and taken away. It all started way back, such a long, long time back. Way back in the days when the grass was still green and the pond was still wet and the clouds were all clean and the song of the swans rang out in space. One morning I came to this glorious place and I first saw the trees, the truffula trees, the bright-colored tufts of the truffula trees, mile after mile in the fresh morning breeze. And under the trees, I saw brown barbaloots frisking about in their barbala suits as they played in the shade and ate truffula fruits. From the rippleless pond came the comfortable sound of the humming fish humming while splashing around. But those trees, those truffula trees. All my life I'd been searching for trees such as these. The touch of their tufts was much softer than silk, and they had the sweet smell of fresh butterfly fruit. I felt a great leaping of joy in my heart. I knew just what I'd do. I unloaded my cart. In no time at all, I had built a small shop. Then I chopped down a truffula tree with one chop. And with great skillful skill, and with great speedy speed, I took the soft tuft, and I knitted a thneed. The instant I'd finished, I heard a gazump. I looked. I saw something pop out of the stump of the tree I'd chopped down. It was sort of a man. Describe him? That's hard. I don't know if I can. He was shortish and oldish and brownish and mossy, and he spoke with a voice that was sharpish and bossy. Mister, he said with a sawdusty sneeze, I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. I speak for the trees, for trees have no tongues. And I'm asking you, sir, at the top of my lungs, he was very upset as he shouted and puffed, what's that thing you've made out of my truffula tuft? Look, Lorax, I said, there's no cause for alarm. I chopped down just one tree. I am doing no harm. I'm being quite useful. This thing is a thneed. A thneed's a fine something that all people need. It's a shirt. It's a sock. It's a glove. It's a hat. But it has other uses. Yes, far beyond that. You can use it for carpets, for pillows, for sheets, or curtains, or covers for bicycle seats. The Lorax said, Sir, you are crazy with greed. There is no one on earth who would buy that fool thneed. But the very next minute, I proved he was wrong. For just at that minute, a chap came along, and he thought that the thneed I had knitted was great. He happily bought it for $3.98. I laughed at the Lorax. You poor stupid guy. You never can tell what some people will buy. I repeat, cried the Lorax, I speak for the trees. I'm busy, I told him. Shut up, if you please. I rushed across the room and in no time at all, built a radio phone. I put in a quick call. I called on my brothers and aunts and uncles, and I said, listen here. Here's a wonderful chance for the whole Onceler family to get mighty rich. Get over here fast. Take the road to North Nitch. Turn left at Weehawken. Sharp right at South Stitch. And in no time at all, in the factory I built, the whole Onceler family was working full tilt. We were all knitting thneeds just as busy as beads to the sound of the chopping of truffula trees. Then, oh baby oh, how my business did grow. Now, chopping one tree at a time was too slow. So I quickly invented my super axe hacker, which whacked off 4 truffula trees at one smacker. We were making theeds 4 times as fast as before, and that Lorax, he didn't show up anymore. But the next week he knocked on my new office door. He snapped, I'm the Lorax who speaks for the trees, which you seem to be chopping as fast as you please. But I'm also in charge of the brown barbaloots who played in the shade in their barbaloo suits and happily lived eating truffula fruits. Now, thanks to your hacking my trees to the ground, there's not enough truffula fruit to go round. And my poor barbaloots are all getting the crummies because they have gas and no food in their tummies. They loved living here, but I can't let them stay. They'll have to find food, and I hope that they may. Good luck, boys, he cried, and he sent them away. I, the Onceler, felt sad as I watched them all go, but business is business, and business must grow, regardless of crummies and tummies, you know. I meant no harm. I most truly did not. But I had to grow bigger, so bigger I got. I biggered my factory. I biggered my roads. I biggered my wagons. I biggered the loads of the thneeds I shipped out. I was shipping them forth to the south, to the east, to the west, to the north. I went right on biggering, selling more thneeds. And I biggered my money, which everyone needs. Then again he came back. I was fixing some pipes with that old nuisance Lawrence came back with more gripes. I'm the Lorax, he coughed and whiffled. He sneezed and he snuffed. He snargled. He sniffed. Onceler, he cried with a cruffulous croak. Onceler, you're making such smogulous smoke. My poor swami swans, why they can't sing a note. No one can sing who has smog in his throat. And so, said the Lorax, please pardon my cough. They cannot live here, so I'm sending them off. Where will they go? I don't hopefully know. They may have to fly for a month or a year to escape from the smog you've smogged up around here. What's more, snapped the Lorax, his dander was up. Let me say a few words about gluppity glup. Your machinery chugs on day and night without stop. And what do you do with this leftover glue? I'll show you, you dirty old Onceler man, you. You're glumping the pond where the humming fish hummed. No more can they hum, for their gills are all gummed. So I'm sending them off. Oh, their future is dreary. They'll walk on their fins and get woefully weary in search of some water that isn't so smeary. And then I got mad. I got terribly mad. I yelled at the Lorax. Now listen here, Dad. All you do is yap, yap and say, bad, 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 bad. Well, I have my rights, sir, and I'm telling you, I intend to go on doing just what I do. And for your information, you Lorax, I'm figuring on biggering and biggering and biggering and biggering, turning more truffula trees into thneeds, which everyone needs. And at that very moment, we heard a loud whack. Far from outside in the fields came a sickening smack of an axe on a tree. Then we heard the tree fall, the very last truffula tree of them all. No more trees, no more thneeds, no more work to be done. So in no time, my uncles and aunts, every one, all waved me goodbye. They jumped into my cars and drove away under the smoke-smuggered stars. Now all that was left neath the bad-smelling sky was my big empty factory, the Lorax, and I. The Lorax said nothing, just gave me a glance, just gave me a very sad, sad backward glance, as he lifted himself by the seat of his pants. And I'll never forget the grim look on his face when he hoisted himself and took leave of this place through a hole in the smog without leaving a trace. And all that the Lorax left here in this mess was a small pile of rocks with the one word, unless. Whatever that meant, well, I just couldn't guess. That was a long, long ago. But each day since that day, I've sat here and worried away. Through the years, while my buildings have fallen apart, I've worried about it with all of my heart. But now, says the Onceler, now that you're here, the word of the Lorax seems perfectly clear. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. So, catch, calls the Onceler. He lets something fall. It's a truffula seed. It's the last one of all. You're in charge of the last of the truffula seeds, and truffula trees are what everyone needs. Plant a new truffula. Treat it with care. Give it clean water and feed it fresh air. Grow a forest. Protect it from axes that hacks. Then the Lorax and all of his friends may come back. The Lorax by Dr. Seuss, also known as Theodore Geisel. Yeah, and the environment's pretty important to a lot of us. And if you are concerned about our environment and all the natural resources it provides, as am I, you may want to check out the League of Michigan Conservation Voters website. It's the leading nonpartisan political voice for protecting our air, land, and water. There are speakers on varied topics through Zooms. There's information about events and actions that you can become involved with. Some are even doable at home. That's the League of Michigan Conservation Voters. And League is spelled League. On another topic of environmental concern, here's some good news. Did you know there are 3 new recycling locations coming to Iosco County this summer? Yeah, there are. Benefits to recycling not only include less trash to haul to the curb, they also lower township costs for landfilling trash. It reduces litter and environmental pollution, plus many recyclables stay in state and are used by Michigan manufacturers. Voters in Iosco County said yes to funding recycling, thereby covering both operational and capital costs of the drop-off sites and even some special events programs for electronics, hazardous household waste, and scrap tires. Go to iosco.net. That's iosco.net for more information. Then keep your eyes open for that information coming this summer on the 3 new recycling sites. One will be at the Whittemore Chamber of Commerce, another at Oscoda Area Schools Athletic Complex, and the final one at Neiman's Family Market in Tawas. Now, before that exciting event, you can try pre-cycling too. Pre-cycle by making choices when you buy things. Make choices that support reasonable and responsible products and packaging, which makes recycling easier and produces less garbage. Here are some tips. 1. Shop with reusable bags made of cloth or sturdy reusable bags of another material. Here's another one. Buy large single containers, the largest you can store and afford, and put what you need into smaller reusable containers for everyday use. Pass on styrofoam objects whenever possible. For instance, choose cardboard egg cartons, for example. They're made of recycled newsprint. Or paper cups instead of the plastic ones by maybe buying a smaller drink. For paper boxes, such as cereal boxes, the rule of thumb is if the unprinted side is gray, not white, it's made from recycled materials and therefore can be recycled again. Buy loose fruits and vegetables if possible. For example, cherry tomatoes are great, but they're usually in plastic containers that may not be recyclable. Buy whole tomatoes that are usually packed, not packed, but loose. You'll be able to think of some other things that you can do to pre-cycle while we wait for the recycling. Now I'd like to talk about another issue that's been ongoing for many years, the petroleum pipeline that goes under the Mackinac of Straits water. Right here in our own state, we have a big problem. On April 2nd of 2025, that's just a few days ago, For Love of Water, also called FLOW, a leading Great Lakes water protection organization, along with 4 Michigan tribes and other environmental advocates, filed an application to appeal with the Michigan Supreme Court, challenging a decision by the Michigan Public Service Commission and a subsequent ruling by the Court of Appeals regarding Enbridge Energy's Line 5 pipeline tunnel project. The case concerns the decision by the Michigan Public Service Commission to allow Enbridge to construct and operate a proposed 4.1-mile-long tunnel housing a petroleum pipeline under and through the Great Lakes bottomlands in the Straits of Mackinac. The appeal by FLOW and others emphasizes the profound significance of the Straits of Mackinac, a site of deep and enduring importance to the region. There is so much information on this topic that you can Google it, but I would like to share comments made by Vicki on April 3rd this year on the site where I found that information about the controversial Line 5. And it goes back to the 1950s. This thing is well over its contracted time. And if you've not heard about it, here's that chilling report by Vicki that may cause you to want to learn more. I did edit it due to time limitations, but you can read more by going to forloveofwater.org or even just Google FLOW. Here is my quote from Vicki. Vicki says, "I have personally seen the damage that comes from an Enbridge oil spill. I live in Battle Creek, Michigan, near the site of the 2010 Enbridge oil spill. Line 5 runs the length of the UP, under the Straits, through the northern Lower Peninsula, and ends up in Sarnia, Ontario, Canada. There have been many leaks along its route. Nothing that leak touches will ever be the same again. We must stop the tunnel and shut down the current Line 5 that runs under the Straits and is well past its expected lifetime. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Please think about this, especially near Earth Day." That is kind of bad news to be ending with. Thank you for listening, and I hope you will become an environmental activist so that we leave a legacy of a healthy planet. Thanks, and I hope you keep watching and find some other interesting things. Hey, I am all done. Yes, I am. Thank you. And here's Natasha.
Woohoo! So our time slot right now is for recording messages to Jack Bergman, who is our representative in the first congressional district here. He hasn't been very responsive to messages. There's been a lot of canned responses, so that's been a little challenging for everybody here. Since we don't have anyone here to do that right this second, we've got some people drifting in and out. I'm going to keep the live stream going, and I'm going to post some questions. And these questions are from the U.S. citizenship test. So, can we answer these questions from the citizenship test? Let's find out. So I'm going to add Oops. Go. All right. Nope. I'm going to see if I can get somebody to come sit with us and do this with us. Hey, Paul, do you want to come see if you can answer questions from the U.S. citizenship test?
Sure.
All right.
Teacher's getting too much.
Wonderbar. Okay, question 1. What is the supreme law of the land? Is it the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, or the Articles of Confederation?
B.
B, the Constitution. Yeah, it is a foundational document to us. Wonderful. Good job. You're doing great. All right. Question 2. How many U.S. senators are there?
100.
And why is that, Paul?
Each state gets 2 senators, regardless of their population.
So you're telling me that California and Wyoming have the same number of senators.
Correct, but they have different numbers of representatives.
What did the Emancipation Proclamation do? Declare war on the South, freed the slaves in the Confederacy, ended the Civil War, or gave women the right to vote?
B.
Yes. It didn't end slavery everywhere, just in the rebel states. And the 13th Amendment was the one that finished the job. Who does a U.S. senator represent? All the people of the state, only the voters who elected them, the state governor, or their political party?
Contrary to many senators' popular belief, the correct answer is A, all the people of the state.
All the people of the state, correct. So even if you didn't vote for them, you can still write to them, you can still tell them your opinion, and it is their obligation as a public servant, an elected official, to listen and acknowledge what you say. What is one right or freedom from the First Amendment?
B, religion.
Yes. And this one also includes speech, press, assembly, and petitioning the government, which is what we are actively doing right now. And despite what people might think, bear arms does not actually refer to a set of bear arms, nor does it refer to having bared arms. So don't get that mixed up, folks.
Important safety tip.
Yes, hot tip. The idea of self-government is in the first 3 words of the Constitution. What are these words? We the people, life, liberty, happiness, united we stand, or e pluribus unum?
A, we the people.
We the people, baby. You know it. All right. Congratulations. We're going to go to our last one here. Congratulations. You could be a citizen, and that's fabulous. We're going to go back here. Do you think that passing this test should be required in order to serve in office?
Yes,
Why?
because a lot of the representatives, give you a good example, Senator Tuberville from Alabama, he was quoted as saying after he was elected that the 3 parts of government, the House, the Senate, and the Supreme Court, and he is the junior senator from Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even understand how the U.S. government was set up.
That does seem really problematic, because if our elected officials don't understand what they're supposed to be doing, I highly doubt that they're going to do a really good job.
Correct.
All right. You are actually, how do I stop having this here? I'm going to go back to here. Wonderbar. All right. You are actually up next to do Veterans Q&A. So let's kick off with that. If you need a few minutes to get started, I'll set the table.
Yeah, well, I'm not ready to go until 1:30.
I know, but I don't have anything else to do right now because
Okay, let me get something to drink.
it's sound bites for Jack Bergman right now. And
Okay.
we don't have the.
Let me get something to drink, and then I'll be back.
All right, rock on. How was the protest?
Fine.
Did you have a good time?
Well, yeah. It's all right. We had a, well, it's coming back. You're not on the air now, are you?
Yes.
You're still on the air?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you want to sit down?
I went down to, I was down there, down at the Tower City Post Office, and people were demonstrating, you know, had their signs out and so forth. And it was nice. Then I had a friend that was going to be up here, so I came up to see if they were there, and they were. And most of the people are blowing their horns and waving and so forth. And there's an occasional person that's showing his what is you know, his intelligence level. Then it's pretty low.
All right. So, why did you decide to go to the protests?
Well, because of what Trump's doing to the country and the world. I mean, his tariffs and so forth are causing a lot of damage. And of course, we know the only reason why he wants to raise money from tariffs is to give a tax cut to people who need it the least. And of course, the tariffs, percentage-wise, are going to really hurt people with lower income.
Yeah.
Because a larger percentage of their money will be eaten up by the raising prices.
Yeah, I think from things I've heard from other people, there is a belief that somehow other countries are going to pay the tariffs and that cost
That
isn't
isn't
going to
true.
get passed on to
No,
people.
that is absolutely is not correct. The people that are going to pay are the Americans, because the price is raised. And if you pay $1 for a loaf of bread and it goes up to $1.25, you're paying a quarter extra.
Yeah, straight up.
So that's it.
And up here, at least we went to pick up a loaf of bread the other day and it was $5 for a loaf of bread. So
Sure.
pretty
I have
crazy.
a tendency to shop for things I need and not pay any attention to how much it costs.
If you need it, you need it, right? So tell me a little bit about your service. So you were in the U.S. Air Force,
I was in for 21 years.
21 years.
And there's another thing, like when we were in the Air Force, we definitely didn't handle classified material like Trump did. And the other thing, you had to depend on the person alongside of you that's working with you or that you were talking to on the phone to tell you the truth. You had to depend on what they said because you had to act accordingly. And of course, with Trump, you couldn't believe anything he said because he doesn't, I mean, he dreams up stuff and that becomes the truth.
I
It
think
appears.
we've seen that play out quite a bit.
Yeah.
So what years did you serve?
I went in 1951, I got out in 72. So it's been quite a long time ago. And I was an air traffic controller.
Oh, really?
And part of the time I was working in Okinawa during the Vietnam War. And we won the Facility of the Year award that year.
Oh, really?
That was in 1969.
In 69. Okay.
Yeah. That's the same time our astronauts landed on the moon.
It was a good year for moon landings.
I was working the radar position when they landed on the moon, and I keyed my mic and told all of the pilots that I was talking to that they landed safely on the moon and should have. When I unkeyed, the cheers were coming back from all the pilots. And I was talking to, I had quite a few on the air at the time, and they were all cheering.
That's so exciting. Oh my
Yeah, that was
goodness.
a highlight that I remember. But
So you served for 21 years. When did you retire?
well, I'm 72.
72. Okay. And did you go into civilian work after that, or did you
Okay,
retire?
at that
retire?
time, no, I went to work at a marina, but the reason why I didn't continue as an air traffic controller was the FAA didn't hire anybody over 35 at that time.
Oh, wow.
As a controller.
Okay.
And I could go to a flight service station, but I didn't want to go. A flight service station was a much lower pay grade and so forth, and the amount of money I would have made would not have been, very good. So, and of course, I couldn't go as an air traffic controller because of the 35. Now, when Reagan fired all the air traffic controllers, I could have gotten back in at that time, but since I had experience in an air route air traffic control center, I kind of figured they would put me into it. And all the centers are in large cities, and I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So let me back you up. When Reagan fired all the air traffic controllers, I am but a 41-year-old. I need you to tell me more about this. I don't know this.
Okay, the air
moment.
traffic at that time that they could go on strike and so forth and so on, and they went on strike.
Okay.
And Reagan gave them an optimum. He told them, says, get back to work, or you're at a certain date, or you're terminated.
Okay.
They didn't go back. A lot of them didn't go back to work, and that's what happened.
What were
So-
they on strike for?
Working conditions, pay, and so forth and so on. I don't really remember what they were exactly
Okay.
on strike for.
Interesting.
Yeah, I knew about it and all that, and I got a letter that said report to room such and such and at O'Hara at a certain time if you're interested in coming back, and I just didn't do it because I felt like that I would probably end up in a large city and away from my family, and I had a job and in the Taos area, and I liked the Taos area, and I wanted to stay here.
Okay. So how long have you lived here now?
Well, I bought the house in '73.
In 73. So you retired in 72, came here in 73.
Well, no, I was stationed at Wordsmith.
Oh, and you were
when I
stationed here.
retired,
Okay.
and so it was just a few months out of that when I made the decision to stay here. Well, when Ada made a decision. to
Yeah.
stay here.
Your team.
Yeah.
So you lived here and you've seen the area kind of ebb and flow over time, then haven't you? Like,
It's changed a lot.
it's changed a lot. Can you tell me a little bit about some of the things that you think have changed a lot?
Well, there's a lot more businesses and places down along 23 and so forth that weren't there before.
Yeah.
Like south of the river used to be a hobby lot there. Ed Sterling had that, and he's passed away recently. And my son actually worked there for a while with that, and yeah, it has changed a lot. A lot more businesses and so forth.
Do you think that the services that are available to people up here have gotten better, or have they gotten worse? Like in terms of hospital care, like doctor availability, dentist availability, eye doctors.
Well, at one time, not too many years ago, it sort of went down a ways because it was difficult to get a doctor in the area. And when I first got out of the military, retired, I had my medical. I get it through the base, and of course, when the base closed, that dried up. But they set up some things to protect us, and we had a doctor that was accepting patients, so I could just go to him. That was Dr. Wright, and that stuff. And it was after that when it sort of went down a little bit, but now it's picked back up again. So I don't have a problem with medical here in the area, and I've been fortunate enough not to have too many major things occur.
That is a good thing.
Yeah.
Do you use veteran services for medical care?
Well, I'm retired from the Air Force, and I have Medicare and I have TRICARE for life
Okay.
from the government. I'm entitled to that. So I'm registered with the VA, but I don't really use the VA facilities.
What's the closest one, do you know?
Well, they got one in Oscoda. People got a clinic
Okay.
in
There's a
Oscoda.
clinic in Oscoda.
Yeah, and a lot of people use the clinic, and a lot of other people that don't have, they actually get hearing aids and stuff like that, and I don't, but I don't need a hearing aid, as you can see.
Lucky you.
And I'm 91 years old.
You're 91?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I still play golf and I still bowl
Oh,
and work in the garden.
that is awesome.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. That's so cool. Well, this is your time. You're on air. If you'd like to say anything else that is really on your mind right now. I mean, we need the wisdom of our elders, I think.
I would like to say to all my buddies that I play golf with, don't you wish you would have voted differently?
Ooh, burn. Oh, sassy. Well, that's really, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think even the people who did vote this way would never have expected something like this to happen.
Oh, yeah, so absolutely. If they would have expected this to happen, I know that they wouldn't have voted the way they did.
Yeah.
Because this is a really surprise, you know, a lot worse than you could ever dream that it would be.
It would never occur to me that somebody would do these things. It is very true.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah. Yep.
Well, I really appreciate you sharing, your insights and a little bit about yourself. I'm going to grab a couple other veterans
Sure.
who are in the room and see if we can keep the conversation
Yeah, I'm
going
running
on
out of
it.
things anyway.
I'm so glad you're
Yeah,
here.
thank you.
That's wonderful.
Next.
Thank you.
We're looking for veterans. If anyone is a veteran and wants to come talk,
I'll be right there.
do you want to come talk a little bit more as a veteran? But we are on air.
How about public health service?
There's always time for that. All right, I'm gonna scoot you just a little bit closer so we're both in the camera here. All right. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hello, my name is Walt Harper, and I'm from Rose City, Michigan. I'm a Vietnam-era veteran. I did not serve in Vietnam in combat, but I have a 10% disability rating from the VA. And my cousin was the first soldier from Ogama County killed in the Vietnam War. My cousin Dennis McKellar was a medic in Vietnam, and he lost his life there. So I want to express my thanks and support to all of our veterans that are out there and encourage all of our veterans to stand up for their rights as veterans and for their veterans' benefits. I know I have a personal friend who has dealt with cancer, being exposed to the burn pits, and it's been very traumatic for him. He's doing well at this time, but it's one of those situations where you never know. So again, please stand up for each other, rally the troops, and vote in the next election and any election you can to support all of our people out there. Thank you very much.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Well, appreciate it.
All right, rock and roll call.
Hey,
Sorry for
veteran.
my delay.
No, that's okay. We had a great interlude. He's here. He's ready. All right. So I think I can put some chat item in here. Yeah, we have a lot more. So finish your pretzel, and I will introduce you top to bottom. I can do this, okay? Commander Paul Kratach.
Close enough. Cradwell.
Cradwell. There is a C in there. I feel
I know,
like it
I
was
know.
justified. Commander Paul Cradwell of the U.S. Navy. You have served for 22 years.
Correct.
22 years. And you retired badly by continuing to work.
You've been talking to my wife, haven't you?
It doesn't always stick the first time.
Took me 3 times.
2-3 tries. You know what? Third time's a charm. Here you are, happily retired, golfing on a Saturday morning, just the way you thought you would.
How about protesting out in the cold? saying,
Protesting out in the cold.
Jack is AWOL. Where's Jack?
Where is Jack?
Looking for Jack Bergman.
That was our hot topic of the day. So you actually have a story about where is Jack Bergman? Because you were overhearing something. I'm talking about the guy who was like didn't know.
Oh yes. So I went to the American Legion here north of here in Oscoda, and because I wanted to see about renting the hall to do a town hall with Jack Bergman, and I gave the woman there, the manager, the dates, And so we want to do a town hall with Jack Bergman. And there were 5 people at the bar, and 2 of them looked at me and said, "Who's Jack Bergman?" And so he's only your representative to Congress. They had no idea. And maybe they're not that politically active. Obviously, they're not if they don't know who their representative is. But they had no idea who Jack was. None.
So on that topic, I would love to ask the question, do you think that there's more that could be done at a federal level and at a state level to share that information, to make it more accessible, to know who these people are, to access them, etc.?
Yes, definitely. I mean, Jack has done a town hall since, I believe, 2017. He said he doesn't like doing town halls because he doesn't like the drama. Someone not honking as a drive-by. But he's absolutely missing in action. He doesn't, my spouse communicates with him every day. He has not responded to any electronic communications or written communications from my spouse. He doesn't care.
He does seem to be pretty checked out. And for people who aren't familiar, District 1 is all of the Upper Peninsula and like half of the Lower Peninsula. It's a huge amount of rural constituents and rural voters. And Jack Bergman has a home here, a cabin, a shack, if you will. But his primary residence is actually in Louisiana. So this guy who is representing people of Michigan does not even consider Michigan his home. And when he says he doesn't like drama, my question is, why are you running for a position where there is just going to be some inherent drama? People are not neat and tidy and put into boxes. People are messy and interesting and all over the place. And
An anecdote about Jack: when he retired, his last assignment was the commanding general of the Marine Corps Reserve, which was headquartered in New Orleans, Louisiana. And in the article that was written about him when he turned over his command and retired, he said that he and his wife have really come to love Louisiana, and he said he did not want to live in a place that has 10 feet of snow a year. Yet he is the representative for all of the Upper Peninsula and the top third of the top of the mitten. So I don't understand.
it does seem like I really would love an honest answer of, what are you doing, sir? We could have had Callie Barr, who is so invested and so active. And instead we have this guy who like literally doesn't return calls. If he returns emails, it's with a form. Like, we're just not getting any engagement from him. So is there anything that you would like to directly like monologue about right now? Because I'm going to see if I can rustle up any other veterans who are here. We got a lot of people here.
Yeah, no, go ahead, take a
All
look.
right.
And is there a way to see how many people are online?
Let's go see. There's a little lag here, so I don't actually know how to tell that. No. I can probably tell on my phone. There's at least 3 people, so you might be pretty solitary.
Let me type a message, say, does anyone, and put it out to the people who are listening. Welcome.
Hi. Hello. Welcome. How can we help you? Well, we were down protesting with you. Well, which protest? And hi. You're in here earlier in the week. Yeah. You're Nancy. I live in Whittemore. Right, I live in Whittemore too.
Well, welcome. We are live with what others who are here till midnight. Well, you're welcome to come and hang out.
Okay, do we need to sign anything?
If you want, you can sign it. We'd love to know who is in it. Oh, yeah. You found it.
Well, we had to go use the bathroom. I had to go.
Yeah, my buddy, they did interview him, they were.
Let's talk about buddy.
They're looking for veterans. Are you a vet? Well, I'm not that you wouldn't be welcome, but I know it's over there. I asked like them.
Not my name.
Welcome, come on in.
You went down there? Yeah. Okay, I guess they were having one down here. At the post office. Well, that's where, oh no, we're all done. We had a good time.
Did they said the Bush considering how tiny it was?
I think they had about 120 down here.
We got a lot of people friendly in their morning.
Yeah, we had a lot of
flyers.
yeah. Yeah, there were hand gestures, I think, by the end of and then we have these. 43. Can I help you with some questions or? Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we have that here. Okay.
I'll know a little bit, I don't know if I'll read it.
Thank you very much. I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
Here.
Please.
I'll wait for her. Yeah, where do we sit?
Hi, I really needed a break.
Well, no complaints from me here. So
All right.
I asked, nobody seemed to be out there. And then Alex texted me and said, hey, we'll see you on the stream. And then I said, well, do you have any questions for me? So what am I supposed to ask? Is that anything about veterans or service?
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about your service. And I think let's hear. I think that, you know, there's people who serve a short time in the military. You know, they do 2 years or 4 years or whatever. But I mean, that was really like your career. You spent a long time, you know, in service, and
Much to my surprise.
much to your surprise. So a couple questions for you. I guess first off, when you joined, did you intend to stay in as long
No.
as you did?
Absolutely not. I intended to serve for 5 years, get some experience to put on a resume, and go out and get a real job. But when I was at a point where I had to make up my mind whether I was going to, because officers don't re-enlist. You serve at the pleasure of the president. So I serve until either I want to end my service or the military wants to end my service. But I was at a point where I had to decide if I was going to stay in the Navy and receive orders to my next duty station. I thought, no, I'm done. And then I was living in San Diego at the time, or my wife and I, Deirdre and I, were living in San Diego. And this is I'm going to think back. This is 1989. So there were no cell phones, or there were a few, but not like today. No smartphones. Yeah, they literally looked like a brick. There was no internet really, no email, anything like that. So at the time, my Navy, if you call my HR person, was based out of Washington, D.C. So you'd communicate via voicemail. And we got home from work one day, and Dee Dee, her eyes were watching this. You better go listen to this message. So I went to listen to the message, and it was my Navy HR person calling me at home, asking me if I wanted to go to the Naval Postgraduate School in a technical curriculum. Because when I came into the Navy in 1985, that was the tail end of the Ronald Reagan and 600 ship Navy.
Okay.
And generally, Navy officers tend to have technical degrees, but the requirement is just to have a baccalaureate degree. So you could have a degree in English history or French literature, and if you could complete officer candidate school or ROTC, you would get a commission. Well, my background was in chemistry and mathematics, so my academic profile code for my overall GPA and my GPA in the sciences was high enough, or I guess good enough, where I was offered a technical educations directorate. It was basically, I got a master's degree in systems engineering. So I said, okay, I'll go to graduate school for 2 years. And I'm thinking my last time for your husband in a minute. That I went to the Naval Postgraduate School for 2 years, and then after that I served for another 3 years, and then decided I'm going to make it a career. And then at the end, I was given two options to either go to Washington, D.C. or Washington, D.C., and I didn't want to go either place. So I ended up transitioning and retiring. And I took some time off and then started working for GE Aviation as an engineering project manager, and did that for 12 years. And then took some time off and then started working for Stryker Instruments as the manager of product safety, and did that for about 18 months. And then I decided I had enough.
That was
And
it.
this allows me now to spend more time helping the ICDP in particular and the Democratic Party in general get out there.
So we do have a question from somebody here. I'd be interested in your opinions on how drastically changing the focus of the goal of our military, isolationism versus interventionism, impacts the day-to-day. Are we going to see moving of people out of military bases around the globe? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think it's a really bad idea. We spent decades developing alliances with other countries, specifically after the end of World War II, when the U.S. and 11 other countries formed what became known as NATO, or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and what that made all of the allies stronger together. And I think that isolationism is something we just simply can't do. We are people think, oh, we don't need to worry about freedom of navigation and the oceans. Well, how do you think those pork bellies from Iowa and the wheat from Nebraska and the beef from Texas and the citrus from Florida gets places? They put them on ships, and the ships then go to Europe, Asia, or Africa. We are an export nation. We grow more food than we need here. We generate more food, so we sell it. And to say that we don't need to have our Navy out there being expeditionary is just a bad idea, because we're there to ensure that we have freedom of navigation in the oceans, that we have maritime security. Just a second. Bye, Sherry. Thanks for coming, ladies.
Bye, friends. Bye, girls.
Anyway, top protester. She has two young daughters, probably 6 and 8 years old, so we're growing them young. If you want to go talk to those people, and I can continue.
Hi.
But it's critically
Yeah,
important.
give the NATO talk.
Oh yeah, it's important that we maintain our alliances with our allies, because as Winston Churchill famously said, the only thing worse than going to war with allies is going to war without them. And our economy is incredibly interconnected around the world, which is why these tariffs are just so ridiculous. All it is doing is making it harder for countries to do business with us, and it's just bad on so many levels. Let me look at the rest of the question. I don't see us moving places on a military bases around the globe just yet. A lot of these alliances, we have to supposedly tell the host nation that we're planning on changing our posture. For example, under President Biden, in the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, in it there's a provision that specifically says in order for the United States to pull out of NATO, you have to have a supermajority in the Senate, means 67 senators, and a supermajority in the House of Representatives. That's, I believe, 310 representatives have to agree to pull us out of NATO, and that I just don't see that happening. Does that help answer your question, caller, or I should say texter? Yeah.
That'll do it. All right.
And esteemed texter, do you have any other questions for me? Well, I'm sitting here.
He's an open book. Why don't you tell us about one of your most, your most impactful thing that you feel like you did, like something that was a real memory maker for you?
I've got a lot of memory makers, but two of them come out in particular. I was on a counter-narcotics deployment to the Caribbean, so my ship was based out of San Diego. We left San Diego and went through the Panama Canal, and then spent 5 weeks in the Caribbean to help catch drug smugglers. And another Coast Guard, we had a Coast Guard officer on board us, because the U.S. Navy, by law, we're not a law enforcement organization. But when we wanted to go stop a ship, we would turn tactical control over to the Coast Guard, and that Coast Guard officer would run the show, because the Coast Guard has in its charter, if you will, in its rules, that they are a law enforcement organization. Because so when we would stop vessels, we would be under the control of the Coast Guard. But we intercepted a vessel that had a bunch of cocaine on it. So we were able to board the vessel. We took like 100 kilos of cocaine, and then we kept the vessel close to us, and then law enforcement came and impounded the vessel and arrested the people and took them away. But then the cocaine stayed on board my ship, and I had to lock I was the weapons officer at the time, so I owned all the magazines, and as you can imagine, they're kept under lock and key because of munitions and such. So I had 100 kilos of cocaine in one of my magazines that we kept until we got back to San Diego. And once we got back to San Diego, the federal DEA came on and took all the cocaine.
That's a lot of cocaine.
That's a lot of cocaine.
Oh my goodness. Where was the ship from? Like,
it had a U.S. flag. We don't know where it was coming from, but it was a pleasure. I shouldn't say pleasure yacht. It was a motor yacht. It was on 45, 50 feet long, and it was coming up from somewhere in South America to bring this cocaine up, and we got somewhere. Not us, but meaning not my ship, but someone within law enforcement got intelligence that this vessel might be carrying cocaine, so we were able to stop it. The other one I think it's a longer term, was my final deployment on the John C. Stennis. We left in January of 2000 and deployed to the Western Pacific and Indian Ocean and the Persian Gulf, and it was just a great deployment. The Stennis flew a lot of sorties, a lot of missions against Iraq, because we were enforcing a no-fly zone there. And it was just a great deployment. Very, mentally challenging, physically challenging as well.
What makes it mentally challenging? Why would you say that?
Well, like I was the auxiliaries officer, being I was one of an assistant chief engineer, so you had to constantly maintain the equipment, and it just took a lot of mental energy to think, okay, how do I work on this equipment where I'm not where the ship can still fly and fight and do the things it needs to do while we're maintaining it. Because imagine like driving your car around, you got to put gas in it, you got to change the oil, you've got to rotate the tires. Same thing with a ship, you have to constantly perform maintenance on the systems on board
Okay.
to keep them running properly.
It never occurred to me. I'm like, a boat is something you get in and it works or it doesn't. But I'm assuming that not working is not really an option.
No, here's a question.
Okay.
What is day like at sea? You see lots of pictures of downtime in the ocean, but I'm assuming it's normally hectic on these massive ships. Maybe I'll leave this up to you.
Okay.
I'm showing Natasha your text so she can try to get the stream. So day to day, I mean, we would say every day is a Monday. You'd work at least 6 days a week. Sometimes you try to get a day off on a Sunday, but sometimes we had mission, flights we had to support, missions we had to support. Our real downtime came when we would make port visits, meaning so when I left in January from San Diego, the first place the Stennis pulled into was a place called Busan, South Korea. And South Korea is a very staunch and old ally of ours. And we've got a large military presence there, mainly in the form of the Air Force and the Army. But we pulled into Busan, South Korea for 4 days and got to spend some time around in just being, seeing the sights and sounds of South Korea. And then after we left South Korea, we went through the Sea of Japan and down into the Straits of Malacca, and we stopped at a place called Port Kelang, which is an island nation in down by close to the equator, and so we spent 5 days there, and I went to Kuala Lumpur and spent 4 days there, just enjoying things. I knew that we were about to head into where we're going into the Indian Ocean and the Persian Gulf, that we would not have that kind of relaxed freedom for quite a while. And then from there, we went into the Indian Ocean and eventually went into the Persian Gulf, and we had port visits in the United Arab Emirates, specifically in a country called Dubai, and into another country called Bahrain. And we would be underway for about 5 to 6 weeks and then pull in for a port visit. And then from following Bahrain, we went back into the Western Pacific, and then we went down to Australia and went to a town called Fremantle, which is on the west coast of Australia. It's about the same latitude as San Diego, and it has a very similar climate. And we had 4 days there, and I was fortunate enough that my wife was able to fly down and meet us, because throughout my career we either had the time or the money, but we never had both for her to come meet me. But I had a couple days in Perth with my friends, and then I flew to Sydney, Australia, and my wife flew in the day after I got there. And Deirdre and I had a week in Australia and a great time. And then I left I left Sydney and flew down to Hobart, Tasmania. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
And
Keep up the good work.
we will. And then Dee Dee stayed there in that area for another 10 days, because the day I left, her friend flew in from California, and they had a few days in Australia, then they flew to New Zealand. But for me, my ship, the Stennis, it had moved from Perth to Hobart, Tasmania. So I flew to Hobart the night before the ship was getting underway, then got underway the next morning, and then we went home via Pearl Harbor, because you will generally go there for sort of like a debrief about how the deployment went. And it was on that trip that I became what's known as a golden shellback. I crossed the equator, the 180th meridian. And then we had a couple days in Pearl Harbor, and then it's a 5-day transit from Pearl Harbor to San Diego. And, we'd been gone for just over 6.5 months. It was good to get home. Let me look. Sorry, I might have gone off to the rails
Sorry,
here.
that's a lot of my stuff
No,
in
no
the
problem.
chat
I want
there
to look.
too.
So a day in legacy again. It is just every day's Monday, and it's not like the ship. The only time the ship stops really functioning is when you're having a port visit, and that's usually about 4 days every 6 to 7 weeks. Any other questions from Alex or anyone else out there? You know, in my career in the Navy, I deployed 9 times. I went to some really beautiful places. I also went to some places, if I never see them again, it'll be way too soon. During the counter narcotics deployment, we we stopped for fuel, and we called a BSF, a brief stop for fuel, and a couple days of a port visit to a place called Puerto Quetzal, Guatemala. I cannot recommend that. It is more like an open sewer. Now, what we were able to do one day, we were able. A travel agency came and we picked us up, and we took buses to go to Guatemala City, which is about 6,000. Maybe you can Google this while I'm doing this. Guatemala City, Guatemala is a beautiful city. It is the capital of Guatemala, and I want to say it's 5,000 or 6,000 feet above sea level, and really crisp air. It's a beautiful place. Great food. Didi got some nice jade earrings out of it. Jade was a very important part of the early culture in Guatemala. But I would not recommend going to Puerto Quetzal if you win a.
How do you spell Cornican salt?
Cornican salt?
What did you say?
Just look up Guatemala City and the elevation of it.
Okay. What was the most remote place that you've ever been, like the furthest away from the most things?
You mean like in terms of stopping in a port, or
Yes.
it would probably be Hobart, Tasmania.
Really?
It was so far.
5,000.
Okay, yeah. So Guatemala City is 5,000 feet. So kind of like Denver, the Mile High City. Yeah, I'd say it was Hobart, Tasmania, because that's the furthest south I'd ever been, and probably likely only if I go to like Chile or to the bottom of the world, the Antarctic. I don't think I'll ever get that far south again.
Ooh.
Up on AI starting to change around forces. I can't really talk to that because I don't know. My Navy trails get colder by the day, and I only read what's in open source about AI identification systems. So I really don't know how much it's changing our military. I know the Ukrainians are using it, the Israelis are using it, but I can't speak to the U.S. military because I just don't know. And unlike some people, I don't like to lie.
So, do you know in what capacity they're using AI in like Israel and
They're using it to identify people.
Okay, like people versus stuff, like
Both, but
okay.
mainly like the strike that happened a couple weeks ago against the Houthis, that they were using AI and drones to identify a particular person that the U.S. government wanted to take out.
Mm-hmm.
They figured out where he lived, knew where he was, and then planned a strike so they would hit his apartment building while he was there.
Wow. Okay.
It's okay, you whenever you're engaged in combat, you don't want to have collateral damage, meaning you only want to target the things you want to get rid of. You don't want to harm civilians, at least the way the U.S. military works, and most allied nations to us. You don't just go in and level a town. You say, hey, I've got to take this bad guy or bad gal out. You go after that person specifically. You don't try to take out the entire neighborhood and cause a lot of damage and death to people who don't deserve it.
That's weird. So, how do you think? What do you think about the United States kind of enacting its own summary justice on people that they have identified as threats? Because in the United States, it's supposed to be like everybody has due process, right?
Regardless of whether you're a citizen or not, I strongly disagree with it. These deportations of these undocumented people just goes against the fabric of the Constitution, and everyone in the United States has Fourth Amendment rights that guarantee due process, and just to throw them on airplanes and fly them down to El Salvador when most of them are not El Salvadorians, it's just wrong.
It's a horrific infringement on people's rights. And it's not,
Because what would stop the government from doing that to a U.S. citizen?
well, some of them might be, because we don't know, because they didn't actually check. Oh my
We had new
God.
people coming in. Come on in, welcome.
All right. In your time in military service, were there any ships that sank that you had to like go? Is that something that happens?
It does. You might have, generally they're smaller vessels. We did provide assistance to a sailboat that was having some trouble. This was in my narcotics deployment. It was a U.S. flag, about a 60-foot long sailboat, and they were having engine trouble. So we sent a couple of our people over to it who were diesel mechanics, and they fixed the engine problem. I mean, they could still make way using sail, but you never want to have an operable engine on a sailboat. So we fixed their diesel problem, and off they went. But no, I never directly was involved with the sinking of a smaller vessel or having to deal with that.
Is it feel isolating when you're at sea and you just literally can't see? Come in for hugs. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. We're live streaming, Beck. No problem.
Or does it?
No,
not
you're just so
bother
busy.
you? Yeah.
I never felt isolated. I never felt, it was interesting as I would deploy and the time zone would change. I'd realize at one point, okay, I'm exactly 12 hours off from where my spouse was living. So when my day was ending, hers was just beginning. Another thing that I didn't have until my final deployment, I didn't have access to email.
Oh yeah.
So everything was done via snail mail. So I'd write postcards and letters that would get mailed. We would have a U.S. mail. We had a U.S. mail facility on every ship. So when you pull into port, the mail would then go from there, usually the embassy, and then to the United States. But I'd also try to send out postcards from the different countries I visited. But it was kind of fun to be able to exchange emails with my wife when I could say, hey, good morning. I'm just ending my day because it was, 8 o'clock at night in the Persian Gulf, and it was 8 o'clock in the morning in California where she was living. And it also was very helpful when we were planning her trip to come meet me in Australia. We did it all via email, which was unheard of for me from my first, from 1985 until 2000. So it was, 15 years of my career. Basically, I did not have the access to things that we take as ubiquitous as a cell phone.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we're fact checking ourselves live right now, which is something that anyone could do. What is the most beautiful place that you have seen?
The Blue Mountains up north of Sydney.
Really?
Yeah.
Because
of the plants that are there, they give off. I wish I knew the chemical, but they give off this. They're called the Blue Mountains because the trees there exude a chemical that puts a blue hue in the air around them. It is absolutely beautiful, beautiful place.
I have to look this up. No, all that came up was PFAS. Oh no. No, that's not what we want.
Let me see if I can find it more quickly.
I might not be doing the right question, but apparently there is a lot of PFAS contamination in the lake up there.
So I'll go, where are the blue? The Blue Mountains can refer to several different mountain ranges, including those in Australia.
Okay, so specifically the eucalyptus trees in Australia release isoprene and other volatile organic compounds which scatter blue light, creating a hazy blue appearance. Cool, interesting.
Yep.
I bet that smells good, actually.
It does.
Seems like it might not be like good for you to breathe it a lot, but it probably does smell good.
Another cool place that I went, wasn't cool, it was very hot, was I went on a desert tour during one of my stops in Oman, where we were driven in 4-wheel drive vehicles into the desert, and then from there we got on camels, and we took camels to a place called a wadi, which is a term for an oasis, where we had a meal prepared for us, and then we rode the camels back to get on the 4-wheel drive vehicles, and then drove us back to town in Muscat, Oman.
Oh my goodness, camels! What a fun way to get around.
Yeah. We had other people driving the camels. We were not.
You're not a camel driver?
No. I leave that to the professionals. I'm a ship driver, not a camel driver.
I feel like if you could drive a ship, you could drive a camel, but okay.
We'll tell my wife about that when we're driving, because she's always.
Oh my goodness. The gasper. Alex is the gasper in our relationship. I'm apparently the reckless, just all over
That's
the place.
why we get along so well, because Dee Dee will literally like, did you see that? Like, I've driven a 1,069-foot long nuclear-powered aircraft carrier like I stole it. I can handle driving around here in a Subaru.
Amazing. Okay, so I think the last question, because we're at 2 and we can pass our segment off here, is are there any myths about like military service or veterans that you feel are detrimental to the future of like just the general zeitgeist of serving in the military, being a veteran?
I think the key to people who serve today is you're serving yourself and you're serving your country, and that to think that veterans and military are just these automatons that can only do one thing. You have to be incredibly flexible in any one of the branches of the armed service. You give general ideas of, hey, we're going to go deploy there, but once you get there, it's such a dynamic environment. It literally changes by the hour.
Mm-hmm.
And for the Navy, it changes by the hour because it could be the weather, it could be ocean storms, something like that. So you have to constantly think on your feet. It's something I discovered when I was looking after I transitioned out of the Navy. I took about 4 months off. I started looking at what companies might be interested in me. A lot of people thought, again, that we're just these regimented robots and that we can't do anything other than follow a checklist. And it's nothing to be further from the truth.
So it turns out it is a real job.
It is. Years ago, this phrase was Navy, not just a job. It's not just a job; it's an adventure. I will tell you, there were times it was a lot too much of a job, and other times it was too much of an adventure. Let me leave it at that.
Too much of an adventure. So you are in charge of the next segment, which is going to be the letter writing, the reps calling.
I need to go.
And I was going to say, why don't you take a break?
I need to go print out the
do what you got to
document
do.
that I.
I'll filibuster.
Okay.
All right. So, fact of the moment right now is.
Do you have any projects coming up in the near future in this area?
That's a really good question. If you get on our website,
I don't do it.
you don't do it at all? Okay. Not even on your phone? Or?
No, I got it, but I don't do it.
Oh, okay.
I want something on the internet. I have my sister doing it. She's a deaf Republican. She's really mad at me about that.
Oh my goodness. So we do have a newsletter that goes out. Do you check email? Okay. If I put signs out on the door, can you check them? All right. We got you. Physical evidence. All right. So the question I asked earlier was, how many on live stream? Oh, you're fine. Do you want to come try to answer the question? It's okay. You're good. All right. How much money did undocumented and documented immigrants pay in billions at the federal, state, and local level? So in 2023, that is $661 billion were paid in federal taxes, state taxes, and local taxes, so all combined. And undocumented immigrants actually paid about $89 billion in taxes. And there is a belief that if you are an immigrant that you don't pay taxes. And that is just categorically untrue. Not only do undocumented immigrants pay taxes, they actually do not get any of those tax benefits. They don't get Social Security, etc. So just that is our fact for right now. I'm going to leave you to stare at that for a minute.
Ready to go. Thank you.
All right,
I can't seem to print this right now, so.
Have a good day.
I don't know what happened. I used to be able to print here no problem, but now I can't.
Maybe you need to update your drivers.
Written down.
I'm gonna go get a snack. Let me know when you are activated.
Yep.
Graceful, like moose.
No, but if we look underneath there, we can. The schedule's there, but give me a moment.
Well, we have those reflective vests. I have back there. Yeah, I know, right?
Trustee or
Oh, that's good to know.
MTU? Go to your trustee account.
Trustees one. So apparently, if
Flying through the interwebs right now.
if I print something, I have to print it mirrored so that when I put it up and it flips it, it's forward. Hold on. Why am I having so much trouble finding the right one?
I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna put on my sweatshirt. I'm a little chilly.
Yeah, it is a little chilly.
Did it print?
It should have printed. Yep. There's actually a coat rack right behind the door there.
Come with me.
Good meeting in the middle.
Oh, no. You had no idea. Or is this a point where the angle would be correct? Is this something where I can make for no good reason?
There you go.
I think this is people.
This is me reacting.
And
Okay. Are we gonna gamble?
No, that's for later. Until you've once you play with the cards, these chem cards, you'll never use anything else. Okay. Do you want me to start talking about why writing letters to an editor?
Let me scoot yourself a little bit closer this way so you're in this position. And I am going to see if there's anybody else who wants to just hang out and talk about this. I'm not making Are you centered?
No. Come to the right a little bit. That's what I'll tell you when to stop. Stop. No, I'm mostly center.
Yeah,
Good enough.
mostly centered. That's our favorite amount. Mostly good.
I'm mostly harmless.
Mostly harmless. Mostly alive. All right.
Okay. I'm going to spend the next 2 minutes talking about writing letters to the editor of your local paper. A letter to the editor, or an LTE, is a short message to a local news publication that states your opinion on an issue and typically includes a call to action for your local elected officials and community members to address the same issue. Writing a letter to the editor is a very powerful tactic to advance an issue that you care about. Because they are where members of your community and elected leaders in particular find out how you feel and what you want it done. And they will tell you in particular what your elected officials and members of your community will find out. 1, what local people think about an issue. 2, how an issue is affecting the local community. 3, what are the major impacts of an action that can be formed from the variety of a local perspective. Here's some tips for writing a letter to the editor. And there's no one best way to write one. However, editors are more likely to publish a variety of types of letters rather than a set that all appear to be similar. First, keep it short. Most LTEs they usually put a word limit on them, generally from 250 to 300. Check with your local paper and find out if they have any of those kind of requirements. And pay attention to the publication's rules for the length of an LTE. If you send them a 500-word essay for publication as an LTE, that LTE is unlikely to be published at all. Also, respond directly to a breaking news story within 2 days of a daily paper or within a week for a paper that is published on a weekly basis. The LTE should be direct and to the point. Avoid confusing readers with wonky policy details or technical jargon. There's simply not enough room in 250, 300 words to make a nuanced policy argument. Focus on one important point and don't try to address separate issues in your letter. Tell your story. Begin the letter with the story and make it personal. There's a good saying, quote, people can argue with your position, but they can't argue with your experiences. So be authentic and avoid using AI to write your LT. Now, I know AI has gotten a lot better, and I think when this was originally drafted, try to write it in, obviously make it personal. And describe how this issue affected your family, a coworker, or a friend, even someone you briefly met or volunteered at an event, or who you met on a long plane ride or bus ride, or in line at the grocery store. Can be a great subject for an anecdote, especially if this person is from the local area. Personalize the issue and make it real for the reader. Be relevant to the audience. What type of publication are you writing for, and who typically reads it? Retired people, young professionals, and immigrant families, for example, may find different types of personal stories compelling. Tell the audience that will connect them to you. Use powerful verbs and descriptions. Write short, punchy sentences and vary the sentence length. This will help your letter stand out and make it easier for the reader to understand. Avoid technical words and jargon that will lose readers. And in your letter to the editor, you should also have a call to action. End your letter with a specific action that you want your elected official or community member to take. Your LTE or letter to the editor will only be effective if it gets others to act and helps them understand the impact in doing so will have. Use powerful language as well. Let your feelings show, but never use bold text or capital letters. to emphasize a word or a phrase. It will rarely be printed that way, and it actually may prevent your letter from being printed at all. You may italicize one or two words, as most papers will print your letter in plain text regardless. Your words must speak for themselves. Do use quotation marks to the title of a book or an article. Also include a title of 3 to 8 words for your letter to the editor. Editors will rarely use your exact wording, but your suggestion will make it more likely that they will choose a framing that you like. Check for proper grammar and spelling. I would say share your letter with a friend and let them edit it and take their words to action and have them edit and check it for you. And then in general, but what you need to do, and I'll talk about this in a moment, follow the submission guidelines to the letter. Some letters to the editor, they require a signature. Like, for example, the Oscoda Press. I've written letters to the editor to them, and you cannot submit it electronically. So I end up writing a salutation to my letter and explain to the editor, this is a letter to the editor. I'll then write the actual body of the letter, and then I'll close with saying, basically, thank you for your time, and thank you for your time for reading this. I then put my name, I sign it, I have my address as well as my email address on it. Email, if some places allow you to email in the body of the email, but do not send as an attachment unless that's the way the editor wants to receive it. If you wish to copy others or submit to more than one publication, do so in separate emails. Always include your address and daytime phone number for verification. Editors will only publish generally things from the name of a nearby town. I'm going to grab a couple recent letters to the editor and share some examples with you. My sister. Here is a letter to the editor that was submitted by my spouse, Deirdre, published in the Osco County News Herald edition on the 26th of February, 2025. Not how the letter writer defines, quote, a gilded age, unquote. Dear editor, a recent letter suggested that the new administration is going to welcome in a, quote, gilded age, unquote. While the Gilded Age was a time of economic growth, it was also a time of great inequality and social unrest. It's true there was rapid economic growth and industrialization that benefited the very wealthy. This time also it includes the widespread poverty, exploitation of child labor, inequality of women, discrimination, political corruption, and social unrest. It was gilded for a very few. Since January, inflation has increased. Consumer prices increased 0.5% in January. Shelter food and gasoline led to the broad rise in prices, and the consumer price index rose to 3%. Now the administration is asking us to accept a little pain while they attack our core institutions, calling them waste and fraud. The new administration has in no order increased the cost of life by saving medicines by removing the cap on insulin, given unauthorized access to unvetted civilians who now have access to our Social Security numbers, banking information, and our tax records, and fired or laid off thousands of federal employees, including those who care for our national parks, monitor health care, protect consumers, and regulate transportation. According to reports, these unauthorized people brought in their own servers and took our information illegally. Do you want these snoops to have access to your most private financial records? And the neglect of our parks services and the function of government we damage and the destruction and bring destruction to our local communities. And then more lies and fabrication. U.S. aid has been attacked. USAID provides food aid to people in need, 41% of whom that food directly comes from American farmers, including those in Michigan. Thousands of farmers depend on U.S. aid purchasing to stay in business. According to a recent report, more than 500,000 tons of American food commodities valued at over $450 million are stuck, and there are no resources to deliver them to where it's needed to prevent malnutrition and starvation. Tell me how that is helpful to our farmers. The administration's targets in the coming months are to lower or eliminate Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP benefits. In our community here, almost 25% of our friends and neighbors rely on food stamps and federally subsidized medical insurance. If you're reading this, ask yourself, what would you do if Medicare and Medicaid were severely cut or eliminated? This is not how I would call it. This is not what I would define a Gilded Age. Signed, Deirdre Honor, Osable Township. Here is an article submitted by Robert Gale in Oscoda to the Iosco County News Herald edition, the 26th of February, 2025. The subject is Firing Will Impact Sea Lamprey Program and Forest Fires. Dear Editor, Trump's firings will impact Great Lakes Sea Lamprey Program and forest fighting capabilities. Some 14 workers who were devoted to sea lamprey control were fired, and a hiring freeze has created a shortage of dozens more, per the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission. Also forbidden is the hiring of dozens of seasonal workers needed to douse rivers with lamprey-killing chemicals. We all know here what problems the sea lampreys caused in the Great Lakes and the impacts this will have on our local community if control is reduced from Boston entirely. The lamprey program costs U.S. taxpayers more than $20 million annually, and in return it protects a multi-billion-dollar fishing industry. During the COVID pandemic, the lamprey program was scaled back about 25% amid border closures and social distancing protocols. In some areas, the lamprey population tripled. These firings can also impact crews used to fight forest fires. The administration vowed not to fire employees in public safety and firefighting positions, but firefighting capabilities will nonetheless be impacted because many employees working other positions are certified to fight fires where needed. Also impacted are managers who coordinate logistics for crews deployed to forest fires and technicians that work on behalf of habitat restoration. The Trump administration and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency does not seem to have put any thought into these firings and certainly do not understand the impact these firings will have on this area. I'm sure many people who voted for Trump did not vote for this. Signed, Robert Gale and Oscoda. I want to make an editorial comment. I want to talk about letters to the editor. A good friend of mine works for the National Nuclear Security Agency. That's the agency that oversees the safety of our nuclear arsenal. When DOGE got started in their cuts, they just cut dozens of workers whose job was to protect our nuclear weapons stockpile. It was ludicrous, and they realized what they had done only after it had happened, and they then did their best to try to hire many of these people back. Not all of them came back. And here is a letter editor that's near and dear to my heart. And the subject line is, Republicans should be ashamed of cowering. Dear editor, I'm a resident of Congressional District 1, and I'm writing to you about Jack Bergman's, quote, deferral of the power of the purse to President Trump and an unelected buffoon. I never thought I would live to see Congress abdicate its constitutional responsibilities, particularly members of the Republican Party. However, Representative Jack Bergman is allowing President Trump to interfere with the legislative branch's power of the purse. If President Trump and the Republican Party didn't agree with the legislation that took place from the Biden administration, why hasn't the Republican administration introduced legislation to reverse the actions taken by the Biden administration? I feel that MAGA Republicans are cowering in fear of Donald Trump and are bowing down to the capricious executive orders. The Republicans are allowing an unelected individual access to sensitive information in federal agencies. This action is tantamount to treason. Every member of the Republican Party should be ashamed of themselves for allowing the feckless President Trump to trample over our rights and responsibilities as outlined as their article. President Trump. Let me start again. Every member of the Republican Party should be ashamed of themselves for allowing the feckless President Trump to trample over their rights and responsibilities as members of Congress, as outlined in Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution. Signed, yours truly, Paul Cradwell, Oscoda. So that's an example of some letters to the editor that have been published here.
Yeah, we have a database of members.
I'm reaching out to the people online to see if they have any questions for me. I'm going to put these letters to the editor back up and put down the screen again. Pardon me.
Dig into the grass, so they're gonna pave over the roads.
Ever since he added the,
For 5 deals, dig into the grass, so they're gonna pave over the roads.
Yeah.
Well, Musk is gonna pave it.
What did you say about the road there?
The White House Rose Garden is getting paved over because Melania is 5-inch heels. Get lost in the grass.
Is this seriously going to
It's
be
a real thing.
Oh, Jesus.
It's already done. They already talked about the church. It was in, and that was the first thing I heard was Melania's they were having money.
I was happy without anything.
I was happy with that.
Yeah. All right.
Just because they're out of control.
Yeah.
So that, so our. And I will.
Certainly.
That way you look at.
Yes.
I'm sure she might take it.
Notices. No.
Who's the senator's
So the question came from Alex, do we have a list of topics we have written ISQLTs about so we can avoid overlaps? Yes, we do. We're also filing them and putting them up here so people can see it. But I think the dynamics of the way things are right now, that we're going to have an unending stream of things to write letters to the editor about, given how the current administration is going.
Just remember to do it at home.
Probably because it's a city.
No, I was on that
Yeah.
Everybody get it on here.
Since 2017.
Everybody.
Well, they might have been wrong with their
Yeah.
Um,
I think definitely a double-edged sword.
Alcona is the fourth oldest demographic county in the United States. Alcona County. I guess it's the oldest county in the United States.
What's next on the agenda here?
When did Michigan become a state? All right.
That's all retired farmers.
Says the kid that grew up in Illinois.
Even if you're doing that for a while.
Okay.
That's how I, yeah. And if you do this. No, I don't.
No, I'm just, wow. In the country. Listen, I never cracked.
That's the meeting today.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Douglas, you're wrong.
I'm looking, never mind.
Michigan became a state in 1837.
Sometimes that's all it is.
So, correctly, the kid from Illinois.
I had to look it up. The University of Michigan was founded in 1817, but the state, correct. Good. Read a couple letters to the editor. I'm trying to pull up the schedule.
So next we have Dee Dee talking about why Substack matters.
Okay.
Lady in the black, right there.
But you know, it's kind of like I was telling these people. You know what's wrong with the sign? There's way too many words here. And there's way too many syllables. So I think people need to start thinking about that.
So 1,000 in Joe Biden. Oh, 1,000.
I'm looking for the schedule for the Rageathon. Oh. Does Dee Dee know she's on it too?
Yep.
Or 2:30?
Wait, is it 2 now or 2:30?
2:30.
It's 2:30. She's on at 2:30.
And I'm back at 5:30.
I moved that. Sorry.
Oh no, and
It's looks like it was updated. Because we moved that to here.
okay,
And
so
I think this time we're gonna have open because the kids are gonna be.
okay, good.
Hang out with the babies.
Again, when I look at people like that, I say Trump will not affect me. I'm white, male, cisgender, financially secure. I'm fighting for your children. Because
You have a right to choose if you want to have.
oh,
The whole ball of wax.
I mean, but in a lot of states, you know, I was telling you that it was shared here with the two girls. I said, you realize under Trump you will have fewer rights than your mom has at your age? Well, that's not right.
Yep, it's like the Handmaid's Tale.
No, I'm going to start calling Dee Dee of Paul.
I hope you're ready to get choked just a little.
Of choke from.
Oh, and now you get to see yourself.
Oh. Guy with a face for radio.
Oh yeah, baby.
Have you played with these cards at all?
They're so
It keeps wandering off.
So if I sit here, I can listen to it.
Mhm.
All right, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm already sure.
Don't fall asleep.
No, I gotta cook you coffee.
Is it my turn?
We're ready.
I don't think I'm allowed. I don't think I'm allowed to have my drink, am I?
I mean, it's not straight liquor, is it?
Well, maybe.
You know what? I'm not here to police you. You can do whatever you want. Let's get you in the middle.
Okay, you want me in the middle? Okay,
Because you're going to be.
okay,
So just get yourself in a good spot so you're kind of in the middle.
okay.
And don't forget, this is really sensitive. So,
So don't spit at it.
I mean, you can spit all over. Be free, beautiful bird.
But only if they do. I'm gonna sit here and listen.
So I've been asked to talk about Substack. And Substack is a fabulous tool to broadcast. We have, with the Iosco County Democratic Party, we have our own Substack account. And in the Substack account, we post all of the letters to the editor that our members write. We post all of the information about our events. We post anything anyone wants broadcast publicly. So this is different from our membership list where we communicate internally. This is an external communication. The really neat thing about Substack and why I like to use it over other platforms is it allows us to generate revenue. We can encourage people to donate if they wish. We can post articles, content. We can repost, or it's called restack other content by other posts. We can also post videos. We can host chats. So if someone is online and they want to chat, we can post chats. And when you look at our account, it's the ioscocountydems.substack.com. In the last 30 days, we have posted something almost every day. And those posts have generated 1,635 views. We have 37 subscribers. And we have a 30-day open rate of almost 60%. So when we post something, almost 60% of what we post is read. Other options for communication, we can do a podcast right from the Substack account. We can add subscribers. We can chat with subscribers. We can recommend other Substack accounts, and we can have people, encourage people, drive them to our website or drive them to our Facebook page or drive them and encourage them to visit where important places we want them to review. One of my favorite things to post, if you follow us on Iosco County Dem Substack, is I routinely repost my letters to Jack Bergman. And Jack Bergman is our representative who routinely does not ever show up for anything unless it's a private Republican event. And private, meaning his events in Michigan are not public. They're not open to people who want to attend. He does not return calls, or he has never returned a phone call, an email, a contact me that I've submitted, and I've mailed him hard copies of every letter I've sent, and he has yet to acknowledge anything I have sent him in the last month, 6 weeks. So a couple of my favorite letters to Jack Bergman on Substack, and I'm going to tell you that this letter that I'm going to read actually is, let's see, let me go view all. So let me start with a different one. So the first letter that I posted recently about Jack Bergman is a letter to AWOL Jack. And this is what I wrote to Jack. And this is on our Substack account, and it received almost 150 views. So, dear Representative Bergman, from public records, your salary is $174,000 per year, paid for by Michigan taxpayer dollars. What exactly do we get for our money? You haven't had a town hall since 2017 and apparently don't like drama. I believe that was a quote. You don't like drama? Your party is creating chaos and drama never seen before in this country. You don't like drama? You vote to cut jobs and resources in Congressional District 1. What kind of drama do you think that creates? You don't like drama? Our residents in Iosco County may lose their financial aid and medical support, potentially their homes, because you are voting for tax cuts for the rich. You apparently don't like snow either, Representative Bergman. I found this from your military retirement notice. Closing out a 40-year career as a military advisor, 8 of them in New Orleans, Bergman on Saturday handed command of the Marine Forces Reserve to Lieutenant General John Kelly, a father of 2 Marines who has served 3 tours in Iraq, including a stint overseeing coalition forces in the Anbar province that ended in 2008. On Monday, Bergman said he and his wife Cindy know that most of their days in retirement will be spent in Louisiana. They have a home in St. Francisville, far south of their native states of Minnesota and Iowa. And here's the kicker, Representative Bergman. We quite honestly fell in love with New Orleans and Louisiana. Pure and simple. It's not any more complicated than that. We feel this is a community and a state we want to be a part of. And it doesn't hurt that we don't get 10 feet of snow in the winter. Do us a favor, Representative Bergman. Let us hire someone who actually cares about the well-being of her constituents. Votes to keep jobs here. Votes to support and aid veterans. Votes to feed the hungry, clothe those in need, and provide medical insurance. And lastly, votes to hold felons accountable. You know, those peaceful January 6th tourist felons. Please go back to Louisiana so we may have someone who loves 10 feet of snow, will show up for town halls and meetings, and actually vote in the best interests of the residents in Congressional District 1. I sent that to Representative Bergman. I mailed it. I sent it to him hard copy. I asked for a response, and that was on March 20th, and I am still waiting for a response. So that received 70 views and several shares. My next letter to Representative Bergman, this was posted on March 23rd, 3 days later. Why wait? This had 10 resubstacks and 248 views. So let me tell you what I had to say to Jack Bergman this time. Dear Representative Bergman, Saturday afternoon, I joined almost 700 of your constituents online and watched several hundred people who showed up in person in Traverse City for another town hall. And no surprise, you didn't show up. again. This time, your excuse was some imaginary boogeyman, George Soros. I can tell you with great certainty that no one in Iosco County gives a flying leap about whoever George Soros is. What our community does care about, Representative Bergman, is that your complete and utter abdication of your responsibilities to your constituents is glaring. Voting to cut individual benefits, educational resources, veteran benefits, and putting Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid in your crosshairs will cause extreme hardship in our small rural community. All of this to benefit your wealthy friends. You have unilaterally decided you only represent those who agree with you. As a former human resources professional, if I had an employee who unilaterally decided to skip a third to half of the job, they would be fired. Fired. There is a word for this. It's insubordination. Insubordination occurs when an employee, after understanding an instruction, refuses to carry it out, either explicitly or through non-performance. This, Representative Bergman, is you. According to Congress, your responsibilities include the duties carried out by a member of Congress are understood to include representation, legislation, and constituent service and communication, as well as electoral activities. Where, Representative Bergman, is our representation? Where is our communication? Where are our constituent services? You are not performing the responsibilities of the position, and you should be fired. As the spouse of a Navy veteran, I know many veterans, including Marines. These veteran friends are some of the bravest people I know. You, Representative Bergman, are not brave. You are a coward. Woman up. I would say man up, but you have shown that to mean run and hide and show up for all your constituents. We deserve better. I sent this letter to him on his website. I sent it to him on paper. It's on our Substack account, and it is a very, very popular read. So hopefully, some of the people who are reading actually live in this community. We were looking for a place to host our Jack Bergman Town Hall, and one of our members went into the American Legion, where we were looking for a venue for the Jack Bergman Town Hall, and one of the members at the bar, when the person asked what we were hosting, what the venue was for, what the event was for, and our member said, well, we're going to host Jack Bergman a town hall. And the person at the bar said, who is Jack Bergman? Who is Jack Bergman? So one of the reasons I use Substack is because it's no longer about where is Jack Bergman, because we all know Jack Bergman runs and hides. But it's now who is Jack Bergman? And we're going to tell people exactly who Jack Bergman is. And we can do that through Substack. We also, some of the settings include, we can link to our website, and we also can post all of our podcast notes, posts, chat on our website, which is a super cool feature. So let me read another letter on our Substack account, because we have these great members who write these great letters. Let's see, what should we read? One of our members is a retired epidemiologist. His name is Richard Douglas, and Richard is here with us today, and he's going to talk at some point too. He wrote a very interesting letter, and this one because I love statistics. This one generated, it had so many views. Let me look and see at the dashboard. Let me look at all of them, and then I'll read this letter because it's so good. Oh, 153 views. So the post is Trump claims to love Christians, and this was posted in the newspaper. And Trump claims to love Christians. This is a letter by Richard Douglas, Dr. Richard Douglas. Christian nationalism is an excuse to pursue greed and illusions of superiority. Dr. Douglas wrote, the phone is ringing. I was raised in a Christian church and attended a church-related college. Before I was 22, I had studied the King James Version and the New English translations of the Bible. I was taught about the new covenant that Easter celebration is all about and the moral bedrock of Christians for over 2,000 years. I am puzzled by Donald Trump claiming to love Christians. I am shocked by the language of Christian nationalism and mouthpieces in the movement who line up to give praise to Mr. Trump instead of God. The new covenant means that the rules of the Old Testament, the history of the Hebrew people, has been replaced. The use of a new covenant faith as an excuse to pursue greed and illusions of superiority is a sin. The new covenant faith led our predecessors to care for one another, to establish institutions of service, and to accept the responsibility of taking care of the sick, hungry, afraid, dispossessed, and tormented. It is the Christian faith, as represented in the new covenant, that insists that we are the keepers of our brothers and sisters on a global scale. The evangelical movement, born after the U.S. Civil War, was created to provide a revised history and preservation of the ugly tradition of white supremacy and the way that Christianity has been hijacked by the powerful, rich, and greedy for centuries to exploit the poor. There is no place in my faith to withhold help from the hungry, the sick, the homeless, the refugees, and those reaching out for mercy and asylum. If we claim that this nation was built on a foundation of Christianity, then we need to act like it. This is what makes America special. Our current president and his gang of amateur clowns, in the name of our Christian heritage, are withholding aid to the most vulnerable and suffering populations on the planet as a way to save, waste, and fraud. This is a lie. U.S. foreign aid accounts for less than 2% of the national budget. Cutting U.S. aid is a phony baloney act of political cruelty. It will send the developing world into the waiting arms of Russia and China. Mr. Trump's first 6 weeks in the second term is the only evidence of his greed and plan to shovel our resources to the rich. Maybe it really is time to pray. The reach on these posts is quite compelling considering we only have 39 subscribers. So when people stack or restack, that helps cast the audience. We many of us have personal Substack accounts that we can highlight. Bye, Mac. More recently, we had a member write a letter that I shared on Substack as well. And she is a member here, and this is the cuts that she talked about impact a family member. And this had a very wide reach. Let me look at the dashboard. This, the proposed cuts in personal impact, we sent out to 39 members, and this post had 180 views. And I'm going to read you some of the personal impact to our member's grandchild. She wrote, "Editor, I'm writing as a concerned grandparent. My 5-year-old grandson is deaf-blind with cerebral palsy. Congress enacted the Education for All Handicapped Children Act, Public Law 94-142, also known as the EHA, in 1975 to support states and localities in protecting the rights of meeting the individual needs of and improving the results for infants, toddlers, children, and youth with disabilities and their families. The landmark law's name changed to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, in a 1990 reauthorization. The law was last reauthorized in 2004 because of the IDEA in Section 504, which are administered by the Department of Education. He is in a standard pre-K class with a special teacher. Many times, Trump has called for the Department of Education to be shut down for no good reason. His appointed secretary calls it our department's final mission. If this happens, my grandson won't be able to attend school to learn." Also in the House budget resolution is a cut to Medicaid, just so billionaires can have their huge tax cut. Her grandson, relies on it for his wheelchair, which is $10,000, feeding machine, which is $700, 10 to 13 doctors at the University of Michigan's hospital, couch assist vest, which is $15,000, and a cochlear implant, which is $10,000, and much more. Dissolving the Department of Education, IDEA and Section 504 would hurt all children with disabilities by removing programs that educate them up to the age of 21. Also at risk of cuts is the Central Michigan University program Deaf Blind Central, which employs people who train school staff across Michigan in deaf blindness and how those children learn. Without these programs and law enforcement, the children would go back to the days of being warehoused. Trump wants education to go back to the states. If the federal government and our Department of Education no longer offer this help to deserving children, will the state of Michigan fill the void? I think not. Trump is to represent all constituents. Please tell me how he is going to fight to help my grandson and those who rely on support from the Department of Education and Medicaid. This is how the proposed government budget could affect us. Thank you, Judy, for such a beautiful letter. If you want to see more of our Substack, you can go to ioscocountydems.substack.com and follow us. It's absolutely free. Right now we're not using it to make any money at all. We just want to get our word out. If you are in the area, we welcome you to come in. We are on Newman Street in East Tawas. We are open and we have lots of ways to get people involved, and we look forward to meeting you when you come in. Thank you. Yeah, it was.
Make sure I know how to get on this.
Yes. So let's thank you. I don't know if anybody was on that.
Whenever you're ready, man.
Please hold.
I stay a while and walk.
And when we worked at, I went to Tawas City.
Sit in the chair.
Can't wait to get this new knee.
That's gonna be super exciting. Sit on the car chair.
Where's Jack?
Great.
I have one of those.
So this is what you look like. This is the camera. Yes. You just a little bit. Tell me when you're kind of centered, okay?
A little more. I'm looking out of the side of my head right now.
Which way? This way?
That's better. Right there.
Right there?
Nope. Nope.
Let me see.
This way more. So I have to look at that, not that.
Yeah, but anything is good. So, and this picks up a lot. So you're
Okay.
good there. And yeah, just introduce yourself. And do you want a monologue, or we can have a chat?
Go
ahead and talk.
I find it distracting if it's not lined up. So that's better. Yeah, that's it. All right.
You're a great talker. You're great at talking about your credentials. This actually is
Oh.
side to side.
Oh,
so you
okay.
don't have to be up like that. I know it's a little, looks like you're talking into a robot.
Or Donald Trump doing Philadelphia.
You're live.
Am I?
Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Richard Douglas. I'm a social epidemiologist living in northern Michigan in lovely Tawas City on Tawas Bay on Lake Huron. Someone said I was retired, but I haven't taken that very seriously because there are too many problems in the world, and the world is under such oppression of would-be autocrats that I think it would be immoral for me to actually retire. I have a lot of issues I could talk about, but today I'd prefer to talk about something close to my heart, and that is the aging of rural Michigan. Over the last 50 years, the demographic shifts in northern Michigan has been profound. The proportion of people over 65 is escalating rapidly. At the same time, that there is a diminished number of younger people, especially working age people. And at the same time that the elderly population is facing increased chronic disease mortality and morbidity, medical care systems are retreating from rural Michigan because of inadequate volume to cover their bottom line. I'd like to recall that years ago, in 1949, Congress, with bipartisan support by Senators Hill and Senator Burton, created the Hill-Burton Act and put hospitals all over rural America. Every congressional district got all kinds of healthcare hospitals in small towns, even small villages, under the Hill-Burton Act, and it lasted until 1977. In 1977, there was an assumption that we had too many hospital beds, and the further federal investment of hospital beds was inappropriate. Today, we have insufficient numbers of hospital beds in all rural counties in northern Michigan and in most other states. Today, the number of specialists in medical specialties per capita in rural counties is so inadequate that most of the counties in northern Michigan are medically underserved districts. This means that if you're seeking medical care for any specialty in northern Michigan, particularly if it's a chronic disease specialist that is most commonly experienced by seniors, you might have to travel for hours to get routine medical care. You might not even be able to find a specialist without going downstate to Ann Arbor or Grand Rapids or Detroit or Lansing. The problem then becomes more complex because the disease process that is going to affect this population proceeds, but people cannot get to routine medical care. If they don't get to routine medical care, then all of their problems become emergencies. If they become emergencies, it's not just a small matter to go to the doctor. It becomes a hundreds or thousands of dollar trip, followed by an emergency hospitalization and frequently a bad medical outcome. This is all preventable. It's also, in my opinion, rather obscene that we are not paying sufficient attention to it as a nation and as communities. Recent research has demonstrated that people cannot get to routine medical care even if they're low income and eligible for Medicaid. Nationally, only 4% of Medicaid recipients ever use the non-emergency medical transportation entitlement that they have by being a Medicaid recipient. About a third of the residents of this county are dual eligible for Medicare and Medicaid. And hardly any of them even know that the Medicaid program is supposed to help them get to the doctor. And if they try, it doesn't work very well. So if we have solutions that don't work, if we have providers that are leaving, if we have populations that have increasing need, then we have a problem. We have a problem of medical care that is needed but not provided, and we will suffer the consequences of having increased hospitalizations, expenses, and deaths. We are not impressed with the argument that if you choose to live in a rural location like Iosco County, Michigan, then you sort of have to accept the cost of getting to places will be more expensive. I don't buy that. A lot of the people here who are at risk because of the diminished number of medical providers in the region have lived here all their lives, have not chosen to live here for capricious reasons, and may have generations of others before them who have lived here and living in often even the same house. I don't think it's appropriate that we punish people for their choice of where to live by forcing them to travel hours and hundreds of miles to get medical care. It's bad policy, it's bad for public health, And it demonstrates, unfortunately, to politically vulnerable people that we don't care about them. So here's an argument to elected officials. If you want to be elected, pay attention to healthcare access and availability. Make sure that vulnerable populations are able to get to the doctor when they need to, not just for emergencies. Make sure that people who live in rural places do not have second-class medical care. Make sure that the medical care systems that do serve these populations recognize that they have an obligation to help people get from the house to the doctor. If those people have no other means, it's worth it. We have an assumption in the United States in all healthcare providers that the patients will get there. The first thing we encounter when we get to any hospital or clinic is a parking lot. I would argue that the provider's responsibilities do not end at the front door. If people in a community have trouble getting from point A to point B, and that includes getting to routine medical care, then the providers have some enlightened self-interest to help these people get to the doctor when they need to. In fact, it would be cost effective for them because 15% of medical services that are scheduled for outpatient appointments are called no-shows. And a no-show appointment at the clinic is going to cost the clinic money. Ensuring the patients can get there will save the hospital, save the clinic, and also serve the community. So that's my piece. I'm Dr. Richard Douglas. I'm a social epidemiologist. I'm a card-carrying, proud Iosco County Democrat, and I'm here to say that the world needs to take care of the people who are most vulnerable. Thank you very much for listening.
Great seeing you. Let me know if you need more of those.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Bonjour, friends.
Check out this issue, by the way.
Oh,
This is the newest one.
oh, good.
It's fantastic.
Well, fellow reader.
I'm a professional reader now. I'll have you know. I get paid for it. So the books are the same though.
I just had 2 new students added to my caseload, so now I've got like 23 kids. Yeah. But it's nice because I pull them out of class and I think my biggest group is 4 and they're my end, it's 4 kindergartners.
Let's see here.
I mean, you have to use a crowd view, and you don't need to talk, okay, because right now.
You don't have to pay anything.
Okay.
No, no, no. Nope.
Thank you, second. Oh,
Just
so
sign
that,
it. All you have to do is sign it. Oh, we have lots of coffee.
I wanted to get a picture of the Newman's Own.
Dee Dee, where do I have to
I
sign?
haven't tried that before, it was really good.
Let's see. No, that's, oh, you don't have to sign anywhere. We're all set. We'll mail it in. Hey, Carl. On May 17th, it's not on there yet, May 17th.
Hey, you wanna hear something inspiring though?
Mm-hmm.
I have some friends that are in their 80s, mid-80s, and they're in Grand Marais. I don't know if you know the geography.
I know where Grand Marais is.
Okay, so they're in their 80s, they travel all the way to Marquette for a protest.
That's awesome.
Yep, so it's 220 miles. Marquette.
I interviewed a 91-year-old veteran right here.
Wow.
He was here.
Yeah.
And this lady that was here, she's going to be 100 next month. She's been a Democrat her whole life. They came from West Branch. So
Wow,
amazing.
that's inspiring, isn't
It
it?
was really cool.
Now, if we could just get the older generation to realize the importance of,
We have youths coming later. We lured them here with pizza.
oh, there you go.
So, and I have some games for them too. We're going to play games.
So I can find my keys.
All right. And I need to get myself ready for our next section of things
All
here.
right.
So
See you later.
I will see you again soon.
Yes.
So I told him, I'll have to write back and say, yeah, which are in the public and will be there.
okay, I mean,
So we're still gonna do it.
I mean, they know what's going on,
Oh, they know.
and you could just ask, I was for one case.
Oh, price of eggs. Yeah, how was your score per cake?
Well, I mean, with this, that's 5% decline in 2 days. It's hard to get.
Scary?
Serious.
Yeah. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4 new MVP members. Boom.
How's it going?
Jeff, I'm so happy for you. I'm so
That's
happy.
all it is. Supposed to be, this is 4 new members are gonna.
I gotta fix this.
Sign up.
Okay,
Hopefully.
fantastic. When you're here, we I think we gotta start opening up more.
Well, yeah, I'm coming in tomorrow, I gotta make calls, I can give them calls on
Okay,
calls tomorrow,
okay.
a couple hours in the afternoon. And then I'm gonna go home, and get my feet up, my dogs are barking. I'm not used to standing that long.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for everything.
Great. Thanks for coming, I appreciate that.
Paul is so excited. He's like, I'm.
You know, telling me what your spine's upside down, because on the back it's upside down, when I flip it, it's upside down, I'm like, I got this.
Money, money, money.
Back shows up too.
She was so happy. No,
Well, there was a cop that kept going by me, parked down at the end.
uh-uh.
And she said, I'm gonna go down and talk to the cop. Okay. So she went out there and she was, oh yeah, he's all happy, just wishes that everybody would stay off the road because he worries somebody gets hurt.
Yeah.
You know, which is, I would have.
Yeah, right.
But anyway, she was all happy, so
We'll put those on our list.
I don't know. Whatever, I don't know what I do.
These new,
These are brand new, brand spanking new.
Oh,
Isn't that exciting? I get all happy when we recruit new members. Jeff, I think you do too.
what's that?
You get all happy when we recruit new members.
Oh, absolutely,
I
yeah.
mean,
That-
it's just like.
Well, that was my, I wanted to save that guy because I thought we lost him because
Yeah,
that got really nasty. I'm like, I don't know who that one was, but I don't. That's not how to handle that.
you know, you just, everybody.
Because I had to turn completely, but when I got done with him, he's like, couldn't have been a nicer person.
It's that pendulum.
Natasha, are you in a place where you can speak to me or no?
I need just a second. I'm having a lot of trouble with this website,
So every time.
and I really need it to work.
Slow down my old thing with the press of the
Yeah, I know.
When I left, just grabbed my hand a couple times to shake it again.
Well done.
84 years old.
Oh, he just lost his wife.
Just lost his wife, and now he's going to convert to a Democrat after being a Republican. A veteran too, he was a Vietnam veteran.
Well done. Did you get his name by chance?
Yeah, I have it written down, it's too stupid, not in the act or something like that.
Okay. All right, super. All right, if you send it to me.
I voted my phone number on the card for him with all our other phone numbers and stuff. I
Okay,
wrote my number on it.
super.
Call me personally, whatever. So,
You're a one-man recruiting machine.
yeah. Carl, guys, have a good day.
You too.
Are you gonna be here till midnight?
Would appear so.
Make it through this.
Just pray for me. I don't say that often. No, I'm gonna find some place to take a nap.
What's that?
Will they talk to you anymore?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they did it, but it's like, and my buddy did say, like, he had speak at a meeting somewhere in Colorado. And I think he said, well, he was gonna go because he'd already paid, right? And by all means, if you've already paid it, then you go, right? But, and obviously not everybody is supporting this change.
Right.
Alienate our allies for a sense, like, for 200 years.
Right.
Right, you know? Yeah, right, so, especially for places like Michigan and Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Okay. Well, I've got my photo bag, and he's supposed to be sort of a fundraiser, but I'm really good here.
Awesome.
So what he needs is, if you punch too hard, you will tip over. So he needs to be in a place where somebody who's getting into it is not gonna hurt anybody. And maybe up on a chair.
I love this. I love this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love this.
You can't Velcro with him on
I'll tell you about the, because I asked him, do people know who Jack is? He talked to the VFW.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I mean, I think it just shows you how to disconnect for people. Like,
So-
you know, do you vote? Do you know who your people are? It's just like,
That conversation has completely changed my whole approach to this Jack Bergman thing. It is not about where's Jack, it's about who Jack is.
okay,
And so one of my ideas
okay.
is a handout. Like what Matt did with the cards, probably a little bigger, with who Jack Bergman is, what he votes against, no town halls. You don't even know that he's your representative. Well, that's straight for anyone. And I said that, yes, exactly.
Because I mean, all of this is about this silliness where, I mean, out in Whitmore, there's kind of like, you know, so I agree with you, we're not all people in, but, you know, we'll call it the not people of color with biased income. You know, like making, Trump making the list. Do you realize what your place looks like?
Well, if you look at right by the dump, some of those trailer parks.
Are you ready, Freddie?
What?
Are you?
Question is, I have these two activities, one is the Zen table, and then the other one is the punching center. So my question is, for the punching bag, I'd like it to stay here at headquarters for a while,
Okay.
just to be on hand for people.
In case they're upset.
Us, it's just the way the issue you address, because we're coming. And, well, okay, we're not going to educate you.
So I want to be in a place that's visible
Welcome.
Hi. Come on in. I think I'm in the wrong place. Where's the Twin City? Oh, yeah, that's our, I think we're going to walk this way. Or it's around the corner. Okay, thank you. Anyway, so I need this.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna put a little jar so people could.
All right,
Toss in there.
awesome. I love it. Okay.
So I don't know where to put it.
Well, let's I'm gonna print current slide.
I don't want something
Um,
missing and hitting something else. So he needs to be sort of up on the table.
let's see what shows up on the screen here. He could sit next to you.
Sort of in a chair.
He needs to sit in a chair. He's old. He's a geriatric. All right. Up here. Get out of my way.
And then is there a little jars? Which is for
Yep, we can grab, actually, there's one on the counter over there.
I put it everywhere. So anybody who can be on YouTube is watching. My girlfriend, Barb, is in West Michigan, Holland. Michigan. 3,000 people showed up today. Yeah. At an event, hands up, yeah.
Well, somebody said there's 1,000 people in Novi.
There should be more than 1,000 people in Novi.
Well, I mean, it's probably.
So we just sort of set him up somewhere and we want some. Headquarters that he could stay.
Yeah, so do you want this on, so come see what it looks like on the video right now. So he's here. We could, we can have him here, or you could set him over here and we'll just have the sign. What do you,
Well, I was hoping some people could, enjoy. And we can, on the reverse.
oh my God. Oh, that one, I'll slap the heck out of
Then I
that.
want to set it up next to the donation thing, and then whoever wants to walk by and give a few pledges. So somewhere they could sort of sit.
Okay, give me 1 second, just some gentle punching of.
Thanks for coming in, Carl.
Oh, you're very welcome, Dee.
Make sure you take care of those. You know what, I'm gonna take these and I'll lock it up when I'm done.
Natasha, yeah.
So what I was sort of thinking was, with people coming from meetings and just stopping it as they walk by.
I'm the Oscar County Democratic Party.
Jab it.
I'm trying to enter some information on you of our database. And I want to certain I have the right email address for you. Can you give me a call back when you get a chance? I'm 616-264-7209. It looks like your email address is svmclean@aol.com. I want to make certain that second letter is actually a V.
All right. So this looks good. I'm gonna go get some coins, so I can participate. And then the stage is yours. You can do whatever you want. If you want to just sit here, you don't have to sit here. Whatever you want to do is totally fine.
Well, we need to hear from much before you go.
What's that? Oh, is there still room to rage?
Do you want to rage?
I could rage. maybe.
Well, it's Teresa's time and she's signed up.
But yes,
Oh.
but this is why.
Would you
If
like
want
to
to
sit?
arrange, that'd be excellent, because
Well, or
I'd
I
love
mean,
you
is
to.
there an open spot?
This is an open spot right now.
I mean, it is
My
kind of an
activity
open
wasn't-
spot. Hers is just punching this thing. So
Okay, well, I mean, I'll let you punch, let me do a little bit of.
Well, you do the rage, and then just have me.
she's got an
do
hour,
a
so
little-
if she's willing to share some
Yeah.
time.
And I've got an
Okay,
art
let me
class
just,
after this that I can do.
But I wanna, let me just browse a little bit because.
We're keeping profanity to a minimum and personal.
What's that?
We're keeping profanity and personal attacks to a minimum.
No, I have no No interest. No, I mean,
Ready
I,
to mean to you.
but venting, no. But so I'm not, I'm not interested either. That's, you know.
Take your time.
Okay.
That's ready to go. And you know what, we'll just. I'm gonna set him there.
Okay.
Okay, I should drink some water. I have a cup of water.
You know where the bottled water is, Sunshine?
What is it?
You know where the bottled water is?
Oh,
If you go just inside the kitchen and look to your left, you'll see a whole bunch of bottled water.
oh.
Hello, how can we help you?
Hello. I just thought I'd visit, since I missed the parade this morning in March.
We're in a lovely
I thought I'd visit.
We're in a lovely little
Sign in.
right now. Please do. Have you been here before?
No,
Oh, rad. Are you from
I'm
Taos?
from over in Hale
Oh, you're in Hale.
on the
Okay.
Long Lake.
Rad.
My friends went to Lansing today. I had friends that were here earlier. I just couldn't make it. What is the address? How many people were here today?
Oh my God, there's so many people here.
No, I mean for the protest.
There was 100 at Harbor Park, there was about 45 at the Taos post office,
Yes.
about 65 at Oscoda post office.
So a good 200.
Yeah, big day, good day. And we are live streaming right now, just on YouTube, and talking about different things, so we're having a nice, this was the big afternoon, this whole week.
It's like, well, I'm listening, I'm trying to write. and-
Natasha, if I want to read something, can I borrow a computer or is there, do I have to have the scene on there?
So you don't have to have this on, you could look up something if you wanted to pull something else up, this will just record either way.
Okay, so, or could I just,
You can sit and read off your phone, or.
no, I mean, could I watch myself on my, could I use my phone as a monitor and therefore read from the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and so.
Let me, hang on one second, let me see if my new QR codes are working.
Give me one
What's your
second.
question?
Oh, grab this, do we have a little address somewhere?
For here?
Take a
Facing, the Facebook page, is there?
If you look under Asco County Democratic Party, you'll find it there. Do you want the address for here?
Well, no, not the address for here, I just want the Facebook page.
Okay, can I just borrow?
Let me see if I can find it.
I can sit right here, if that's okay.
You want to keep it up or is it part of it?
Keep me busy.
Good news, Dee Dee. What's that? I have all this paper that I printed out that I have to.
If you just write it to the search field in Facebook, well, we are ready.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my friends that are supposedly here.
All right, don't worry, soon we'll all be cyborgs and then we can just.
Total. We came to the march, they sent me an email to join them, and I got
So much, I don't know. More food just keeps showing up. We need pepper. God, stupid
Asco
baby.
County Democratic Party.
Okay, I need to print this.
Your choices. There we go, that's what. That's what.
You know, I think we're just getting started.
That's what. Okay, so
You have this ready?
It's 3:30 in the afternoon.
It is, I know, but this is my nap time.
Are you
No,
doing any?
I never give it down somebody.
Postcards?
Yes.
Maybe people help fill out postcards.
Yes, yes, and
Stuff.
you want to do that now or do you want to take some home with you?
I'll take a call.
Don't go anywhere, young lady.
Give me a bunch. Most cards are hard to find nowadays. I know you got it.
So have you been a Democrat forever?
Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
Sort of forever. When I was young, I was a Republican because that's what your parents were.
Right, me too.
And then I got older and smarter.
No.
Are you joining us?
I was gonna say.
Or are you?
I don't know what that means.
Well, I can tell you.
Okay.
So, speaking, I'm the chair.
Hi.
So,
One of you might have called me yesterday.
I was Kathy Davidson. What is your name?
Christy.
Christy.
Children are
Okay.
watching.
You want to?
Here later with the kids?
No.
Okay. So if we call
The kids
you,
are home today.
come
We
down.
have a babysitter coming at 6,
Yeah.
so.
Look me up.
Your last name, young lady?
Major, M-A-J-O-R, no S.
I bet you've been fighting that your entire life.
Just when somebody, has to look me up.
Right here. Just major. So, okay. No, oh, okay.
I don't know, somebody called me yesterday.
We probably to ask you to renew. So
Maybe.
what happens is after a period of time,
Yep.
your information is archived.
Yep.
So if you want, you don't have to pay anything. So to be a member,
Yep.
there are two ways to do this. Being a member here does not automatically make you a member of the Michigan Democratic Party.
Right.
So if you want to join them too, no cost.
Right.
So you can do that too. I will send the form in for you.
I do. I
Signing
love
up
that.
will put you on the list, you get my newsletter, we'll stay in touch.
Yeah.
Let you know, postcarding events, mailers, all the events we have here in Jacksonville in Town Hall. You won't show up, but, so if you will fill that out,
Okay.
and we will get you back on the list. And then, you're,
We can set it up, either we can.
One of my friends might have given it to her.
Text her so that we can.
it's very possible, we get a lot of people.
Or we could try to actually.
April.
Where is that? Acres?
Yes, Maple Acres. He should be in there. Yeah, you shouldn't have to add him. Oh, no, don't delete the line,
No, no,
just
no.
So,
clear the content.
I'm here to set things up and facilitate, so whatever you need to get, whatever you want to try to do, I'm helping you do.
The board will
Easy to see, because it's kind of small.
We can.
Should we officially belong here, but.
Okay, we can take some
Sure.
I will be
I'll tell you what helps, now that I'm
For
traveling
sure.
the state circles.
Yeah.
The more people who sign up, the more interest the Michigan Democratic Party has in providing resources. You know, we don't get their money,
Right.
but if they're looking at organizers, helping to run every event. So don't look and say, wow, you have 400 members.
Yeah.
And that helps.
This area,
So-
because it's not relevant anymore.
Take care of this young lady right now.
We're doing it right now, so.
Turn this form too. How's that?
Fantastic.
So these are mine,
Those are yours.
these are mine, and you're gonna give me a list of
I'm losing my mind.
addresses probably.
Well,
Um, Yeah, my friends that were here today live in Lupton, they, I guess, belong to the Oklahoma. Yeah, went to a Democratic meeting every Tuesday or something. Yes. And, yeah, I just want to basically, I want to know what's going on.
So if it's not a lot of people, we can
And
work on that.
Yeah, because we have an office, so
Yeah.
people will come here for
Yeah.
events. And we love partnering with Ogama, we love partnering with Elkona. Absolutely, anybody who wants to come.
And the more, and I'm surrounded by Confederate flags, Trump 2028,
Super.
F, you know, F Biden still, I'm still raining on Biden. And the little bar at the end of Our Lady, along with our issues, right, politically still. And it's just, yeah, it's bad. So I don't put anything out, you know, like lawn, I don't talk politics to anybody. Nobody knows, I mean, they can guess, because I'm in the arts and they can guess. You know, I have good teeth, I go to the dentist, and so most of them have half their teeth rotted out. And it's funny because one of the bartenders over there, who's having an affair with the owner of the bar, and they're both married.
But not to each other? Just checking.
She posted a picture of the parade, and she just put the picture on, and it said, "This is Alex today," or something like that. And all of the comments are, "What's that? What's going on? What are they doing? Oh, that's a bunch of libtards. Oh, are those the retards? We voted them out. What are they doing?" And it's like, half of them didn't even know what was going on. What's going on? What is that? And you're telling me that you're informed, that you're an informed person, you know?
And then let's get you some.
And one guy who lives 3 doors down from me, who's quite popular, he goes to the bar a lot. He said, "Make sure somebody flips them off for me." And it's like, you're such a coward, look at yourself. And you know, them that you want, they're your neighbors. For your neighbors. They're the people that own the businesses that you eat at. I'm trying to figure. So whenever I can find like-minded.
Oh, no, he's weak.
My one hardcore
They just do.
she's in California. She has a house here twice a year. I'm sure she's organizing something today.
So,
I love that.
let's see.
Um,
We can turn this just a little bit.
I had it in my.
I'll give you that where I go. Sometimes I just.
Your brother is waiting for you to start, so.
I'm listening.
I just, like, the last 2 months, I just sweated until my social security check came through, you know? And then I read a girl, she said, she went to log in online to access her account, to look at it, and it said, no such account.
So the
Her
microphone
account
needs to
didn't exist, it
be,
wiped out.
it's
So
pick up.
she goes, what do I do?
Okay,
Well,
so why don't you give a little intro about what you're doing and show it, and then you can do your demonstration here, and you can kind of see
Do a
what you can see.
screenshot or print out before it becomes.
And this is, it picks up some.
Oh, so if I have a.
Nice shirt.
Thank you. All right. Am I on then?
You're ready.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We're teaching a stress relief class today because it is a rageathon, and I know everybody is anxious and stressed and raging about the state of the world. And I want everyone to remember to take care of yourself and to release some of that rage, and to sort of get out of your rage state periodically so that you don't burn out, and that so you can still be a helpful person as we progress through this rather stressful year. So anyway, so what we're going to do is just a half hour, 20 minutes of a special stress relief art activity. And if
So has it been told?
Great news. Teresa's just practiced a bunch and now she's ready to talk live. I didn't even see that got pushed.
Okay,
Okay.
does this mean
All right. Are we, Pat? Are we audioed up now? Can you hear?
I'm one of the trustees. I'm eventually going to take over.
Yes, audio? No audio? Yay. Okay.
Okay, so everything I just said, you can't, nobody heard? Okay, we'll start again. All right, sorry about that if you started to listen. Anyway, okay, I'm trying to remember what I already said. What we're going to do today is a stress relief art class. Take about 15, 20 minutes or less if you don't feel it. Anyway, because everybody has been so anxious and worried and enraged about everything going on in the world, we thought that during our Rageathon, we would give you a little bit of stress relief, a little bit of anxiety relief. So I'm hoping you can hear me now. So what we're going to be doing today is called Zentangle. You may have heard of it. It's basically a structured doodling for all ages, for all artistic abilities. You don't have to do anything artistic. You don't have to know anything about art. It's basically a way to relieve stress. And basically the purpose of Zentangling is not to make a beautiful piece of art. It's to get lost in the process. And what we mean by that is the Zentangles that we're going to learn are very repetitive and it's very relaxing. Think about when you were in high school and you used to doodle when the math teacher was droning on. Same kind of idea, but a little more structured. And the word Zen is in there. So while you're doing a Zentangle, you want to relax. You want to let your mind flow. You want to let your stresses be released. So the purpose of Zentangle is to lose yourself, to get out of your body a little bit, get out of your racing thoughts all the time, and to just enjoy the time. Breathing and relaxing is an important part of it. What we're going to do today is just a quick Zentangle. If you go online, there's all kinds of classes about Zentangling for beginners that you might enjoy watching. There's pattern books that you can buy at the store or at Walmart or at an art store that are already partly done, and then you fill in the rest. But today we're going to do one just from scratch. And you're going to learn how to do it, and hopefully you'll enjoy that. Anyway, basically all you're going to need is a piece of paper. 8.5 by 11, any days. You can use the back of an envelope. You can do whatever you have on hand. Most of the time when we do Zentangle, people will use a marker like a Sharpie, or if you have a fine point marker, that's even better. You can use any color you want. You can use a pencil if you'd rather. Any kind of markers. So what we're going to do today, I'll show you an example. I think you can see that. We're going to make a Zentangle pattern. That looks very complicated, but don't get worried about it. It's so easy, you're going to love it. When you do Zentangle, I'll give you a couple of quick pointers. Typically in a Zentangle, there's a couple things you think about. You just start with maybe a border around your paper so that you have edges to go to. So if you'd like to do that, I'll show you on the board in a minute here how we're going to do it. But these are the kind of lines you're going to make. And I think everybody can do this. You can do a wavy line, a curvy line, you can do a bouncy line, you can do arc, you can do closed or open. So those are the kind of lines that you're going to make. So if you don't know how to draw, don't worry about it. You can do it. These are some of the typical patterns that people use when they're Zentangling, just to get an idea. Easy in front of you there. Anyway, so you can see they're very simple circles and squiggly lines. And again, there's really no mistakes in Zentangling. So if you're doing something and it doesn't look exactly like what I did or what the person online did, don't worry about it. The idea is to enjoy the process. So I'd like you to get your paper and a marker, and then we'll get started. Typically, and I can't remember if I said this now or before the mic
turned on. But if you go online, there's all kinds of classes for Zentangling for beginners, all kinds of patterns you can copy or download. You can go to Walmart, you can go to bookstores, you can go to art stores and get books about Zentangling that have some patterns that you can copy or use. So you can get as complicated as you want or as simple as you want. But the idea is for you to relax and to enjoy. So let Donald Trump and let Elon Musk go twirl around Washington for a minute while you breathe and restore yourself to sanity for a second. So I'm going to show you a couple of things, and then if we have time at the end, I don't know if you have questions, if you have a way to go online and do that, we can answer any questions you might have. What we'll do is have your I'm gonna turn this so you can see a little better. Anyway,
Something.
Okay, so the pattern we'll make, we're just going to start with a circle. So you follow along, and this is actually going to be opposite because of the way the camera works. So it might be confusing, so I'm hoping that this makes sense to you as we go. Oh, I'll show you my shirt while we're at it. We did our protest this morning. Hands off Social Security, Medicaid, veterans, etc. Anyway, here we go. Get your marker. Any size is fine, any color is fine. We're going to just draw a circle. And I hope you can see that. It's a little bit glaring. I'll assume you can get it. Anyway, it can be anywhere roughly around, I don't know, wherever you want in the middle of the page roughly. So then what we're going to do now is we're going to use some wavy lines. So watch how I do this, and I hope you can kind of see it. I'm going to start at the top of my circle, and I'm going to make a swooping line. So just like a wave. It can be any shape you want. Then the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of meet where I started at the beginning. I'm going to make a little point there, and then I'm going to come out with my swirl, and I'm going to copy the swirl across again. So I'm hoping you can see that. I'm going to make another right there. Swirl and down. So I've got multiple swirls. Wherever you get room, I'm going to start another swirl. I'll make it down. Doesn't really matter if these are different sizes. Doesn't really matter what shape they are. So I'm going to keep going around my circle and making lines. Now, if you're feeling tense, like, oh no, I'm doing it wrong, don't worry about it. This is yours and tango. The idea is for you to breathe and relax. So I'm making my swirls all around, just random. Oh no, I made a mistake. Oh well. So once you get all your lines, we're going to start to fill in. And this is where the Zentangling gets sort of meditative and repetitive. So I'm going to start maybe with the first one of these little rainbow swoops that I made. And all I'm going to do is start to fill it in with little circles.
Oh, you're getting a lot of heckling from this Pat Sutton. This is no good. That looks like an avocado. How rude. How rude.
I can't read those. You'll have to fill me in. Anyway, your circles are going to be any size you want. Little ones, bigger ones. They're all going to try and stay inside the line. So I'm going to fill that whole thing up with circles. Cool. And some of them are more circle than others. I love it. Some of them are nice. I'm gonna sit here and get zenned out. So I want you to just breathe and relax while you do your circles. There's no stress. If you want to join us, please do. I have paper right here. So circles, and we're going to fill this whole thing up. And this is where you're breathing and you're letting all of that craziness of the world swoop out of your brain. as you circle and circle and circle and circle, on and on.
5:30 because it's at 6 to 8 p.m. on our website, so. Dee will send out, Dee does every weekend.
And there's no mistake. So you're gonna go all the way down. And I'm gonna give you a minute to fill in your first swoop. And I'll show you in our final drawing what mine looked like on here, just so you can get an idea of the circle section.
Don't get an email. Email me or her.
So,
So you have my email address in a second.
so I'll let you take a minute. Typically, if you're untangling, you might want to have some calming music on. Something soothing, classical music is always soothing. Something with a beat that you enjoy. And then I'll wait a minute while you finish your first swoop.
We meet at 5:30.
I'm glad people are feeling calmer already. That's perfect.
Any comments? So I'm sending you the address. Peter Slotkin.
And again, don't worry if you screw up or if your circle goes outside the line. That's entangling. It's relaxing. And you're not trying to make a masterpiece. You're trying to release your stress.
I'll confirm that. Have you called out? Would you like to? And it's no cost.
So while you're doing your circle, one thing that you'll think about as you get more accomplished in your Zentangling is how dense and dark each of your designs is going to be. And what you'll notice is some designs, if the lines are spread apart, they're sort of lighter looking. If you put them close together, they look darker and more intense. So I'll give you just an example right here. If I did a design like that, it's sort of light looking. But if I do this, it's getting darker and darker. If I do even more, it can be really dark. So as you're doing your design, see what pleases you. Maybe you want some light areas, some dark areas. Maybe you're feeling super stressed that day and you want to just and do it. All right, I'm hoping you're finished with your first swoop of circles. What we're going to do next is a line pattern. So we're just going to move down into the next swoop, the next wave under your circles. And we're going to start with just some lines. So this will be a little harder to see, so I hope you can see it. I'm going to make 3 or 4 parallel lines, just a little bit apart. Then I'm going to rotate. I'm going to rotate my lines so they're not all going the same way. So after I did 3 or 4 swooping down like that, I'm going to make 3 or 4 going a different way. So I'm going to make them maybe going up like this. So then those, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm going to keep going so you can kind of get the idea. So what I'm doing is just rotating. It doesn't matter if they're exactly the same or not. So just rotate your lines, keep them about the same width apart if you can. So I'm not sure if that's easy enough for you to see, but I'm going to keep going.
This is all live stream. Yeah.
So hopefully that is getting visible. So I just rotated my 3 or 4 lines and made them go one way, then I made them go another way. And you'll notice some of my lines are a little wavy and not quite the right width apart. No worries. I'm going to make some other lines, keep them going, and we're just going to go in a different way. Here they go. And so you're going to fill in this whole wave with some lines. And as your wave gets bigger, your lines will get longer and longer. Sometimes I do 3 or 4, sometimes I do 5 or 6, whatever you feel. If you want it to be more geometric, you can make them very even. You can make the same number as you go along. So I'll keep going on this one so you can see. Hopefully it's a little harder to see it. And I'm sorry about the glare from the window. We don't have rain. So I'm hoping you can kind of see it. And then you angle, whatever angle you really want. Again, you can make it look very structured by doing your angles the same. If I did all my angles the same. If I didn't, all right. So I'm going to show you our finished one up close so you can hopefully see that a little better. See the second one under the thing with just the lines. It almost looks like weaving or cross hatching. So finish out your wave with your lines.
Reading French because I studied there. I took some sheets of scripts at junior college.
Somebody drew a cat. I don't want to ruin it over here.
I love a lot of impressions. I know enough to work.
All right, I'll give you a minute to finish your lines.
Shall we trip you with European words of art?
And then I'll have to show, Dee Dee, I'll have to show some of yours when we're done. So one of the things I'm doing in this end table is we've talked a little bit about, this is going to be a little darker looking than this because these lines are further apart. These are closer together, so it's going to look a little darker. So I think what I'm going to do on this is I'm going to make it sort of darker, lighter, darker, lighter, just because I feel like it. The other thing I'm going to do is, these are sort of circular lines. These are straight lines. So maybe I'm going to go circle straight, something like that. But again, this is yours. You can do whatever you want. So I'm hoping you've got your lines done. And we're going to move on to our next little swoop. This wave is going to be, you'll like this one, I think. This is going to be little swirls, and these are always fun to do. So I'm going to start, you won't be able to see them in this little one. Basically, they're little curlicues. I'm going to make a great big one here so you can see it. So just a curlicue, and I'm just making a single curlicue. And I might make them a little bigger as I get down here, or if I want, I can keep them all very tiny. As I
Thanks.
She's entered the data. No.
And when you're doing this by yourself, you can take a break. You know, if you get stressed out or you feel like I'm getting bored, just stop and pick it up another day or another moment. But what you're doing is just repeating and repeating. Your body is in sort of a repetitive motion, and that helps your brain to calm itself down as well. So if you feel stressed for whatever reason, just stop, take a breather. So I'm keeping going, I'm filling this all in with my little curlicues. And already, your Zentangle is pretty cool looking. And it looks very complicated, even though everything you've done is super easy. So after you finish that, I'll give you a few more minutes to finish that up. And I'll show you up close what it looks like on our finished one. You can kind of see the curlicues, I hope. And don't forget to breathe. Your mind can wander and do whatever you want while you're doing this. But the idea is to let go of some of that rage, let go of some of that anger, let go of some of that anxiety.
this is that Jerry finish.
Are you finished with your curly cues?
And, so Senator Toby instigated tax review.
All right. Then we're going to move on to our next one. This one is going to be a little different. I said that I was going to do circles, lines, but I changed my mind because I felt like it. So this one's going to be little, like almost like little rainbows. So what I'm going to do is start up here. And what we're calling, they call it aura in Zentangles. When you make a line and then you copy it, that's called an aura. It's basically copying a line. So I'm going to make sort of an arc like a rainbow, and I'm going to rotate it just like we did the straight lines, but this time it's curved. So I'm curving, and you won't be able to see it probably till I get bigger, but I'll show you in a minute. So I'm not sure if you can see that.
Did you do the book?
So I'm hoping you can see it now. So basically, I'm just doing 3 little rainbow lines, and I'm copying them. So it's an aura. I do one line, and then I do an aura around it of 2 other lines. So wherever I start my first line, I'm just going to copy it with my second line and my third line. So those are auras around your first line. So I'm just going to rotate it so they're not all going the same way. Kind of like that. Hoping you can see that. And this is small enough. I think I can finish this one with you. So go ahead and finish your little rainbows, whatever you want to call them.
619, 7 arches, 3 solutions. And so we quit Wednesday, Tuesday,
Breathing and just relaxing, letting your mind wander, letting your hand do what it wants to do. And if you make a mistake, excellent. Right, I'll show you what it looked like on my original here. So you can see them right there. Hopefully you've got your little rainbows done. Now we're going to make, I think I'll call these petals. So basically what I want to do is make just a loop with an aura around it. So basically it looks almost like a little oblong or a little oval. And then I'm going to make an aura around that oval. It can be as big as you want, whatever makes you feel good. Some happy little ovals, like what's his name said. So I don't know if you can see those yet. I'll keep going. And again, remember you're not perfect. Nobody is. So what we're doing is enjoying ourselves. So hopefully you can see that. I'm making an oval. And then I'm making an aura around the oval, just copying the oval again. So they almost look like sort of leaves or something, I guess you could say. And then when the oval doesn't quite fit, I'm just stopping it at the edge. So for an example, I've got a big oval there. I'm making an aura around it, making another oval here, an aura around it. I'm going to try and make one here, but it doesn't fit. So I'm just going to stop at that edge and make my aura stop at that edge also. So I'm hoping you can see that. I'm going to speed it up a little just so you don't get too bored.
You're going to be close to my.
So finish all your little feathers. They almost look like peacock feathers or something to me now. So that'll go all the way down to the bottom. And you can see, because those lines are a little closer, it looks a little bit darker than the one next to it. So we are doing this sort of dark, light, dark, light, dark.
And so to go back to.
All right, we'll let you finish those out. And then while we're on this one, a lot of things that you do in Zentangle have to do with sort of embellishing. And this can be really fun. You can use colors if you want. You can color in some of your designs. I'll show you shading at the end. Oftentimes you'll shade with a pencil, even though you made your design with markers. You can add little tiny mini things inside a design to make it darker, to make it cool looking. So anyway, hopefully you've got your sort of feathers / leaves done, and we're going to move on to our next wave right here. And this one I think we'll do lines again. So this one, we're just going to do straight lines. This will be pretty easy. I'm going across, maybe 3, 4 lines. And I think about every 4th or 5th line, I'm going to color it in. So I did 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 5th one, I'm going to color it dark. And you probably won't be able to see that yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll color the next one dark. So much more taxes, so I kind of forgot about color that one dark. Just to change it up. I don't know if you can see that yet, but I'll keep going. 1, 2, and they're straight lines. We made curvy, curvy over here. These are going to be straight. And then we'll color them in. So see how it's coming, kind of making a different kind of pattern because I did that dark stripe. 1, 2, 3, 4. So go ahead and finish your wave on that. And again, some of my lines are not very straight. Oh well. Some of them are thicker than others. Oh well. What I'm doing is enjoying the repetitive.
Yeah, I gotta get gas. And I was gonna just kind of check out the area for like, because my thing starts at 5.
So you'll keep going and finish that one.
So I can get gas.
And again, when you're doing this on your own time, take as long as you want or as fast as you want. What I did in the example one, you'll see when I I got bored with doing those little black bars, so I left a little white spot in the middle. So if you want, you could do that on some of your bars and just make a white spot. What I sort of did was make it sort of in the middle for each one. Like that. I don't know if you can see it. So I'm hoping you're getting the feeling for Zentangling. And these are just random patterns. If you go online, I'll show you a couple examples. I think I showed you these before, but these are some of the things you can get. There's Zentangling for children. That's really easy. And you can do it with your kids if you want. You can get more complicated. Here's some of the more complicated ones. But you can get millions of ideas and use your own imagination. Just draw a line and see where it goes. One of the things that typically people do is you'll use either a branching line, curving lines, straight lines. We talked about those basic shapes. And then you sort of decide, do I want to do triangles, circles, lines, squares, whatever you want to do, and whatever you're in the mood for, go for it. There's no right or wrong in Zentangling. All right, we got that one done. Let's do our next one. This is going to be kind of easy, and I'm just going to make sort of hot dogs. So I'm just going to make hot dogs, big old hot dogs. And I'm kind of leaving a little bit of space between them, but not a lot. And some of them are weird shaped, but oh well.
You probably wouldn't, but I thought when I first saw a letter from Jesse Jones, or a letter to Jesse Jones, I thought, how can I find out who Jesse Jones is?
So I just did a whole bunch of ovals. So what we're gonna do on this one is we're gonna do a little bit of background and a little bit of embellishing. So what I decided to do on this is just make some lines behind the circles, behind the ovals. So I'm just gonna do a few lines behind, because what's gonna happen is the circles will look like they're on top of the lines. So I'm sort of making them parallel to each other, but if they're not quite, that's okay. We just relax.
Wow, this is really a song, right?
And it's kind of fun.
And so in that case, Jesse Jones wrote a letter to Willard Dow. I don't have a letter, I have Willard Dow's response. Asking for money for cancer, and Willard Dow says, do you have Mr. Jones?
So I'm not sure how well you can see that, but basically the little lines in back make a little background, and it makes the ovals or the little circles sort of pop out to the front a little bit. So the dark things usually are in behind. They look like they're behind, and then light things look like they're in front. So I'm bored with that, so I decided I wanted to put some polka dots in the middle of my ovals. So I'm just putting some random dots. Maybe you feel like doing something else. Maybe you want to do a little triangles. Maybe you want to do little squiggles. Maybe you want to do more circles, like actual circles. So whatever you feel like, I'm just filling in my holes with different things. And the idea in Zentangle is the repetitiveness. Remember, you want to just relax, let your body and mind float. It's not going to be super intense thinking, oh, this needs to look cool. This is just going to be for your brain to relax. So finish your little circles and lines. I'll show you what it looks like in our example. And then we'll go into our next swoop, which is going to be kind of a fish scale. And I'm going to start a little bigger, so I hope you can see it. What I'm going to do is make little half moons or little arcs. But what's happening is, which is going to be hard for you to see until it gets bigger here, is that I'm going to start my arcs in the middle of the other little arc. So I'm going to make a big one right here so you can see. So I'm going to make an arc, and maybe I'll make another one right next to it. But the next row that I'm going to do is I'm going to start in the middle and go to the middle of the other one. So it looks sort of like a fish scale. So that's kind of the idea, and it's hard to see. So you're going to do that, and just keep going and going. You can make them whatever size you want. Some of them are going to be weird shapes. Maybe they won't quite go to the middle. Oh well. On and on we go. Repeating, relaxing, breathing, making our fish scales. So finish up your fish scales, and as your little swoops get smaller and smaller, your designs will be quicker and quicker. So I think what I'm going to do in the next one, after we finish our fish scales, is we'll do this one again, because I just feel like it. And we have kind of a lot of swoops and swirls, and maybe we want some more sticky lines. So we'll do some of that. Remember, those were just 3 or 4 in a row, and then rotate your lines to be 3 or 4 in the other way.
Yeah, right. And that was the same type of thing. And so later on, it took place in
And I don't know if you've noticed, but you're not thinking about Donald Trump. You're thinking about your lines. So cool. So here's what it would look like in there, and yours is going to look different, and that's perfectly correct. And then remember, we did these little rainbows, so I think we're going to do those again also, kind of repeating some of our things. So I'm going to make those rainbows again, but I'm going to do something a little different. So remember, those are called auras. I make a line and then I copy its angle and its shape. So I'm making rainbows with little auras. And then what we did, or what I did on this one, is I filled in the middle of our little rainbows just to make a different, darker look. So at the very center of the rainbow, I'm going to color in those right here. And you know what? Every once in a while, you're going to color in the wrong thing. And you'll be like, oh, damn it, I ruined it. No, you didn't. You just did. You did. So don't. If you color in the wrong thing, that's okay. Just to make your design more interesting. So I'm filling those in, and now they sort of look almost like eyeballs or something. I'm not sure what. Okay. All right, we're almost finished. There's a few more swoops here, and I'll show you what I did on mine, but I want you to fill yours in however you like. And you can use anything you want. Make it up, copy what we already did, use something you found online, whatever you feel like. And then while you do that, I'm going to just finish up. I decided this needs to be like an eye, our original circle. So I'm just going to put another circle on the middle. And then I'm going to make another circle in the middle of that, so it kind of looks like an eyeball. And then what's going to make it cool is I'm going to leave some white. I'm going to color that aura right here, but I'm going to leave a little bit of white around that edge. So I don't know if you can see this well, but it's coloring in. And I'm leaving some white out just because I felt like it. So when I talked about earlier about embellishing your Zentangle, once you get your design, maybe you decide, oh, you know what, I want to put some squiggly lines here, or I want to add polka dots on here. Do whatever you want, whatever makes you feel good. And again, it's the repetitiveness, it's the relaxed breathing as you're doing it that's going to make you feel good. One of the things a lot of people will do with their Zentangle is to use a pencil afterwards, and maybe they'll shade in some. So when you shade, basically you're going to color around. It's hard to tell on this, but if I was using a pencil, if I shaded all along this edge, it's kind of going to make this other top thing look like it's on top of this way. So it gives it a little depth. And again, whatever looks cool to you, maybe I'll do that, maybe I'll put some around this edge. So just embellish if you want with color, if you want with your pencil, or use your marker. So I hope you've enjoyed the Zentangling. And again, you can go and buy any number of books on Zentangling. You can get as complicated as you want. And would you do me a favor? Would you grab me those Zentangles over there that are colored on the table? She had them out. Yeah, no, not the pencils, the actual Zentangles that are on the table, the pictures. Oh, yeah, thanks. So I'm going to show you a couple that Dee Dee did. Thank you. So hers are beautifully embellished. These are ones that she purchased, and she just did them herself and colored in. And again, the colors she used, the design she picked, it's all, I mean, you can kind of see these are similar, but they're totally different colors. Just to inspire you. And again, you can do this without thinking. Your body's just kind of taking over, and your mind has to watch what your hand is doing. So it kind of takes your brain off of all that stress. So hope you enjoyed that. And as our final thing, when you've got more stress than you can handle, I just wanted to show you our release the frustration. So show you those real quick. So I think you may have seen this earlier. I'm not sure if I can get him in the right thing. But anyway, if you really need some stress relief after your Zentangle, I highly recommend those up. Or anyway, all set. Thanks for watching. Beautiful.
All right. We are going to be pulling up a video chat, and we're going to have Jamie Brantz, who is Project 83 coordinator, and she works with the Michigan Democratic Party. So she is a source of a lot of information. So we're going to have her next, and I just need some time to technologicize this. So you just sit tight there.
So, in 43, there was a big upswing. The government was- It was $8,000. And then it was a 3 or 4 to 8 jury, so we got
So that's.
and they came out and gave us a full.
So.
And then.
So what I normally do is I close.
And I think the case I can't remember exactly, but it ended.
So.
2 years later, this came out.
What else do you do? No, this is it. Seriously? No, this is it. I don't know shades. Like your artist. That hard.
Yeah, I mean, they're at.
Oh, yeah. She, so I learned about.
Okay, well, I mean, so, but this conversation.
Use of blank space and I was gonna say,
100 years.
I started doing this in 2018.
I think at least 2 of mine were
Is that funny?
one.
It was it's like, she got me into it, she was TV, but it's coming out. Right.
You don't want her, see? Can we just talk, you gotta agree on the truth, what people believe in.
So the other thing, this is what she'll use.
And be like, well, remember, you always have
Yes,
to. You can't act on this, you have to go to the doctor.
Yeah, it's funny.
So if you can't go, you can't do whatever you have to.
Yeah.
If I don't.
If it's help.
Here we go. All right, good. I can hear you. Hey, Jamie, how's it going?
Good.
Let me turn the volume up. I'm going to put us both here, and then Deirdre is coming over here. How was your day?
Good. Good. Really good to see all the protests going on. It's just amazing.
There was, probably about 200 people out at 3 different protests just in here in Oscoda. So, give me 2 seconds because I haven't done this before, so I just want to make sure that it's streaming correctly. Give me 1 minute. All right, sounds good. Looks good. Let me get back here.
Yeah.
Is it here?
Tell me when you are ready.
All right, we are ready to go. So I do have these things here. You can talk about whatever you want. Jamie's here. Hey. And then when the time is up, you can just click stop sharing, and then Carolyn will be ready to just sit down and be on this. Okay?
Wonderful.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. We have a member blowing up a punching bag with Trump's face on it.
Nice.
So Jamie Brand, thank you for joining with us. I'm going to wait until there we go. Perfect. So we have you for a half an hour, and we are so excited. We have an Ask You Anything, and we have so many questions from people. And but I know Natasha sent you a couple of things, and where would you like to start?
I know communications has been a lot of messaging.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think with the change in administration, both in Michigan and nationwide with Ken Martin and Curtis Hertel, that's something they're very aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah, our messaging team, our comms team sends out weekly messaging reports for people to use and press releases, social media, whatever they want to do. On a national level, I don't know what we can do to change the messaging, but I think in Michigan, we already are changing it. And the new chair is really open to talking to just everybody.
Super. We that communications email that comes out, it comes out on Fridays. I think, yeah, it is just packed full of really good stuff. And if what I'd like to do is I have the link, but I want to make sure anybody who's listening and we get that out to members so that if they're communicating with other people in other places, they've got that resource. One of the things earlier we were talking about Substack, and we should get that we should get the communications link on our website and broadcast it in Substack too, so that people know it's a resource for them.
Yeah. And part of like the listening session at the Rural Summit, Curtis is doing a listening session. And I know this is a big thing for people because that's the most popular session.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
So you'll have a lot of time to talk to them. I think we're going to need a mic in a big room.
Let's talk about the Rural Summit for anyone who has not heard of it or isn't. Let's talk about it. Tell us all about the Rural Summit.
Yeah, it is 3 days, 2 days of sessions, 1 day of opening welcome reception. This year we're featuring on Thursday a documentary Pastor Doug Padgett put together about a bike ride they did along the border and immigration and Christian nationalism and the intersection of them. So that's really exciting. And then starting on Friday, we're kicking off with so many amazing speakers. I don't even have them all in my head. Yeah, and we still have people that are considering coming. I just got a text this morning about someone else another speaker. But yeah, we have Garland Gilchrist, we have Debbie Dingle, we have Alyssa Slotkin, we have Haley Stevens, and it just keeps going.
Yeah, Mallory McMurrow.
Yep.
And who else? Is Joe Tate coming?
I don't think so.
Okay, I think he talked about trying to come for 1 day, but and that is in Sault Ste. Marie at Keewaydin Casino. And do we know if there's still time to sign up? And we have hotel rooms available in the area if there isn't a room available at the casino. So
yeah, there are rooms available. What else? Yeah, each day there's 3 breakout sessions, and they are a variety of topics. We have 4 tracks that we are working on. One is communications and messaging. Another is legislative. There's a candidate training track, and then there's a party building track. So something for everybody. Definitely, if more people from one county go, split up and learn all of this stuff.
One of the questions we've been open. We had almost 300 people protesting today in Iosco County at various places along 23, which is pretty incredible given the size we are. And had a number of people come in, and 3 people asked I got 3 questions alone. If we know someone who wants to run, where do we start? And I think that candidate training, I wanted to say go to the Rural Summit. And that's one of the questions I wanted to ask you, because I think we're going to get that question more.
Yeah, definitely. Send them my way.
Yeah.
I am a one-stop shop. I can even notarize the documents that you need to submit. Yeah, I can get you everything you need to get started and connect you with resources like Great Lakes Political Academy.
Oh, yeah.
And Campaign Academy that help you learn how to be a candidate and what you need to do.
Okay.
Wonderful.
And the one thing that most people are scared of is the campaign finance.
Oh, right.
If you can balance a checkbook, you can do campaign finance. It's not that scary. And as far as raising money, it's surprisingly easy to raise money when you're running.
That's really good to know. That's, and I think in part because most people don't even know where to start to raise money. So,
yeah.
So that's good to know. We should start to put that stuff together. So anything else on the summit before we get to the next few questions?
I don't think so. I mean, we have a great menu lined up. If anyone went last year, it will not be the same experience.
The food looks great. So,
yeah.
Well, and it's, we've got a number of really good people coming from all around the state. You know, downstate, the west side, mid-Michigan, a lot of us from the northeast side are coming. So we are really looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Plus, there's a lot of time built in to network and meet people from other areas.
Well, that's wonderful. What, one of the questions I know that Natasha had left was after the 2024 election, that was also messaging. And I think you answered that in both the messaging that the Michigan Dems put out and then that weekly communication. With the listening session, are there other ways if people come in and are not, you know, every time we have somebody come in who joins us, we try to encourage them to join the MDP too. And we had 4 new members today, 4 new MDP members as well. And one of the questions is for people who don't work or understand how county parties and the state interact, and they say, well, I don't even know who to contact. What would you say? How can we help them connect and have their voices heard?
Yeah, a lot of it is through Project 83 because we're on the ground year round. We're talking to people. Yeah, I've been to your office enough that I don't need GPS anymore. Yeah, a lot of it is me because I'm your resource.
Yeah.
And I'm what kind of connects the county parties to the state party. And there's 10 of us in the state. Excuse me. Our new chair is currently fundraising to add a few more so that we'll be able to even serve better because there are a lot of resources people don't realize the party supplies, like training resources, campaign academy, press releases, website help, everything.
Oh, that's good to know. So if somebody comes in and says, I have some input, I have some feedback, I can say, hey, contact Jamie.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And we will.
And I can make sure it gets to the right person.
Super. Okay. And it's nice then too, then you have a way to connect with people in our community too.
Yeah, and it's so much better than just calling a number in Lansing.
Right.
And talking to someone you don't know.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's see. We have another question that Natasha had is what evidence-based or data-backed strategies are being used by the MDP to evaluate candidates, plan strategy, and understand voters?
Understanding voters is that's way above my pay grade. But as far as the candidate recruitment end of it, we worked last year and this year with Contest Every Race, and we use our data to find potential candidates, and then Contest Every Race text them, and then we follow up with a phone call from Project 83 to kind of vet them and see if they're interested in running and how that would go. And it was so successful last year. I had in my region over 200 candidates for local office with a D next to their name.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's working. We're doing it again. This year we made some tweaks based on last year's experience, so that next year we're ready in 26 to get all the seats filled.
Oh, that's fantastic.
But yeah, the targeting, our data manager did such an amazing job at targeting with those people.
Oh, that's great. And I think that's is the focus, or the knowing that some places just nobody will be on the ballot, and to be able to have the resources and say, look, you're not going to do this alone. And we had so many people in here today, and one person moved up here from downstate, and she's like, I had no idea there were Democrats up here. And there are so many people involved up here, and that too is part of the messaging of how do we reach
the visibility.
Mm-hmm.
The visibility within your community is huge.
Yes.
And what you guys are doing to get your name in the paper and photos, that's huge too. And then as far as understanding voters, the DNC has upgraded Vote Builder to include more categories like apathetic voters and different age groups, so that we can kind of focus our targeting more.
Okay.
So it's really interesting how much they've tweaked that data to really let you find people.
Okay. Yeah, let's talk about VAN. I don't think most people even know what that is.
Yeah, it's the Voter Activation Network, and it's a data tool. It is where we track what we think people will vote likely, but it's also if they've been asked a question ever, survey responses, they said, oh, maybe I'll volunteer from a call from someone. That's all recorded there. We have information going back 20 years.
Wow.
And it's great historical data, but it's also what we can use. We can use it for fundraising. We can use it for just outreach.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we don't know how you voted. We guess. It's a pretty good guess most of the time, but we don't have access to how people actually voted. So you can use that program to get to doors to talk to people. And then they always say, well, how do you know that I'm a Democrat?
Mm-hmm.
We guess.
Yeah.
I guess with a very, very complicated algorithm, but we get,
Right. Those are in the numbers. And some of those are like very specific, like 98.93. I mean, just really, so that must be a very interesting algorithm. And so the other thing, one of the ways too that we can use VAN at the party level is when people move into our communities. If we can do outreach and connection. We have it set up so that with that list, we send a postcard. If we have a phone number, we give them a phone, we call them and hope, try to encourage them to get involved. So.
And you can also find newly registered voters too.
Oh, that's excellent. Oh, see, I just learned something. All right, newly registered. Okay. One of her questions, it seems likely that the chaos of a second Trump presidency will soften the breach for more progressive policies and candidates. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree. I think it will, because it's going to be so bad for the next 3.5 years that I think it'll be vote blue no matter who kind of mentality for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Those of us that are more involved will get more of the nuance, but I think the general public will just be like, I can't vote for somebody that cut my Social Security or whatever.
Right.
And so I think we'll flip the House in the midterms.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll flip Michigan back. And
yeah.
But I think there's going to be, just today, there were 5,000 people in Ferndale out for the protest.
There were 3,000 people in
5,000.
There were 3,000 in Holland, Michigan.
Yeah.
Like Holland.
I know.
And
just these little tiny communities that are turning out hundreds of people,
right,
and up to thousands. I think Detroit was like 10,000 people, something like that. But
I had a friend who has friends in Utah, and she sent me a text and said, there were 700 or 6,000 people in Salt Lake City and which is crazy, right? Like it's Utah. And she said, she wrote, when the Mormons are upset, you know it's bad. So,
Yeah.
All right. So, what else, when you think about, for those of us who do this and are deeply invested and do it, it's oftentimes difficult to explain the relationship with the county party and the caucuses and all of these. People, and I'm so in it, it's like, oh, well, the county party does this and the caucuses do this and the state does, and I realize I'm too invested and involved to explicitly explain it. So
it's really hard to step back.
So what are some of the, like, if somebody says to you, help me understand the structure, how do you answer? What are some key elements that we should make sure we cover?
Yeah, one of the things I think people don't realize is that MDP, yes, we have a chair, but we have a state central committee that makes the decisions. It's not unilaterally staff saying this is how we do things or this is how this policy is. And I think people don't realize that and they blame the party for things, but we all are the party. So it's hard to, kind of like a co-op almost, where you own the party, kind of. And the constituency caucuses are an addition, and it just to support issues that are more specific to you, like senior caucus or the rural caucus. And we have, for most caucuses have advocacy in Lansing on their issues.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they aren't, like the county party has these very strict rules and congressional districts do of how, because state law dictates that.
Oh, right.
The nice thing about the caucus is it's a little bit freer. And if you form a club, which I'm trying to do, a Northeast club to include Montmorency and Escoda, there's not the crazy rules. So you in Iosco County could join that Northeast club and assist those small counties that don't have a party.
And we would so love to do that. We would so love to do that.
Goal for the summer is to get that up.
Especially with how wonderful it is, like working with Elkona, Bob Kennedy and his team. They're just such great people. And Alpena, Sarah Lane and her team, they're phenomenal people. And, Joanne Cromley, and they're just, the Northeast side is just full of great Democrats who are willing to cooperate and collaborate and do whatever.
Yeah, and the one thing I do want to point out about party structure is a lot of people say the MDP doesn't support rural candidates, which obviously isn't true because that's the majority of my job, that and county party building. But we're not a funding source, and that gets really confusing for people because we don't support the House candidates financially. It's because that comes from the House caucus, and then there's a Senate caucus and the Democratic Congressional Committee, and it's just, it gets really in the weeds when it comes to funding.
Yes. It's so important for people to understand that the MDP is not a funding source. And I can't tell you how many people who can't come in and say, well, I'd like this sign, or I'd like this. And well, I give every month to the MDP. And it's like, that's awesome. Thank you. Keep it up. However, that money doesn't come to us. So we've got this.
It comes to you through services and not in a check form.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we have access to you and other services. So
and we pay for your vote builder access. We have campaign academy, things like that we do pay for, and we help with like the Contest Every Race grants. We fund that.
See, that's important to know because I don't think most people know that Contest Every Race is funded through you. So that's helpful too, because those grants are extremely important.
Oh, especially for the tiny counties that don't have much structure to really learn how to do campaign.
The one, and I had forgotten all about congressional districts too. And so, you've got the county party, the congressional district, then you've got these special interest caucuses. you know, like the Women's Caucus, the Veterans Caucus, the Senior Caucus, the Rural Caucus, and then this MDP, this, and then the state central that oversees it. It's almost like we need an org chart, like for people, you know, like.
That's something I think we've talked about putting on the website. I think there's something similar, but
yeah,
we're talking about redoing the website so that it's more user friendly, so that you can get the info you need easier.
So the other question is, and gosh, I could talk to you all day, is talk about congressional districts. Like, one of the conversations we have in our office is that there is a lot of competition for time, money, and attention, and we want to invest well. So talk about congressional districts in the, like, our CD1 and why that's important to be involved with and support.
Yeah, we just had a change of leadership there as well. Chris Craculo is our new chair. He was the former chair for Grand Traverse Dems, and their budget yearly was around $150,000 plus.
Wow.
So he has the connections. He does the call time. He sits down and calls donors.
Yeah.
So he is really looking to reshape what Congressional District 1 looks like, so that we'll have a federal account, so that we can give our federal candidate money, because unfortunately, that's what makes politics work these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's mostly what it is. It's getting someone elected in the first district that's a Democrat.
Right. The and that speaks into how do we, in Congressional District 1, work to flip it. And we had a very interesting experience. We are partnering with Elkona Dems to host a Jack Bergman Town Hall, which he's already turned down because he has events in other areas, none of which seem to be public.
Yes.
Right. And
I need to find out where the one in Chaskey is, because I want to do a little protest.
We would like to find out where they are. But part of the challenge is when we went in to reserve the room for this town hall, we were talking about what it is and why we're having it. And one of the people at the bar looked up and said, "Who's Jack Bergman?" And what is so telling is people to go to a "Where's Jack Bergman?" Really, now it's a "Who's Jack Bergman?" And helping people understand that this is someone who has voted against every single veteran issue, you know, people who need food assistance and medical assistance. He's voted against their self-interest. And as a self-professed Christian, I'm trying to figure out how letting people go hungry is biblical. And that's a question I've asked him. So if CD1 can help raise the money to support the candidate to take him on, I think we could have an opportunity to really get the message out.
And part of it, you know, it's that you're pulled in every direction during an election cycle, and the energy is, you gotta get out there and do it. But direct voter contact, being on the doors, is the most effective way to get someone elected.
Yes, and we have been talking about that in here, and how do we connect in a way that people can hear the message. And I think that's the important thing.
It's coming up with the message.
It is, yeah.
That actually talks to your neighbors, and that's why it's really important to do canvassing within your own community.
Yeah, where we're known. We and some of the things that I heard on knocking on doors were talking points, right, from some of these far right channels, where what they're talking about had no impact in our local community. But the messaging was so targeted and so specific that people actually thought it did. And so
it's fear-based.
Yeah.
So that's really emotional based.
Yeah, it sure is. So, well,
but now I think we'll have a fear-based message in 2 years.
Yeah, right. I
Like,
think,
look what's going on.
well, we heard it. We heard it. People, when they were done protesting, people just streamed in here, and there were people saying, what is going on? What is going on? And that's really what the message is. And I think we're going to unfortunately see a lot more of that. So,
Yeah, I think so.
well, as we wrap up, what is there anything else that's important for us to know? Anything else that you would like to share with us as we look to the summer to try to get out there and talk to people and look at candidates, and what's good use of our time for our members?
Yeah, I think candidate recruitment right now is a good thing to do. We have a lot of municipal races. I don't know if you have any in Iosco, but
I don't
that
think we
doesn't mean
do.
you can't recruit for next year.
Yeah, right. Okay.
That's one thing. Yeah, getting out and talking to your neighbors like you were doing, just finding out what the issues are and then checking in on them, and because there's going to be a lot of fear going on for the next 2 years. Yeah, and I guess basically anything that you need from the party, always contact me.
Sure.
And the legacy dinner is coming up this summer.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's at the Rensen on June 7th.
June 7th. I was just pulling up the date.
Yeah.
Yep, June 7th. It's a great way to network with other people in the community. So I highly recommend going to that. It will not be as chaotic as convention.
No. But I also know there's a really great guest speaker.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's exciting.
I don't think they've announced it yet, have they?
Not going to say a word. However, we do want to highlight that May 17th, Saturday, May 17th from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. is our Jack Bergman Town Hall at the VFW in Oscoda. And we are excited for that. And we will be doing that in partnership with the Alcona Dems, and anybody is invited. It will be open to the public. Registration will be required. And it's at the VFW on Chrysler in Oscoda. So we're excited about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So.
And I'll work on finding the locations where he's actually going to be.
That would be ideal, because then we're happy to go. We're happy to go to him.
Yeah.
I think hundreds of us would be very happy, because we really, as I have written to him several times, you work for everyone, not just your wealthy Republican donors, and you represent all of us.
The Slotkin staffer from down here, or from Northwest, used to work for Bergman as an intern.
Wow.
So I'm going to use him to see if I can find out some info.
That would be wonderful. Well, thank you so much for your time on a Saturday. Thank you. So,
yeah, and how's the day going for you guys? Lots of people tuning in?
Oh, yes. So many. And we had people on our Substack account start pledging money. So I know. So we are very, very, very appreciative of the generosity of our neighbors and our members and our visitors. So we are really grateful. So
print out a big QR code and post it on the wall right behind you for Donate Here.
Yeah. Oh, yes. We should have done that. We'll do that. Next Rage. This is going to become a thing. Next Rageathon is going to be. We'll do better with the QR code, because we've got to figure out the electronic payment. So. Well, thank you, Jamie.
Yeah.
I will see you next week.
I know, it's crazy.
I know. And I'll talk to you Monday.
All
right. Take care.
Like, I'm not saying stuff like that can't work, but it's doing it the wrong way. It's like poisoning.
Well, thank you to Jamie Brantz for joining us today. And I hope you learned something that you can take away. One thing I learned is that there is a report in van for newly registered voters that we will need to pull out. And remember that if you have questions about the Democratic Party, you can reach out to us, you can reach out to Jamie directly, and we will, if you've got questions, we can get you the answers that you need. So up next is Carl, and I'm going to get him. Thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned for Carl, and He will be right here.
Can you help me, get this computer going? Paul had me a password or something?
No, you've got to use hers because the technology's all set up.
No, just for me to read.
Oh, for you to read?
Yeah.
Okay, is this Paul's computer?
I don't know, it's a Chromebook.
Okay.
Paul knew how to do it, how's that?
Okay, let's see.
Is Natasha coming in?
Eventually, she went home to take a nap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Vicky wanted me to let her know what's going on.
Okay.
What's going on?
Well, hang on, let me finish the live stream. Thank you, Jesus.
I guess, yeah.
Oh, women are better at multitasking, but women are great. All right, let me.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I know you heard me.
Were you looking
Is
at
it
stuff?
on? The world is a mess because of old white guys being said right now.
Yeah, girl, I don't know what to tell you. Hang on. That's right. Is it?
Were you looking at soda? Were you up in Muskogee?
No, tell us.
Oh,
Okay.
I was there too.
I saw you there. Trying to stir the pot. That's what I always do. I'm trying that.
I see the group at Harvard Park, that was a good sized group at Harvard.
I want to do a lot more than pot, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. I've always been accused of doing that.
What is not helpful is that Carlos should have been done before. Hey, Crystal.
Hey, Dee Dee, you gotta tell Trish to stop calling me so much.
Was it the password for the network?
Yeah, I need the password for the network.
Oh, okay. I thought they were just signing on to me,
Okay, hang on. Okay.
I think I like your girl better than Dee Dee.
Okay, I don't recall asking you.
I don't give a shit if you ask me or not.
All right, Carl, here you go.
Okay.
All right.
I'm kind of an asshole.
What do you need?
Hello?
I just opened, I wanted to pick up a file, get the jail report.
Yeah.
Okay.
You called me.
Can you help him? I got this online, so do you want to look it up? Okay. So you probably want to sit down and start talking and let people know what you're doing.
All right.
All right.
All righty.
I tried to help you out.
Of course it did.
How are you? Hey, how are you? I know we have,
I have some good ones that I got. They're not necessarily great ones, but better than the free. So, like, okay, do we save them for something that we might want to do, or?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Paul, can I turn the camera a little bit?
But, if they're free.
Yeah.
So.
I haven't used this equipment.
Okay, all right.
Oh, you're on.
Yeah. So Dee, it's all, live means live, right?
Live is live. You're
Okay,
on. You're on.
all right.
Streaming.
All right, perfect. Hello, everyone. I need to look at the camera. My name's Carl Medvedev, and I'd like to speak about medical issues today and medical history specifically. The medical history I'd like to talk about is cancer research, and the time period in question was from circa 1950 in the 40s in particular. And what I would like to do is to bring your attention to a very little known bit of research by a researcher from the Department of Justice who was engaged by Senator Tobey of New Hampshire to investigate cancer research and interstate commerce. So what I would like to do is to read to you the text, some of the text of the report commissioned by Senator Tobey. And this research was done by a man named Benedict Fitzgerald Jr., who was with the Department of Justice, and he was the man engaged, that Senator Tobey engaged to do the investigation of cancer in the context of interstate commerce. Bear with me a bit, because it's going to be a little bit hard to read this. Let's see here. All right. So I'm picking up this text, which you too can find online on the Internet Archive, and the file is entitled Fitzgerald Report. Okay, 1 minute, please. Fitzgerald Report to Congress, Cancer. So, given the scope of the research, or the investigation, I'm sorry, it compromised, I think, at least 15 people. What I would like to do is give you some key summaries, what I would say conceptual summaries about what was going on and what results we're finding. You can read the details for yourself, but this is really about corruption and a conspiracy. This is not my research. It was these were the result of Benedict Fitzgerald's findings. And so I'm going to do my best to choose a few key paragraphs that I think summarize conceptually what was going on. So if you'll give me a minute and bear with me, I will find those that are that provide the greatest essence in the shortest amount of text of what his findings were. These were entered into the congressional record in the early 50s. And so I should give you a little summary. The origins of this investigation resulted from Senator Tobey's son, Charles Tobey Jr., treatment. So Senator Tobey's son, Charles Tobey Jr., had cancer. I forget which kind, but you can read that for yourself. And he was treated by a doctor from Massachusetts by the name of Robert Lincoln, who had a treatment called the Lincoln cure, and if memory serves me correctly, it was based on bacteriophage treatment. In any case, Senator Tobey's son was cured, and he wanted to bring this treatment to the attention. Yes, I am still there. I'm still there. Yeah. Can somebody tell me how to hit the button, Dee?
What kind of button?
It says, "Are you still there?" And it seems to be not working.
Huh.
touchpad.
Stay. I think you can go leave. Yeah, I don't know.
I thought I already tried that. So it's not just me, right?
No. Yeah, I don't know. It's live. So.
Okay, what is it? Oh, is that just the time?
No, it's not. It's still.
I mean, that's the. Oh,
Maybe just leave now.
But we don't want to leave now, do we?
Well,
okay.
you can't. They unfortunately that is blocking you on. So maybe just wait for the timer to go and then.
But then it's going to cancel me out, right?
I don't know.
He's the only one there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I love how that's prints so cool.
There you go. All right. So go ahead and rejoin. Or no, actually close this out if you can.
Is that the return to home screen or rejoin? Okay. I just can't tell by that.
Yeah, I can't either. This isn't.
So we were going for 4 hours, right? That's what it's showing.
Yeah, so let's returning to home screen. I don't know why the computer is frozen.
Well, I guess I should hit return to home screen for this.
Yeah, I don't know. Carl, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I have no idea. I'll send Natasha a text and let her know it.
Yeah, okay.
Trish.
Yeah, is she gonna come?
I think so. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
This is doors is closed.
About
50 feet. Either one up or a bit would be great to have.
It said everybody left. Does that mean nobody was watching?
No, there were a bunch of people watching. So, and unfortunately, so these are all learning opportunities, but I don't have any idea.
That's okay.
This is when you have one. Let's see.
The fine print doesn't help me.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks for the school. I gotta go pick up my wife.
Okay. All right, Jerry, we'll enjoy it. If you have any questions,
Yeah.
I'll be happy to offer any more details. But I mean, if you go to the 2 books are there, and those are.
Oh, Carl, here you are. You're back.
I'm back.
You're back.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll introduce.
All right.
I hope this one didn't go out on the other one.
No, I think you're. Oh, wait a minute.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Oh, there's the delay. Okay.
How long does your presentation go?
I'm totally winging it. How's it? Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Kind of like what I did with you. Hello, everyone. I am back. So in any case, what I really wanted to share with you is some of the most outrageous texts, which I'm certain are 100% true. So you can in this era when truth and medicine are in the news, this blast from the past is timely, in my opinion. And so let me get to the key points. So here, this from the Congressional Record. I will read it. You can find it again, as I said, on the Internet Archive. Fitzgerald Report, Benedict Fitzgerald Jr., Cancer, I think it was 1953. Here it is. Here are Benedict Fitzgerald's words. I have concluded that in the value of present cancer research, this substance and theory behind it deserves the most full and complete scientific study. Its value in the management of cancer patient has been demonstrated in a sufficient number and percentage of cases to demand further work. Quote, here's the wild part. Behind and over all this is the weirdest conglomeration of corrupt motives, intrigue, selfishness, jealousy, obstruction, and conspiracy that I have ever seen. Again, let me repeat that. Behind and over all this is the weirdest conglomeration of corrupt motives, intrigue, selfishness, jealousy, obstruction, and conspiracy that I have ever seen. Those are pretty strong words, in my opinion. And if you think you might be interested in learning more about it, I encourage you to read the Fitzgerald Report. And he goes on to say, Dr. Arthur C. Ivory, University of Illinois, I believe, who has been conducting research upon this drug, Krebs Biozin is what he called it, is also absolutely honest intellectually, scientifically, and in every other way. So that is a man criticized by the American Medical Association. Let me go on the one of the other pages here. Sorry, people, I hadn't prepared for this, so it's done spur of the moment. And you have to remember, back in these days, in the early 20th century, radium, a very toxic element, was thought to be one of the three and only three treatments for cancer, the other two being X-ray and surgery. Nobody uses radium anymore today. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I'm running through again. I'm going to repeat the document I'm running through. Internet Archive, that's the source. And the subject is the Fitzgerald Report regarding cancer in the year 1953, initiated by Senator Tobey of New Hampshire. Again, here we go. Here's another part. I guess I'll give you a little context. So Benedict Fitzgerald traveled to Illinois to investigate the so-called Krebs Biozin controversy, and on July 2nd, 1953, wrote a report on his findings, which is included here too, and marked Exhibit A. Included in this report was the evaluation. The controversy is involved and requires further research and development. There is reason to believe that the AMA, that's the American Medical Association, that the AMA has been hasty, capricious, arbitrary, and outright dishonest, And of course, if the doctrine of respondeat superior is to be observed, and that means that the higher level person is also accountable, is to be observed, the alleged machinations of Dr. J.J. Moore for the past 10 years, the treasurer of the American Medical Association, could involve the AMA, others in a conspiracy of an interstate conspiracy of alarming proportions. The principal witnesses who tell of Dr. Moore's rascality are Alberto Barriera, Argentine cabinet member, and his secretary, Anna D. Schmidt. Thereafter, the undersigned visited other areas, interrogating medical men, and on July 14th, 1953, wrote a further report. Included in this was the evaluation, quote, being vitally interested in having tried to listen and observe closely, it is my profound conviction that this substance, Krebs biozin, is one of the most promising materials yet isolated for the management of cancer. It is biologically active. I have gone over the records of 530 cases, most of them conducted at a distance from Chicago by unbiased cancer experts and clinics. In reaching my conclusions, I have, of course, discounted my own lay observations and relied mostly on the opinions of qualified cancer research workers and ordinary experienced physicians. So basically, I just would I hope people wonder what's going on and entertain the possibility that there might have been some corruption, conspiracy, et cetera, taking place in cancer research in this time period. And ask themselves, A, if this could be true, and if it was, which I believe it was, if that influenced research and cancer treatments today. So again, it's very simple. Go to read the report by Benedict Fitzgerald Jr. on cancer, initiated by, the investigation was commissioned by Senator Charles Tobey of the state of New Hampshire, as a result of his son having been treated by the Lincoln treatment for cancer in Massachusetts. So that's it. Again, that's it. So read for yourself and ask yourself, could this have happened here? It did. And that's the text of what I've said today. Thank you very much. Maybe is that enough?
That's fabulous.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many people were watching? Oh, do you have an ice cream? Okay. No big deal.
18 hours ago. You know, because the algorithm keeps it. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, I think I didn't have a way to get a hold of Judy.
Or we're doing coloring?
Yeah, you're welcome to sit and color.
Okay, well, I need to get home and do some work.
Okay.
But an apple, oh,
I'm trying to find. Of course, you know, you can't pull it up when you want it, right?
I mean, other than, you know, reporting the whole thing, but I think it would be.
do you use your sponge so I can wash my coffee cup?
No, just put it in the sink, that's okay. Literally, it is not showing up.
No, I should take
must have been yesterday afternoon.
So I should just put the car back in the book.
Just put it right back there, Carl. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I really didn't prepare, I would have brought my own laptop.
It's fine, it all worked out.
Okay, yeah.
Let me.
Maybe just take that one comment off.
I can't find the post.
Oh.
It's not even pulling, it's not even showing.
Really?
Really.
Hey, how much pizza do you think we're gonna get, honey?
I don't know if we should get pizza, given all the food that's there.
So are we still live on this thing?
We have,
Yes.
I thought the students were coming and part of the draw was pizza for them.
Yeah, I think we probably want to mute the
Oh, sorry.
computer. So I'm trying to find the post.
Are the people coming on, after 6, 7, 8?
Yeah, there are.
Okay.
Yeah, there sure are.
So I can go sign on at home?
Oh, you certainly can.
Well, it was about the same time I was posting a bunch of stuff too. So if you can find mine, it's probably buried in there.
Well, the problem is the Democratic Party page and then the other Democratic Party page.
Oh.
And, I'm not seeing that post on this site.
On the African Democratic Party.
No, I'm on the party page, I'm not, and I saw that post.
Isn't that weird? Is the picture of us going on
Mm-mm.
there? Oh, so it must be, yeah, there's. Oh.
Oh, that's mine, I think. Yeah.
So let me see if I can just find everything for this month. Right. And what day was it posted, the original post?
The original post was, well, it's now.
All right, we are back.
That's so low.
If you were my sister, you'd be like, oh wow, you're actually dumb. I wasn't.
No, it wasn't. No.
Like AP classes?
Wait, how did I disappear?
Yeah, I'm not even like in the top 10, but that's because.
Got a little filter on there.
All right.
Cut the audio if I say something inappropriate.
No. Like I know how to do that. We are here with Alex Hardy, who is the Iosco County Commissioner for District 1, one of 5 county commissioners in Iosco County. And we are going to be just having a little Q&A, little talky time. If anyone else has any questions, you can absolutely put them in the chat and we will address them. So first of all, Alex, welcome.
Thank you. Am I sitting a proper distance from the mic? Is there a way to know?
No.
Perfect.
There's just no way to know that.
Okay.
It's been pretty good. It picks up a lot of ambient noise too, but we're doing the best we can. So, Alex, why did you decide to run for county commissioner?
Yeah, so I have both a personal reason and a, I guess, county reason, right? So personally, I have a strong belief that government should be done and executed by people who have a strong working knowledge and ability to read data and ability to make decisions and ability to solve problems or anything like that. And through my career in education, I think I check those boxes in a way that I could bring a lot of value to the citizens of Iosco County. For a government reason, I have really a belief that our representation should be mixed between multiple ages, multiple walks of life, multiple experiences. And I think the Iosco County Board of Commissioners really could use a younger, data-driven perspective in the decisions that we make for our county. And so I fill that role, and that was missing on the board.
I recall you saying, prior to going into this, like, what does a county commissioner do? And I think a lot of people have that question from the get-go. After a few months in service and being active in this role, what does a county commissioner do?
Yeah, that is, when I talk to anyone, whether it's a constituent, my wife, any friends or family at all, the question I always get is, what does the county commissioner do? Which is, kind of interesting that people don't really understand local government very well, myself included. When I was campaigning for county commissioner, the first step I did was the same thing. What does the county commissioner do, right? Do I want this role? Is this something I really could see myself serving in? And I guess circling back to answer your question, the county commissioners really provide oversight for the departments in the county. So by really control of the budget, we can help allocate where money gets spent, where money is needed to be spent. There's a large general fund which our taxes pay for, and so helping the different departments, the comptroller, figure out what is the correct assortment of that money. And then the other side of it is any kind of long-term guidance for the county. So we serve on many boards for the county. So we have developed Iosco as one of the boards I serve on, where we provide oversight from the people of the county. How are these groups, doing the correct thing to build our county? There's other groups, so there's the Iosco County Commission on Aging, there's the Department of Health that we serve on. So all these different boards that exist, these local small government boards in our county, are represented by your Board of Commissioners to give the citizens a voice of what we're doing.
Okay, so just as a clarification, is that the extent of the relationship between the county commissioners and all the townships within the county?
Yeah, so the townships have their own elected representatives, right? So Escota Township, Thomas Township, they all elect their own representatives as well for all the local township levels. So we don't tell Escota Township, you have to do X or set a policy for Escota Township. We do work with them, so I attend our township meetings as well. If there's anything they need resource-wise from the county, They have a conduit to us and we have a conduit to them, and we can have those conversations. Likewise, if there's anything coming down from Lansing, we kind of view it's our job to help make sure the townships are ready and prepared. So, if there's going to be new septic system regulations coming out, for instance, which is a hot issue right now up in northern Michigan, it's important that, your county commissioners understand the issue from a fundamental level so they can start advising the individual townships how to take action correctly to make sure we're compliant.
Okay. How do county commissioners sort of get all the information that they need in order to make this decision?
Yeah, that is a really good question. And it's honestly something I'm still trying to figure out, right? The individual mechanism. So in the county government itself, we do have a township county clerk, we do have a county secretary, we have a comptroller. And so these people work with individual departments as well to make sure if they have any issues, they are vetted and worked through, make sure that if the budget can support the request from the get-go, and if it's an outrageous request, we're coming to us. So we do have people that do these basic mechanisms prior to something coming to the board itself. But at the end of the day, that is just a snapshot of what the issues are, right? And so really a lot of what my time goes into is actually researching, finding sources of information. So when something is coming in from Lansing, it's reading the bill itself and not just trusting, what I read on the internet or what someone told me. It's making sure that when we talk about something, I, as the voice of the people in the county, I am educated. I thoroughly understand what we're talking about. If we're talking about something on one of our state forest land, right, that I have gone through and I figured out what the MDNR does to manage our forests, and I understand why they make the decisions they make. So if we're going to talk about something, I can understand multiple sides of the issue, not just the way it's presented to me from our support staff.
Okay. So on that note, what is the relationship between like Iosco County and those elected positions and Lansing, like the bigger part of the government?
So that would probably be one of my bigger criticisms of what I have learned in my 3 months of our government structure. So to preface everything I'm going to say, I'm not obviously an expert. This is 3 months in for me. I'm still very much learning. But it does seem like there is a disconnect between Lansing and the counties, particularly the northern Michigan counties. I don't know if Oakland County or Washtenaw or Wayne have a larger voice and have a different story. But it does actually feel like there is almost no connection between the Michigan House and Senate and the counties in terms of bill explaining, in terms of regulation explaining, in terms of just how to work with EGLE, for instance. EGLE is our environmental protection agency, and so they have a lot of regulations and stuff that they impose that are coming from Lansing, right? But Lansing doesn't communicate to us, and so we hear about them from the person imposing the regulations. So obviously, it just causes strife and conflict. But it's all of that, right? And I think that there could be an improvement in how that communication is done. So the northern counties in particular, so all of us, we belong to something called the Michigan Association of Counties, which is a and I don't get that started.
Okay, because there's a lot of information. Okay, yeah. So start back with the Michigan Association.
Yeah, so we do have at the county level, all the counties merge together to form essentially a lobbyist, the Michigan Association of Counties. But even at that, like the way that we try to impact change is through lobbyists, not through the system of our government
which
itself.
Feels like you should be on the inside,
correct,
not on the outside.
That is my opinion. Yes.
That's interesting. Okay. So. Oh. So what does what types of things do you have to do, like in any given week? What sort of things are you actually doing?
So most of what I do is reading. It's reading, it's finding data, it's understanding conceptually why things are appearing in front of our desk, essentially. So a lot of, again, a lot of the day-to-day in our county isn't done by the board of commissioners, right? So for our police departments, we have a county elected sheriff who runs the police department. So our oversight really winds up being just that oversight at a very, very high level. And so when proposals for again, same with the police department, when they want new equipment for their trucks, their cars, their trucks, anything like that. So we just had something come across our desk where they were looking for, I'm going to butcher the actual technology here, but it is heat vision technology that they can connect to the computers in their cars, because we live in an area that has lots of water search and rescue, lots of forest search and rescue areas where heat registers of people become very important at night, especially. And so when you make a request like that, it obviously has a very large price tag to it. And so our job isn't to say, our job isn't necessarily to run the police department, right? Our job is to say, yes, the county can afford this because it is very important, or no, we can't afford it. Can we help you write grants? Is there anything else out there? Or do we need to just find a different solution altogether? Because even if something sounds great, we have to be able to pay for it, right? And so that is really the oversight that we provide on that, making sure that things are just done in a reasonable format where we're not expending more than we take in.
What are some of the biggest expenditures for the county?
That is a really good question. I actually don't have our budget in front of me right now to answer that. But I think the important answer here is that every single dollar that we spend at the county level is tracked and it is available for every single person in the county or outside the county to view online. So if you go to our Iosco County website, which if you go to Google and just search Iosco County, it will show up, or you can search County Board of Commissioners, that'll show up as well. And there's a couple quick links to get to the budget. There's a blowout BI business intelligence tool where you can find everything from the general fund, everything that is protected and must be spent on certain issues, all line items, and you can manipulate it visually. You can drill down in a very intuitive format with the idea of just openness. So every single thing our county spends money on is publicly available and publicly tracked.
So in addition to tax revenue, what other sources of revenue does the county take in?
So we have revenue from national programs, so like the American Rescue Plan that was passed in the Biden presidency, gave money to the states to distribute across their counties. So we had quite a few capital improvement projects across the county in our buildings that use that fund. We do have individual villages, so we have a recycling program that we're launching in Iosco County this year. That was done through an additional millage. A couple of our townships have fire and police millages as well for additional support for those programs. So beyond just the general property taxes, but most of our money does come from property taxes.
Okay. I know we talked a little bit about grants before, and can the county itself apply for?
Yes, so we do also have quite a few grants. That was a really good point. The example I brought up earlier with the heat signature vision was actually funded in our county through a grant. And so, yes, our county can write grants from the county level itself. We do that, but also the individual departments will write grants as well. So our fire department will write grants for capital improvements. Our police department will, et cetera, et cetera.
And where do those grants come from? Are they state grants? Are they federal grants? Are they private grants?
Yeah, so there's a mix of everything. So there's state, federal, and private grants available.
Is there an individual dedicated to grant writing in Iosco County?
I actually don't know the answer to that either. I do know we have a couple programs, so like Develop Iosco, one of the committees I serve on. They do fund grant writers and grant writer workshops that are open both to the public, to county employees, and to anyone who obviously wants to write grants. I do know that the support staff in our county has written some grants, and they've worked with other programs that get grants. A lot of the work we do is also in conjunction with another entity, right? So if we are trying to work on an improvement in a certain aspect, oftentimes there is a college that is trying to find multiple counties to be involved in a study, and they will have some grants that will be involved with that study. Or we will do a program with Alcona County and Iosco County working together, and so we'll pool resources and stuff like that as well. So oftentimes we will team up with another entity. Sometimes those entities will have grant money already. Sometimes we'll combine resources and write grants as well.
Okay, so interesting. The mechanism of like township versus county, in terms of developing, you said develop by Iosco, and I was just thinking, I went to an event where Tawas was talking about, some of the things that they've done that have helped cultivate like a really robust downtown area, and they've worked really hard to make sure that they have a lot of public space available, a lot of water for people to utilize, and it's very I would say very proactive, right? And I'm not familiar with a lot of the other townships and areas of Iosco County, but is there a role for the county commission or for the county to be trying to guide some of the economic development of the area? Or does that responsibility fall more on the townships? Like, what's the relationship like there?
So the townships themselves, they control their building zones, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the townships have the say on what gets built. The county does not come in and say, we are going to clear these houses and build a new shopping district.
Sure.
Or something, right?
Okay.
So that level is done through the townships. Where the county would come in that situation is if there is something that needs to be done that the township may not have funds for, that they would ask the county for, or if there is some kind of county ordinance that they need relaxed for that work, or if there is a way to bring a project in that would involve multiple townships that would help them coordinate potentially. But the actual building of things and what the towns themselves look like is all done from your township local government level.
So we are doing we're doing a really interesting format here, where instead of changing out the person who's being interviewed, we're changing out the interviewers. So we are going to have somebody step in. I have one last question for you, which is, what would you say? What's the question I ask? What would you say to people in the area? Why do you think it's important for them to care about the work that's done by the county commission? And who the county commission?
That's a really good question. So I think it's important to care about not necessarily the county commission in particular. We obviously play a small role in what the county looks like. Township local elected officials also play a small role in what your township looks like. Your drain commissioner plays a small role in what your township looks like. Your sheriff plays a small role in what your township looks like, right?
Yeah.
So I think it would be unfair to say you should care particularly about who is on your county commission, right? We just provide oversight into what the county does and guidance on long-term vision. And that is a very important thing. I'm not trying to diminish it, but it doesn't mean, like, government doesn't work in a hierarchy where the lowest level is somehow less important than the steps right above it, right? And you can cycle that all the way up through to our president. The way that our government is meant to be set up is that the pieces, the lower you are, the more direct authority you have on the locality you're in.
Mm-hmm.
So we try to build this government concept of starting at national level, then state level, then county level, then township level, with the idea being as you get lower and lower, you should be empowering more decision-making at those levels, right? So the county does provide oversight into the townships, right? And we do provide oversight in the direction of the county. But I think it would be a misnomer to say that the county board of commissioners is more important than your township board, right? It would be a misnomer to also say that the township is more important than the county. All these things have to work together to make sure the whole structure works.
I can tell that you're being you're really being very big picture with this.
Sure.
And I think what I was trying to get at, and maybe did not word correctly, is what kind of people do you want to see become county commissioners?
Sure, of course.
Who's going to be a good county commissioner?
Yeah. So
because of the type of role that it is.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So I think you need a mix of people, right? So I think at a core, you need people that have a passion for understanding issues and solving problems in a way that provides the best impact for the large group of people, right? At the core, you do want problem solvers, but I don't think you want problem solvers between the age of 20 and 36 who are male, who grew up in a rural area, who have fire experience, right? You need people from all walks of life. So you want people to have experience in the education system. You want people that have experience as engineers, like I do, or data scientists, like I do. You want people that were policemen, that were firemen, because our county is full of all of those people, right? And they all do need to be represented. So I think, the core fundamental, we should be electing people who have the ability to research and understand multiple different viewpoints, understand problems from a data perspective, but we should not be filtering on life experiences, if that makes sense. We should be electing old people, we should be electing young people, we should be electing men, we should be electing women, etc. I think all those different perspectives only lead to a better government.
Thank you for answering that question again. All right, I'm gonna hand it off to Paul. So he's gonna slide in here, and I'm gonna step out. Thank you so much, Alex.
I didn't realize we were doing like a switching
Yeah, no,
format.
it's
I thought it'd be like a shout questions, and I would.
We're all coming at you.
I love it.
We're
Let's
all
do this.
coming at
Do I stand up and give you a handshake?
No.
What is the?
Not needed. So Alex, I've been to one of the commission meetings,
Yeah.
and it seemed pretty congenial. Tell me about the dynamic you have, because the other members, there are 4 of you?
There's 5 of us.
Maybe 4 and then a 5th. You always try to kill herself. Are the 4 of them all Republicans?
They are. The other 4 are all Republican. That is correct.
How do you feel they react towards you?
That's actually a good question. So I can tell there are some times when I talk, and when I talk about specific issues, I can tell when my mouth gets open and I get 4 or 5 words in, there is a collective sigh of Alex is talking about this again, right? So one of the things that has come up is I have talked about the incoming Medicare changes. Obviously, I think I mentioned with Natasha that I do make an effort to read all the bills that will impact our county and understand them. Because again, I believe that's my job, right? To be informed and the voice of our citizens. So I read them and I do try to talk about them. So when we had the House resolution and Senate resolutions that were trying to be passed recently for the budget, and obviously be merged and blah, blah, blah. I read through them, and both of them do, for instance, take about $800 billion out of Medicaid. They both have cuts to Social Security. And I think the statistics show that about 30% of our county relies on Medicaid just to survive. Social Security bumps that number up about 35%. And so any of these changes, whether it's minor cuts or whether it's minor in air quotes, if that exists, or it's edge case cuts or anything like that, our county will be impacted.
Do you have any sense of, when you mentioned Medicaid and Social Security, and you may not have this number through your tongue, it just got me thinking, do you have any idea how many Social Security recipients there are in Iosco County?
It's a lot. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but demographic-wise, we do tend to be older. We do tend to be poor, and so we do have a large number. I mean, those 2 factors are very heavily weighted to.
When I was at the protest this morning by the Tawas City Post Office, a couple of elderly people that were talking and saying, Social Security is my major source of income. If I lose that, I'm going to be in serious trouble.
Yes.
I fear when you hear people like Elon Musk saying that's just a Ponzi scheme. Here's a guy who's never going to have to take a dime from a government for the rest of his life. And yet you have people who are in their 60s, 70s, and 80s who are paying into Social Security from the day they got their first job at 16 to when they retired, be it at 55 or 60 or 67. And it's an entitlement. It's not a Ponzi scheme. What do you see as the biggest challenge you have, or that we have in Iosco County in the coming 12 to 18 months?
With regards to Social Security and in general?
Anything in general, because when I was at the meeting,
Yeah.
The topics kind of moved, they were very different.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you, putting on your thinking cap.
Sure.
What do you feel is the biggest issue facing, biggest like 2 or 3 issues?
Yeah, unfortunately, I do think the biggest issues coming are the changes that are happening at the national level. And that's really hard to say because.
With the light went off, is that a bad thing?
Yeah, does that mean we're done?
No,
Oh,
it means
we unplugged, I got us. I can get it.
I'm not
Yeah,
on.
you're standing on it. Oh, no, you're not. You're good. It was taped down. Let me go this way. Here we go. Let me grab this. All right, we should be back. Did that turn the camera off too? No, obviously not, because I can see myself on the thing. So as I was telling Natasha, we don't control things that happen at the state and national level. And so, when I look and I see these cuts to Medicaid, these cuts to Social Security, the stock market crashing, right? It's hard to say there's anything other that's going to be a bigger impact in our county than those things that are clearly coming. And, to the point of the Medicaid cuts, I would say one of the most frustrating things for me is when I do talk at the county commissioner meetings, is the difference in information that I think the Republicans in our county, through their news sources like Fox News and talk radio, versus what I read in the bills and what we hear out of Washington, it is just two completely separate worlds. And so when I talk at the county commissioner meetings, the other county commissioners constantly say, I haven't heard of any Medicaid cuts. I haven't heard of any Social Security cuts. And so it's really hard because there is a large segment of people in our county that either don't know or don't believe these things are happening, or they believe that they're being done in a thoughtful and meticulous manner, that they can cut $880 billion out of Medicaid and not have a disruption in services, because that is what Elon Musk is saying because it's going to happen, right? But they can't provide a plan for how they're going to do that. There's no, coming from the business world like I do, I run a global analytics team. There's been many times that my department has been asked to shave money off, right? Mm-hmm. And the way that we do that is by firing people and outsourcing jobs over to Poland to a low cost center. And you can't do that in government, right? And so when you say that Medicaid take $880 billion out, and you're trying to do it from a business perspective, you can't fire Americans and then hire a low cost center people to be American employees. Like that's not how services work. And so I think anyone that is going to say we're going to have this major change, the minimum responsibility should be they can articulate what they're going to change in order to guarantee services won't cut. And so it's circling all the way back to your actual question. It's a frustration of mine that I think one of the biggest issues impacting our county is this idea of information, right? So how can I read something in the Senate bill and in the House of Representatives bill, and how can I look at the numbers and see that these cuts are coming, but the other 4 county commissioners will insist that there are not Medicaid cuts and there are not Social Security cuts coming? And so, that's a long-winded answer to say information, but I think it's important to understand where that's coming from.
I would have to agree with you. When I was working as a poll worker, I was checking people in because I was not part of one of the precincts. I was rather part of the receiving board. But people would come in and say, am I registered? Here's my identification. And I had a 63 and a 64-year-old couple come forth, and they said, we've never voted before. Are we registered? My son says we have to vote Republican to save our country.
Right.
I found them, and I was just shocked that they could be that old. And this was the first time they ever went into a vote, got a ballot.
Right.
And it talks about the information or where they get it, because if Harris had won, I don't think our country would have fallen apart.
Right.
Trump has won, and you look at what's happened in the last 72 hours within, the stock markets and, our financial markets and the things that he's done for our international allies who are basically saying, okay, we're going to be on our own now.
Exactly.
And I don't see how that's helped the security and safety of the United States.
I don't either. And it really, for me, I know that we're getting off. I don't know if I'm off your question you asked, but for me,
you're the only elected official we have here, so you're fair game for any question.
So for me, it really just comes back to this idea, whether you agree with the tariffs or not. And just to be frank, I think there is a lot of data and evidence to support that we should have tariffs on industries that are very important economic and national security, right? So like if you were to ask me, I would say we probably should be tariffing anything that has to do with drones, anything that has to do with clean energy, battery technology, things that we need, AI, things that we need to have supply chains that exist in the United States. There is a strong argument that tariffs should exist for those purposes, right? But that's not what's happening. And I think the thing that's most frustrating is if we're going to have a president who does sweeping changes, I don't think that we should immediately say, no, you can't make sweeping changes, right? People elect people for a reason. But I think that if you are the person who says, we need to sack the system and do it a new way, you should be able to articulate why this is going to work, what the mechanisms for prosperity are, and you should be able to walk people through a cohesive economic policy. And so the part that's most frustrating to me isn't the fact that the stock market's crashing. I mean, obviously that's terrible for me. It's not the fact that all these changes are happening, is that they're happening and we're essentially being told, trust us, bro, right? And we're being told that by someone who has bankrupt 4 casinos or 3 casinos, who is no longer allowed to own a charity in New York because he's been convicted of fraud, of defrauding people who have less than nothing. And the idea of trust us, it doesn't vibe with any of my background.
And just for me, on a common sense, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say common sense, but from my sensibilities, to say we're going to put tariffs on the British Indian Ocean territories, also known as Diego Garcia, or this uninhabited island off of, was it Denmark, where it's nothing but penguins, or I mean, where?
Yeah, down in yeah, right. It's the herd of McDonald Islands.
Yeah. Somebody didn't spell check that before they released it.
Yeah, and so it's the lack of thoughtfulness, right? So I couldn't imagine, in my team, I mentioned I run a global data analytics team. If one of my employees had came up and given me a list of things that they would like to do, and I had saw that we were going to build a data analysis center on the herd of McDonald Islands where no one lives, like the first level of check would be like, how did you come up with this information, right? And that is what I'm talking about, right? It is done haphazardly, it is done randomly, and there are 400 million Americans' lives who are in the balance here. Like, this is not a board game. We're not playing Settlers of Catan. The idea that you can just make rash decisions and have no rationale, no national conference where, where is our fireside chat where he's going through the numbers and saying, there's only 330 some countries in the world. He could spend 10 minutes and explain the rationale for tariffs behind each one. It's not like there are billions of countries, right? There's a limited sample size for all of this.
And I remember we saw the list, British Indian Ocean territory. We better get them, not realizing it doesn't export anything.
It's just thoughtlessness.
Which makes me question the logic that they use for the other information.
Exactly.
Well, I think I'm going to turn my seat over to Deirdre, the chair. So
thank you.
Get a couple of
chairs and chairs.
Chairs and chairs together. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, I get time with you. This is great.
This is creepy.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you different kinds of questions.
Sure.
What I would like to know, what do you enjoy most about serving?
Of serving, I was going to say my family.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that one right there is obviously. Yeah.
I have enjoyed the rewarding feeling that I get from having my voice successfully talk about an issue in a way that gets the other commissioners to agree with me. And it hasn't happened super often.
Oh, do tell a story then.
But
tell us when it did.
So in the most recent commissioner meeting, I proposed that we essentially work with Michigan DNR to extend our antlerless hunting season. And it was really rewarding because the other commissioners, they obviously weren't expecting it. Most of the time when I talk, I'm talking about something about Medicaid, or I'm talking about, we had a bit of a riff about a solar project in Gaylord. And when I brought this up, everyone was like, you could tell the first reactions were Alex wants to present something. Here we go again, right? But through the data and the story about why I think this makes sense, and it was an issue that obviously doesn't only come from a Democrat, which I thought was interesting as well. But I walked through, the economic benefits, the fact that we have so many deer vehicle collisions that we actually have a safety hazard. I walked through, there's counties nearby us that have a similar extended hunting season program, and they actually have had measurable economic impacts to their areas. And this proposal, everyone agreed with it. They were on board, and that was awesome. I think the other side, the other conversation I had was actually with Jay O'Farrell, our chairman of the board. We had gone through the Gaylord solar panel issue, and I had explained my case for multiple sessions about how I should give a quick recap.
Yeah, please. I would.
Yeah. So
because this is a big deal.
Yeah. So solar energy is something that's really important to me. I believe that clean energy is the future of our country. Just unlimited energy funnels everything we do. And as a country, we should be doing everything we can to make sure we have secure non-Middle Eastern ways of creating energy. And clean energy is the way for us to do that. So fundamentally, this is a very important issue for me. Also, global warming is horrible, and I have 2 small children, and I don't want them to inherit a world where global warming has rampantly. I hate the idea that 40 years from now they're going to ask me, why didn't we do something? And I'm going to say, I didn't, right? I'd like to say I tried my best. So that all aside, there was a permit for the Michigan DNR wanted to permit some land out in Gaylord to build about 400 or so acres of solar. I believe it was a very small amount. 400 acres is less than a mile by a mile. It's a very small amount of land. And up in northern Michigan, there's this concept of local control. Every time there's a solar project that comes out, and what happens is organizations that are funded by big oil on the first day of public comment will come in and they will flood the zone, is what I call it, with information about how this land is sacred and how we're destroying it. And solar projects really, like, why do we have to clear trees to build solar? One of the state House Republicans wrote an article comparing it to the last of the Lorax, for instance, and that made it into the paper. And so our county board of commissioners wanted to pass a resolution where they supported the Republicans and oil-funded people to exert local control and cancel the solar project. And so I essentially laid out a case, essentially what I just talked to you about, how flooding the zone on day one is not local control, just from the start. If you actually believe in local government, you would let the stories play out, right? You wouldn't have big businesses coming in with millions of dollars flooding the paper. You wouldn't have state house representatives weighing in on an issue in Gaylord and saying, we need to stop this, right? You would allow the people who live in the area to say, I want this or I don't want this. And so from a fundamental level, my argument was Iosco County should not be supporting or not supporting something that's happening in Gaylord, which is, I believe, Otsego County. It's not us, right? And so the irony of saying that we are going to make an argument around local control on an issue that's happening in another county is just fundamentally ironic on its face to me. But the part about Jay O'Farrell, the second half of the argument, I brought up the idea of not building solar arrays that are owned by people. So not these house solar arrays, not building community solar arrays. What it does is it allows consumers energy, DT energy, and these private energy companies to have more control over electricity. And at the end of the day, that is fundamentally bad for every single person in Iosco County. Consumers Energy is not necessarily an evil organization in itself, but it is a private organization that is fundamentally guided by the idea that they must have the stock price go up every single year. And they don't sell widgets, they don't sell cars, they sell electricity to you and they sell electricity to me. And so when they have a 5% increase in profits, that is actually just a 5% increase in the amount of money I have given them to provide electricity. But over that time, electricity hasn't fundamentally changed. We still make it the exact same way. And so artificially putting caps both on energy creation allows them to say supply and demand is making us raise prices, but also artificially blocking these projects from coming in stops other people from creating their own energy, stops communities from creating their own energy, which gives more power back to these corporations that just raise our rates and raise our rates. And so the argument I made with Jay walking through that At the end, he actually said, and I don't know if I should say this on the air, but I'm going to because he said it to me. He said if you had made that argument in the 5 minutes I had, he would have voted with me on that issue. Whether or not that's true, I don't know, but it felt really good to know that, you know, even with someone who fundamentally disagrees with me, there is a case where we all have commonality.
Right.
And oftentimes that commonality is we hate utilities.
We hate paying for them.
So, yeah, correct.
Right? So, and you are putting solar in your house.
We are.
Yeah.
Natasha, my wife, is actually taking her contract exam next week, and then we will be permitting with the township and doing the install and build ourselves.
Wow, fantastic.
It's very exciting.
Yeah. Osaba's looking at that too.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this so that when we have we have a speaker coming in May to talk about solar, and I don't think we have enough room for wind in Osaba Township. But it will be helpful because there's tremendous interest in the planning commission to consider solar. And there are some areas like behind that people won't see, it won't impact visibility. And I also think that Gaylord story was interesting because the trees had already been cleared there.
I forgot about that. There's a tornado that had ripped through, and the land that the MDNR was planning on using also had, it was 11 oil wells on it as well. It is not natural land.
Right. And so that the other piece of local control that's a fallacy is that these flood the zone people say is that they're going to use eminent domain to put up property or solar and the truth is actually oil uses eminent domain.
That is correct.
And,
so eminent domain has been used both in Michigan and Wisconsin for the Line 5 pipeline that is being built. And there has never been an eminent domain solar or clean energy project in the history of our state.
Right. And the places that use solar, the economic benefits are crazy.
That is
It is the amount of money that it's really wonderful.
The payback, I mean, so it's hard to say with the tariffs now. But the payback period is falling to, I think the last number I saw is between 6 and 7 years now. Because solar, the price of it has exponentially fallen year over year. And it will continue to as more countries start making solar panels.
What are some of the other topics that you're looking forward to in the next year? Are there things that's in your purview that you're...
Yeah, so we've been talking a lot about solar, and it is a massive goal of mine to eventually bring a solar project to Iosco County in some way. And I think this makes sense for a couple of reasons. So for me, the idea that Michigan has set a policy that we will have clean energy as our primary source. I think completely clean energy by 2045 was the goal. In order to do that, the estimation is about 1% of land needs to be used for solar and wind. And the reality is that land exists in northern Michigan. It doesn't really exist in Oakland County, it doesn't exist in Washtenaw. And so those projects, if they get built, need to be built in northern Michigan. And the reality also is, from the stories we just talked about, all of these northern Michigan counties have county commissioners that are all full Republicans and they're all anti-clean energy for whatever reason. And it is my belief that if we can paint Iosco County as we are friendly to clean energy. We do have some state forests. We have lots of farmland. Farmland is also a phenomenal place to do solar, especially for areas that are not dead that you need to rejuvenate. Solar has actually had a lot of effects for increasing the quality of rainwater, groundwater from the rain. You get bees butterflies that come back and build. I don't know about animals. I'm gonna say they build nests. I don't think butterflies build nests. But there's lots of studies that show they actually do foster health in the land. And so, if we can paint Iosco County as a friendly area, these projects can start coming to Iosco County, right? And so those building solar panel sites themselves will bring engineering jobs, they'll bring maintenance jobs, they'll bring passive income just from the generation of energy and the selling it. And, it is my goal to make sure that we can bring more money into our county so we can thrive without changing our way of life. And I think that clean energy is a very important piece of doing that. And I really, that's something that I would like to work on in the next 3.5 years of my term.
That's exciting. And that kind of money could then help with, the three-legged stool, affordable housing.
That is correct.
Education, and childcare. So that if we can attract people to move here, and this, there's so much trauma left over from Wordsmith, and when did it close? Like in the 80s?
Yeah,
Or, I mean,
very-
it's still, and so if we can reverse that trend and start bringing people here, then it
Right.
becomes an attraction, and then more infrastructure and more building
And you are right to bring up the housing. So we just finished at the county level. We just finished finalizing our the work to begin writing our master plan.
Oh, we're doing that
And
in Osceola Township.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
the issue that comes up, I've seen also in Escoda as well, the issue that comes up in every single one of them is both housing and jobs and the relationship of how it's a chicken and egg situation.
It is.
And so, that is another thing I'd like to see improved during my term, simply because it is the issue, right?
Right. And childcare. And I know everybody has an issue.
Us too. We have two small
yes,
kids and we struggled
right.
with it when we moved up here.
But we have 700, and I know the other place, I told you, they closed overnight. And so all of those children are still, and
We had our daycare closed overnight on us as well about 2.5 years ago up here. Same thing. It makes it very challenging.
Wow. Any questions I didn't ask you that you would like to highlight?
I don't think so. I would say, if you are interested in the county government, the county board of commissioner meetings are up on Zoom. The packets information are available to the public prior, so you can see what we deliberate on. I am always available for contact. You can email me. I think my number and email is on our county page as well. I'm also often at the Iosco County Democratic Party office, so chances are you can see me here as well. But if you're at all interested, I think the most important thing to do is ask questions and talk, right? And I think the last thing I would say, to your representatives, I want to say is your elected representatives are just people. And I think we have in this country a habit of putting our senators, our presidents, our county board of commissioners up on this pedestal of these people are very important to us. And I don't want to say I'm not important, but I am just another person, right? Our senators are just more people. They are people who have an interest in making our world better and serving. But I am not some, celebrity who you can't come talk to. I am just a normal dad with 2 kids who really just wants to help build a better world for everyone. And so, don't be afraid to reach out and ask questions. If you have an idea, don't assume that I have already thought through your idea and your plan. I haven't lived the life experience that everyone else has. I've only lived my own. So, don't be afraid. Talk to me.
And you are planning on availability in some town hall kind of thing, listening around the community. You're planning those.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So I haven't done this yet. One of the things that is really important to me is setting up some kind of, I'm calling it office hours, but really the goal is come talk to me, not me talk to you. Exactly what you said. It's listening, it's understanding what people in the area I serve care about. And at the end of the day, I am not directing you guys. I am serving you as your voice.
Well, we're just so lucky to have you.
Thank you.
And it's so much fun to spend this time. And the last question I have for you, given that we're going to play euchre here at some point, is, and I think I'm paired with you, do you cheat?
I do not cheat.
Okay.
In anything, ever. My daughter's middle name is Honor. My son's middle name is Truth. But I will call every single trick, and you should be ready for that because I am the most aggressive euchre player that you've ever played with.
I don't think you. Okay, this could be really fun. Maybe we should broadcast the euchre game.
I think
because
so.
That would be really fun. Because that man back there, he cheats, and so if he and Natasha are together. Count the cards. That's all I'm
Natasha
saying.
will cheat by forgetting what's been played.
Oh, no.
She is the unintentional cheater.
Oh, okay, he's the intentional. Okay.
Oh, are we
some feedback from a
Yeah.
active listener. Said Dee is crystal clear. That other guy, I can't remember his name, but he's too far away from the microphone.
As I get more comfortable, I'm just scooting back. Like, you're gonna find me on the floor.
I gave a shout out to your name to the caller, and hopefully, because she said she just got on, and again, Dee's, her voice is loud and clear, crystal clear, but the other guy, I can't hear him, so.
Okay.
Get close to the microphone.
All right.
I'm really loud. Yeah.
Is that better for whoever's
Is
there?
that better? Can everyone hear now?
And I also saw.
Ask Janet to call me back to see if.
Yeah, Jan will call the office.
Oh, perfect.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jan?
if it's not
Yeah.
better, call.
Oh,
I
it's
agree.
Jan from Greenbush. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Jan.
Alex, call me back if it's not, I'm not Alex.
Jan.
Call me, Jan, call me back at the headquarters so you can't understand Alex.
That's a bummer because it was the most insightful interview that's ever been done.
Wow. Well, we thank everyone for joining us. Is there anything else you'd like to cover?
Is there any questions from?
Yeah.
I see Susan. You sent something. Is there anything you'd like to ask? Put you on the spot.
Any other questions from our listeners? Don't be shy.
Well, Alex is gonna be back on, so.
I am gonna be back on. Okay, fantastic.
All right.
All right, let me
I think I have a
displace
karaoke
you.
session.
All right.
Yeah, no, you're definitely hired for karaoke.
Oh.
Am I still here?
I mean,
or am
you can do whatever you want,
Okay.
but you don't have to be like right here. Thank you.
Okay.
You're nice.
All right.
I like you a lot.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a short interlude. We are going to have Vicky and Jerry come on probably around 8:45, and they are going to do an attorney ask me anything. So live Q&A for all of your questions, specializing in family law. So there's a lot of things that you could potentially ask them. So stay tuned for that. And right now we're going to go grill some teenagers on their knowledge of civics. If you would like to be grilled on your knowledge of civics, let me know, because I'll grill you too. I'll grill you all over the place. All right?
All right.
In law school, you learn how to think like a lawyer, but you don't learn all the laws.
Perfect.
So that's a great way to put it. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are here. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I just realized.
Oh, it's Hopcroft. I'm Ann Victoria Hopcroft.
Ann Victoria Hopcroft. And you are?
I'm an attorney, one of the few attorneys in Oscoda. And I grew up in Oscoda, and I practiced in Colorado and California, and now I'm back practicing in my wonderful hometown of Oscoda in Iosco County.
That's awesome. So how long have you been practicing law?
Oh, a long time. Let's see, I was first licensed in 1979 in Colorado. And then I was licensed in California in 1989. And then I received reciprocity in Michigan in 1984. So I was, at some point I practiced in all three. Right now I'm active only in Michigan, but admitted in the other states, and I can rekindle that as needed.
Very cool. All right. So what is your sort of specialty? Like what sort of things do you like, what's your wheelhouse?
My wheelhouse would be avoiding probate. Estate planning and probate administration is definitely my wheelhouse, but I have practiced in multiple areas, including family law, immigration, securities litigation, municipal law. I was the assistant county attorney in Adams County, Colorado, and so that's adjacent to Denver. And as such, I sat with the Board of County Commissioners, and it's a large county, but it's partially industrial and partially agricultural. So kind of an unusual mix. So we had an application from a hazardous waste disposal company, and that they made application to, and they thought they could just push right past our commissioners and install a very unsafe hazardous waste disposal plant. But I was able to question them during their hearing, and they did not prevail. And then I earned the nickname Barracuda for that. Just doing my job. I thought I'd get a satin tour jacket out of the deal, but that never materialized.
I love it. Okay, hang on. Chris says she's having trouble hearing it, so I just want to make sure that we are plugged in the way that we need to be plugged in here. Barracuda.
That's so cool.
Let's put that on a shirt. Like that's such a cool.
I've never been honored for it.
Turn him up a little bit. Turn the gain a little bit.
Okay. Do we want to repeat?
We might.
Okay.
And I'm really sorry for that.
Oh, that's okay.
My bad.
That's okay.
Talk amongst
That's
yourselves
not
for
even-
1 minute. I am going to just double check the.
Did you want me to test it? Test.
She can't.
Oh, she can't.
doesn't feel like a VU meter or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
So where did you go to law school?
U of D.
Okay.
Oh, that's my sister went. You
Yeah.
said U of D, right?
University of Detroit School of
Yeah.
Law on Jefferson Avenue.
That's awesome. My sister went to UDM as well.
For law.
No.
So
for
we're slightly
mechanical
separate campuses,
Oh,
but
is
a
it?
very cool Jesuit school.
Yeah, I didn't
We
know
had
that.
law day.
Okay.
Can we hear us now?
Yep, we are good. And
Okay.
something definitely had come loose or something.
Oh, okay. So do you want to
right. Yeah,
re-intro?
we are gonna rehash this.
That's okay. I'll do it better this
All
time.
right,
Okay.
that's great. We got a dry run. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
All right. Well, why don't you just go ahead and introduce yourself? And
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Ann Victoria Hopcroft. I am an attorney in Oscoda, Michigan, where I grew up. I was also licensed in Colorado and California, where I practiced for several years before returning to my home state. You asked my wheelhouse, and that is currently estate planning and probate administration. So I help people avoid probate, a very relevant skill set to have in my hometown of Oscoda, Michigan, which has a lot of seniors. My experience relevant to this day is also in a good deal of governmental practice. So currently I am a member of the EOLDN, which is the Election Officials Legal Defense Network. So we are a pro bono group of attorneys across the whole United States, and it was started by Bob Bauer and another attorney, a Republican and a Democratic attorney, put it together so that election officials, starting in 2016, when they were getting so much harassment, so that they would have something to fall back on. And so lawyers will take their cases. I had 2 referrals since the 2016 election. I haven't had any yet, but we had a recent update seminar, so we'll be ready for challenges that come in the coming years. So my background in government includes, particularly in Colorado, I worked as an assistant county attorney. Now there we have assistant civil attorneys. It's not like I was a part of the prosecutor's office. I worked in civil matters. So I sat with the Board of County Commissioners, with the Planning Commission, and with the Zoning Review Board to legislate zoning decisions or environmental issues, and also advise the personnel department. So I had a wide range of governmental experience. And I was also tapped by the governor at that time to write legislation. We had to bring some state legislation to conform with the RCRA Act, which was the Resource Recovery and I don't know, whatever it was. I don't remember. Oh, Reclamation Act,
Yeah,
another
good.
R word, right. And so Colorado needed its own companion legislation. So I was tapped to be on that committee. So I got legislative experience as well. So I am keenly paying attention to the events of the day and ready to jump in to help as I can. But here tonight, we have Ask the Attorney.
Ask the Attorney.
So I'm prepared to answer questions from our audience on estate planning issues, how to avoid probate. I have a very cool way and a very inexpensive way that most people can use to avoid probate. But I'd be happy to consider your questions. Mr. Hardy.
What is probate?
What is probate? We have a question,
what
and
is
that question is,
probate?
what is probate?
That's a great question. So that is the court. That is when the court takes a will, a last will and testament, which most people know what that is. You write your last will and testament. And then in order for that to get carried out, it's not automatic. You can't take that will to the bank or the car or the Secretary of State or to the Register of Deeds, which is where you put your real property records. So a last will and testament and other probate documents go to the probate court. In Iosco County, the probate judge is Christopher P. Martin. And so he handles the probate of wills and trust matters, things, guardianships, and disputes about powers of attorney, things that are related to the transition between life and death, pretty much to generalize it. And so probate, you file a will with the probate court, and then with a lot of other questions being answered, especially about the heirs and the nature of the estate and where it was. And then Judge Martin will give you letters of authority, which allow you to go to the Secretary of State. They allow you to go to the bank as if you were the dead person and get their assets, and then you have the authority to stand in their shoes and distribute those assets according to the instructions in the will. And then the court is there. The court doesn't really get involved unless there's a dispute. So if an heir comes in and says, oh, that wasn't a good will, she wasn't competent when she made that will, or she had Alzheimer's and she shouldn't have been allowed to sign it, or disputes of that nature, or people think that they didn't get their right share according to the will. All those things can come before Judge Martin, and he has the authority to straighten it out. 90% of my cases are handled without him even taking a look at it, as far as I know. They just go about their business according to the probate court rules. But nevertheless, it's still an expensive process. If you don't have to do it, it may cost someone $3,000 to $5,000 to go through probate. Whereas if you plan ahead and do a couple of interesting steps, which I'll get to in a second, you can avoid that altogether and save your heirs that $3,000 to $5,000 and a year's worth of process and publication and a lot of paperwork and and delays in distribution. So here's what I suggest. Almost everyone can avoid probate. I still believe, and it's considered best practice, to still do a last will and testament because it expresses your wishes and it makes you decide, well, who's going to be in charge? Because you may have 4 kids and one of them may be the very administrative type and the others may not be. So you might want to pick that administrative person. But you also have to think ahead. I can't tell you how many times that the siblings feel so left out if they're not the ones who were picked. And then they'll attack and challenge the one who was picked. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's surprisingly acrimonious when it does. So that's something to think about when you're choosing your executor. So I say that a will is good for that. A will is also good if you have heirlooms, because in Michigan, you're allowed to have a list of tangible gifts with your will. So you sign it at the same time, and then it has the force of law. But it's a list. And so you can add to it from time to time, even after you've signed it. So you say, I want that Oriental rug to go to Vicky. And then you put the date and you initial it, and then that's a done deal. And your executor or your personal representative, same difference, they have to follow your wishes. So that's there and that's carved in law. So if you don't go through probate, that's still legal and binding. And if someone wants to argue about that, like if my sister thinks she should get that Oriental rug instead of me, and she really thinks she has a claim, then that can go to probate. And then the offended party has the right to open probate themselves, and then they pay all the money, and then they initiate that process. So that's a safeguard. So that enables people to have due process, because this is America. We have due process in all of our laws. We strive to have the best due process that there can be, and our probate courts are configured in that way. We in Michigan follow the Uniform Probate Code, which most states do, not all, but that's been hammered out and considered and amended and thought about by the greatest legal minds in the country, to put together those uniform laws. And then wisely, our legislature adopted it on the recommendation of the state bar, who also had a say in it. So yeah, so that's how we bring due process to bear in the probate courts.
That's really interesting. We have, yes, one at a time, please. Is yours a follow-up question or
It's a new question.
Okay, so sir.
What advice would you give to a couple that has young children? Because oftentimes I've heard couples say, well, I don't have time to do a will, I'm too busy. But what is how helpful is it for a couple with young children to have a will that outlines their desires, particularly who gets custody of the children if, God forbid, something should happen to the parents simultaneously?
Absolutely.
Can
That's
you reiterate the question.
Oh, yes. The question came from Paul, and he asked, what is the relevance, if I have that right, of having a will for couples with young children? Is it important and is it useful for them to have a will? And I say, absolutely. It's very important, especially because that gives you the opportunity to decide who is going to care for your children. If the couple should die in an accident together, leaving minor children, you are going to want to decide who is in charge of your children. You don't want to leave that up to chance. It's not always the end of the world if it's left up to chance. There's a process. The court will appoint probably the next of kin. You don't always want the next of kin. Maybe you do, and maybe it's okay to leave it up to chance. But the best practice is to a couple with young children to prepare a will and name who you want to be in charge of the children. And you might split that decision. You might say, I want this person or this couple to be in charge of the of the custody of my children, and I want this person or this couple to be in charge of their assets, because maybe one person or couple is more nurturing, and maybe another is better at investments. You can bifurcate that if you want. And now you wonder, do you need to go to a lawyer and make that expensive a commitment? Well, first of all, wills are not that expensive. They are, for example, I charge $300 for a will. I think I'm comparable to other people in the area. And but you don't have to go to a lawyer. There's a statutory will form in the MCL, Michigan Compiled Laws. And in Michigan, you can do what's called a holographic will, which is a very interesting phenomenon. Holographic is not like a hologram of Genie in the corner, but we call it a holographic because it's entirely in your own handwriting, entirely. So that means you write it out all in your own handwriting and you sign it and date it all in your own handwriting. I've given classes many times where I've had students come back to me and say, I did the will just like you said, and I typed it up. And I said, and they want to show it to me. And I go, you've just blown it by typing it out because it's no longer holographic.
Oh, interesting.
The holographic part is what makes it, which formalizes it and brings your identity clearly into, it can prove your identity, because
Of your
after you're
handwriting.
dead, how is somebody going to, they may be able to forge your signature, but they can't forge the whole page of your handwriting.
Do you want me to take your spot?
Can
Because
you, yeah, could
you can
you,
take your
I just,
thing.
we've got comments and I just would like somebody to help support,
No,
see all the
because I
things.
think you can do some your iron magic. You need that before I'm Paul, so you may not remember me.
I do remember you.
Okay.
Nice to see you, Paul. Thank you for sitting in. Did I answer
Yes.
that question? Okay. I know I did leave one thing hanging. I didn't tell the secret about how to avoid probate. So shall I go
The
ahead?
mic is yours, and
or we
I'll
do
reach
have
out to Mr. Hardy. Then we do have Chris Dimmel has a question.
I have questions. but
Okay,
you're way more
we'll,
interesting than I
and,
am.
well, that's very kind of you, but I don't think that's the case. But let me just reveal the secret if everybody's ready. So the best secret that I know for avoiding probate, and if you own real property, is that you should do what we in the practice call a ladybird deed. That is a nickname. We don't write ladybird deed on the paper, but it's a ladybird, maybe because of Lady Bird Johnson. We think that's the speculation, that it came from a professor originally in Texas law school. But in any case, regardless of the nickname, what it is a deed that gives you your property to yourself for your lifetime. And then if you still have that property when you pass, then it goes to whoever you name on the deed. So the ladybird part is you can have your cake and eat it too. So you can change your mind. If you decide to cash out, move to Hawaii, the people that you've named as the successor beneficiaries, they have no say in it. So they don't have to sign off. So this is an advancement on previous law in Michigan. It used to be that you could do a life estate deed, but if you changed your mind, you'd have to have those successor beneficiaries sign off, and they don't always do it. So a ladybird deed is just, I think it's awesome. It's inexpensive. It's a one-shot deal. And then if you're satisfied with your designation, it operates. By operation of law, when you pass, the property automatically goes to whoever you name. So
How is that different than putting them in the will?
okay, the question is, how is that different than putting it in the will? A will has to go through probate. The deed gets filed with the Register of Deeds, and then when somebody files your death certificate, automatically the people that you've named on the deed become the owners. Then it's just an administrative matter for them to change their address, if they even need to, with the assessor for the tax statements, but the property is in their name automatically. And usually there's no tax situation problem because it's usually a relative that you name. That's another whole issue, but
Okay, good.
that is the secret for passing real property, and it can be any real property. It doesn't have to be your home, if you have another lot or another, or a cabin or
know.
whatever. Yeah, you can pass it that way and it's done. And then that's not all there is to it though. There, usually people have financial accounts, but very often the financial institution will already have asked you, well, who do you want to name as a beneficiary? And you absolutely should do that. You should name a beneficiary on all your accounts, even your everyday savings and checking. Because if those are over, say in this year in 2025, if you died and you had more than $50,000 in your checking and no beneficiary, they'd have to go through probate to get it.
Okay.
Now, under 50,000, there is an easy form. So if you have a relative that passes and their assets total less than 50,000 and they are in their name still, you can use the affidavit of a decedent successor or a similar procedure with real property to transfer without going through the whole megillah of probate. It's just a one-shot deal. It's a slight involvement. It's like one document, slight involvement of the court.
Let me take an online question, and this comes from our member Chris Zimmel. Does a single person with no children need more than a will?
Yes. In my opinion, Chris, you don't, a will can handle everything, but as I said, a will does go through probate. If you want to avoid probate for your heirs, and maybe you don't care, after you're dead, let them take care of it, and that's your right. But if you want to avoid probate and you have real property, I would use a ladybird deed to avoid the probate, but you don't have to. You can name who you want things to go to in your will, and that is a done deal. You really can cover everything, all your assets in your will. Now, that doesn't cover how you want to handle your remains. That doesn't cover if you should, what we might call that gray area before you pass, if you should become mentally incapacitated. You might want to think about, do you want to take steps to decide who's going to be in charge of your affairs if you become mentally incapacitated? You don't have to, but you have the right to do that by creating a durable power of attorney for finances or a healthcare power of attorney, which is also called a patient advocate designation. Some people also refer to them as an advance directive, which is a component of the healthcare power of attorney. So circling back to, well, I think that does answer your question. Chris, if you want to go further with that, we can break it down.
And then why don't we go over to Alex for the next question?
Okay.
Yeah, I had so I serve as an alternate on our Commission on Aging for Iosco County. And one of the questions I got asked from a constituent is, are there services available to our elderly population who is maybe not financially secure, but may need to will or go through probate? I don't know if I'm using that term correctly at all. I just learned about today. But are there pro bono services available for our elderly population who maybe can't afford these services?
We don't have as robust legal services in the question was whether there are pro bono legal services available for elderly persons in our county. Yes, there are legal services of Northern Michigan. We don't have an office in our county. The closest offices are in West Branch and in Alpena. But those offices are available, and I've worked with those attorneys. They're very competent and very tenacious and good at what they do. There's also something called MichiganLegalServices.org, I believe. And that is an online platform which you can get packets to do to create your own legal documents.
And then unrelated question, because I had two. Hypothetically, let's say you have a young couple with young kids who does not have a will, hypothetically, of course. What would happen if something happened to them? How would it be determined who executes on their desires, from children, guardianship, to asset allocation, to whatever, assuming their kids are not old enough to step into that role themselves?
So the question came, if there's a young couple that that is killed and leaving their children, and they don't have a will and they haven't otherwise provided for the children in terms of any legal documents, what happens? Well, someone's taking care of the children when they learn of the untimely death of the parents. And then there is a probate process, a guardianship would take place still in the probate court. And then the court would consider all of the logical, they'd follow the family, the closest family members first, and then see who, all of the family members, all of the, what we would call the interested parties would be notified. And those would be the other siblings of the parents of the parents, and then we would go out to aunts and uncles and cousins if there weren't any in that first wave of relatives. So first we'd reach out to the other we'd reach out to the parents and then the other siblings. And then amongst those groups, the court would consider who to appoint. The court has the decision ultimately who to appoint as guardian, but all of those people, they may decide amongst themselves and present a plan to the court, which the court would endorse. But it's a court-sponsored process at the time. And for additional assurances, there is a guardian ad litem, which is a court-appointed attorney for the children to make sure that the children's interests are considered and they don't have to be swept into the persuasiveness, I'll say, of the relative that comes forward, who may not be the best one. Sometimes the most assertive relative is not the best one to be appointed.
So I guess the takeaway from this is, one, as a young parent, don't get killed simultaneously.
That's it.
But if
Number
you
one.
can't
Yeah.
avoid that, you should have a will written where you say, I want my children to go here, and this is the person I want to be their legal guardian, and this is the person I want to whom they will get the assets from my estate or our estate to take care of the kids. You know, again, in the event of a very untimely death. The reason why this comes to mind for me is not just that we've got some families with young kids here, but when I was a child, there was a young one of my friends, if you will, his parents were both tragically killed in an automobile accident. So the paternal grandparents were raising Dan, and it was Dan. So Dan was raised by his paternal grandparents, which, when I was a young kid, I thought, boy, his parents seemed pretty old, but we didn't care. The guy was a candy representative, so we got all the free candy we could get from the basement. But I think it's important for, because most younger people think, oh, this is something I have to write a will when I'm 50.
Right. Yeah, most people don't think about writing it when they're younger, but it's a very good reason because it may work out just fine. And it may be that the court will appoint the person that comes forward may be the best one, and the court will appoint. If the family members agree, the court's probably not going to disagree, but the additional safeguard, the due process will be that the children will have a guardian ad litem who will make an independent recommendation, and they will, one of the things that they're set to do is to make sure that the children aren't being unduly influenced by someone who's trying to get their hands on the assets.
Alex, do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Hang on, we've got one coming in from the audience.
What is the difference? Where would you recommend a will and where would you recommend a trust?
Oh, that's an excellent question. The question from the audience.
What is a trust?
Okay. The question from the audience is, when would I recommend a will? When would I recommend a trust? And what is a trust? So a trust, very simply put, a trust is a box. And you put assets into that box. And the trust, to the great chagrin and of many, many, many clients that I have encountered, the trust cannot cover anything that's not put into that box. So many families will spend tens of thousands of dollars to create the perfect trust, and then they don't fund it. Funding is not something that the lawyers do because you have to take your own assets and put them into the trust. We can help you, but it's a basic case of you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. The assets have to get titled to the trust or it does not govern it. When is a trust useful? I do write trusts and they are useful. What I like to say is they are useful when you have complexities. For example, if you have a special needs child, a special needs trust is very important because many of you may know that persons who receive government means tested benefits their assets cannot exceed a certain amount. But if that individual has a special needs trust, then they can take advantage of they don't receive it, but that special needs trust can provide benefits to them that their asset limit of $2,000 would not let them enjoy. So when else might you use a trust? The complexities might include maybe amongst your natural heirs, you have a child that has a gambling problem or a substance issue or mental health issues or an evil spouse. So you may not want them to receive their inheritance directly. It may be important to you, and it's a very personal decision, to have their inheritance pass through a trustee maybe they'll pay third persons for them. Maybe they'll pay bills for them. So when you write a trust, it is a very complex document. It's like writing your own constitution. You can make it as complex as you want. So yes, you will pay for these dance lessons, but you won't pay for them to get their taxes done. And you absolutely will not pay for gambling or whatever you want to say. I'm just riffing about what's possible, but you create the conditions under which that person gets paid. And a very important function of a trust is if you have a child subject to bankruptcy or who's always running from creditors, the creditors cannot touch the trust. That's a very useful function of a trust. It's also useful if you have a complex business interests or businesses that you're very involved in, only certain people know how to run it. You don't want to just dump that business on your child. You probably want to have some, you may want to avail yourself of a trust, and you very probably want to have a complicated enough operating agreement or bylaws for your governing documents for your business entity, whatever your business entity is. If it's an LLC, you'll want to have in your operating agreement, you'll want to take care of all of those things so that the wrong child doesn't run the business into the ground.
Sometimes I hear people say, well, I'm not worth that much money. I don't need to set up a trust. And people think you have to be some people I heard say that, oh, you've got to be a millionaire to have a trust. What are your views on that, counselor?
So that doesn't really bear on it. The amount of money you have doesn't bear on it. In my opinion, it's the complexities. For example, a person doesn't have to have a lot of money to have a special needs trust for a special needs child, right? And it's the complexities that govern it. And certainly there are financial considerations. For example, to do an estate plan where you don't have a trust, you'll be paying in the hundreds. To do an estate plan with a trust, you will be paying in the thousands. So and it doesn't stop there. When I say that a ladybird deed is a done deal, a beneficiary designation is a done deal, a trust is not a done deal. A trust is its own entity. And then after you pass, it gets its own social security number or EIN, and then it's an entity and it has to file an income tax and it has to be administered and the trustee has to be paid. And financial accountings have to be provided to the beneficiaries, and it has to be audited. So there's a lot of admin in a trust, which is why people think that you have to be pretty wealthy to have a trust. It's certainly a consideration. But if it's a good tool for you, it's there and it's available. But rarely, it's not that often needed, in my humble opinion, being someone that cares about saving money for my clients and not having to unduly pay an attorney.
We're running out of time. So Alex, do you have one final question?
For people in Oscoda or Iosco County in particular, what is the main thing that you see people do wrong with their end of life wills or their planning or anything like that?
Let me reiterate
If
this.
anyone in demographic level advice, what would you give?
The question that Alex had was to Ann is, what is the biggest mistake you see in your clients in what they're doing or not doing for their estate planning?
What I most see is that people don't pay attention to their real property. And for example, someone in my own family passed without having his wife's name on the deed. She had, but it has to go through probate. So she had to incur expenses somewhere over $3,000 to get the real property in her name. And and I wish that I'd thought to ask him when I saw him at the gas station, hey, how's your deed? Because it would have been so simple and so inexpensive for him to have put his wife's name on the deed, and even better, to have created a ladybird deed where he not only put his wife's name on it, but that he had planned ahead to who he had or who they had wanted to get the property after they both passed. So that's the biggest mistake that I see people in Iosco County making. They could have spent $300 and saved their relatives $3,000 to $5,000. Just a simple signing, a simple consultation and a signing, very easy. You do want to have an attorney do a deed though, because there's a lot of.
And I want to do a shout out for you about the trust is a box. And that you have to fill it with stuff, because when my father and mother had their trust set up and I was named as the first settler, I started asking my dad questions after my mother passed away about, hey, Dad, what about this? What about this? His attorney never bothered to give him a checklist of, okay, Dr. Cradwell, these are the things you need to do. You need to quit claim deed the title of your home into the trust. You need to get the bank accounts to this. All of these things. And my dad just looked at me, and he was not a dumb man, but he said, well, I thought the trust took care of it.
Oh my
he had
gosh.
no idea about your concept of the box that you have to fill with assets. That, yeah, it's great you set up a trust, but if you don't fund the trust, you might as well use the document to start a fire.
That is absolutely right. And it's so prevalent. I could not believe how prevalent it is. And it's so heartbreaking to encounter and try to represent someone who was to be the beneficiary of a trust, and their parent late in life married the evil stepmother, and she gets all the stuff. And the dad had even written it up so that the child was going to get the lion's share of the stuff, but it was only on paper. It wasn't in the box.
Well, listen, Counselor, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. We might have some other questions that will come in later, not tonight, of course, but I really appreciate you coming here for a Rageathon. Thank you.
It was my great pleasure. Thank you.
Great. All right, we're going to take a pause here.
All right. Oh, I need that brush. I need that word was cold.
I don't know what to do with
I
this.
literally don't know what to do with that.
I'm just gonna put it in the bag.
With the signs.
That's right.
But at a certain point, we need to.
We need to say thank you, but no. Purge the signs. We need to up our game on signs, because we could sell good ones. I know we're not supposed to sell them.
We can accept donations.
So donations starting at $10.
Suggested donation.
Even the first.
Thank you.
So
Suggested
donations. 10:30-ish, and there were people, like, there were people hanging out
Where?
on the sign, let people in.
What time?
10:30.
Oh my gosh.
So anytime there's something going on, we need to be open.
Early, really early.
We need to catch
Gosh,
it.
I was just on a bike.
No, drink all my water before. I am gonna need you to keep score due to the fact that I'm very bad at it. A combination of never remembering the rules and forgetfulness will get you there.
In the words of Pope Francis, who am I to judge?
Who indeed?
I stayed up one night a year this late on our anniversary.
On your anniversary?
Yep.
Uh-oh, are we borrowing something from future you?
No, it's just that I'm normally long in bed.
I am like, if you always have to wake up at 6:30.
I know.
Going to bed late is just punishing
It is, it's just cruel.
I just punish myself every single day.
Alex can handle it. I'm a delicate flower. I'm like, well, that didn't work out, so I'm gonna need a nap today.
Oh, I take a nap every single day. Every day.
I miss taking my naps. I used to take a nap with Theodore.
That's not true, I didn't take a nap today.
I feel worse than I have a nap.
I should not just stand in front of the camera, that's what I'm learning.
Where is the camera?
On the floor, I guess, from that.
No, it's in the middle of the.
Put like a 2-minute shot of my butt. So.
You like that?
No, not really, no. It reminds me how far I fall in my soccer days.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, stop.
Fabulous. I won't hear this.
Okay. What else? You taking pizza home?
Sure.
No, those two. Probably. You guys take, your kids.
I'm not gonna say no to Natasha, but.
Okay. Can you take the pepperoni off? Is that okay?
Oh, our kid eat pepperoni.
Oh, fabulous.
They decided that they're.
They decided I like pepperoni.
And we're not here to be the.
We are walking a
That's what you
fine
guys
line
want,
that we
too.
haven't decided yet of like how much are we gonna force them to be vegetarian, how much are we gonna let them. And pepperoni is Theodore's little like area.
He just thinks
so-
it's like really.
Is that his crack?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
So.
So we're playing on camera,
Yeah, we're
okay.
playing live, but I don't know if anyone's actually.
Ah, there we go, okay.
So I didn't get a chance to play this game, so then I'll take it.
Yeah, we
can. All right. So.
Hold on, before we do this, are we lying or are we only talking from truth?
This is actually, this is not that game.
Oh,
This is
no.
actually, it's like taboo. It's
Okay.
called
Okay.
unmentionable. So these are
Okay.
all words that are on the president's banned words. list.
Excellent. Okay.
So I'm gonna tell you the word and I can't tell you the.
Trump has a banned words
There's
list?
like, yes, 500 words that you can't say around him.
Are you
Okay.
serious?
Okay.
I just assumed it was anything
this-
goes with him.
Eventually will become a child, but
Fetus.
yes.
Okay, I got it now. These are all gonna be politically charged words,
So
okay.
you can't say the words underneath.
I
And
love
everybody
it.
would guess the top one.
It's this imaginary
Tariffs.
curriculum that isn't actually part of any.
Critical race theory.
Boom! Way to go!
I was thinking litter boxes. I'm like, I know it's not.
Wow! And there's no one on. See, this is the best part.
This would have been fun to
This
play.
would have been fun.
Maybe we'll get the 11 o'clock college crowd after the bar.
This is a word for something that is exposed or at risk.
Vulnerable.
Oh.
Wait, vulnerable is a banned word? Okay. I'm learning so much. This is crazy.
Only the most cis hetero words are acceptable here. Is it
This
breastfeeding?
is something I believe very strongly in and base a lot of my life around.
Data.
Yes, but not that word.
Oh. Facts?
You would say your opinion is.
You have your opinions. I have mine.
I forgot about that story. That was day one.
Day one, baby.
One of the other commissioners, day one or day two, when I was talking about the solar thing, after I gave my big speech,
Yeah.
Commissioner Loeffler turned around and looked at me and said, "You have your data, I have my God."
Oh.
And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
but
that's
we have smoothed since then a little bit, but
A little prickly.
I was like, okay, that's a
Well, that's a curious perspective.
yes, okay.
We'll make a quick boundary.
Okay.
Yes. So the
Hearts, perhaps.
part of this would be if someone is very
Evidence-based.
There we go.
Way to go.
I was gonna say a very based opinion, but I was trying to.
Without saying it.
I have not guessed one.
I think
Wow.
I did not think I was gonna ever get that. I'm pretty sure I showed up the camera. Natasha looked at the screen.
So, if you are an individual who is largely unaffected by things,
LGBTQ?
if you're unaffected by things that are happening right
White
now,
male under 40.
okay, I love that, but there's like a specific word we associate with this, and you might say
Privileged.
Yes.
It's like, this is like 10,000 pyramid, like, which is really old. That's a very old.
I haven't heard of that.
I don't know what that is.
You haven't never seen the $10,000 pyramid?
Oh yes, yes,
Okay.
I have. Okay, that is the correct name. I'm sorry, I couldn't get there from. I used to watch Game Show Network when I was a kid all the time.
I love that. All right. This is when foundationally people have different rights.
Two-tiered system.
Class system, case system, discrimination, discriminatory, redlining.
The overarching theme of all of that.
Class-based warfare. Classism.
When it is built in.
Systemic racism.
Yes. Thank you.
You
Boom.
Woo! Woo! All right, Alex, see if you can get one.
Let's see if I can do better than last time. Okay. When you have a group of people that have mixed looks, you would say, and you might want to
Diverse?
celebrate. You would
Diversity?
celebrate. Yes.
Oh.
Okay, but I want to try. Hold on. If I had done this one instead, an old English ship from the Civil War era. Would you have gotten that or no?
No.
Okay.
Oh, we have to ask Paul that.
Oh, it's not real. It's from Anchor.
Oh.
It's from Anchorman.
Got it. Okay.
It's just guessing the names of things. All right, deal the cards.
Do you
sir.
like Will Ferrell movies?
I don't. Yes, I don't see a lot.
Okay. If I had described this clue as an old English ship from the Civil War era, never mind. Okay, we're good.
No.
A sloop.
It's diversity. It's from Anchorman. They're talking about how they need to have a woman anchor in the room, and this as part of diversity. And Will Ferrell's like, was it Will or was it Brick? Was it Steve Carell? It doesn't
You're
matter.
getting off the topic here.
No, it doesn't matter. That
You
was
know
the,
what?
that was the
Why don't you
joke.
act it out
No,
first?
saying the
Scene by
joke
scene.
again is not gonna make it more funny. Now that we're
The only
here,
line that I remember from that is "I love lamp." I love lamp.
which is what I was thinking as I was carrying it
I
in.
love lamp.
I thought you were all gonna ask me why you have a lamp. I was like, I love lamp.
And 60% of the time it works every time.
Is there
Six Panther.
Six Panther.
Is there anybody on?
I don't know how to tell.
It'll say you.
There was a
3 watching now.
3 watching.
Are all of them us though?
No, I turned mine off. I'm not watching.
Oh, maybe some people are watching.
All right. Well, let's not be profaned.
Oh, sure, let's.
Okay, actually, this is after hours.
Maybe people are cheering with, chatting with us.
Is anybody chatting? Nobody's chatting.
Nope.
Jan Kornacki wanted to play euchre with us.
Sorry. Do
Your
you want to
bad
cut?
time.
Are
She
you
would come in for a little bit. My watch just told me it's my bedtime.
It's
I
your
should
bedtime.
start winding down.
Well, you know what? This is gonna be really chill, for
I-
sure. You're not competitive, are you?
Oh, no, not at all. How did I get a 7?
okay, that's not a misdeal. I just would like to.
They must have stuck together. I thought I did well.
Well, the thing is, though, that means we're missing a card because the deal worked out perfectly. I have 4 in the kitty.
Drop one on the floor. Okay.
Oh, well, that just sucks because I have a great hand.
Oh, nice. I was going to order it up as well.
Okay, good.
But
We
mostly
would've won.
because I had a trump in my hand.
Let's call it something else.
Here, I know. This is what I had.
Oh, nice. We would have
Yeah,
got it for
we
sure.
would've-
Okay.
And an ace.
So.
And a 7
king,
somehow.
king.
Yeah, I'll have to read the right number because this is not.
I'm sorting because I'm not 100% sure, but
Should we
it
say- should we call them Biden
it
or
felt
Jax?
it
What's
felt
Biden?
right.
Kings. Jack.
Kings are good. Aces are good. 9s are good.
Queens.
10s are good.
Aces are good.
So aces
Just
are good. Kings are good. Queens are good. Jacks are good. 10s are good. 9s are good. So
All right, it's your
I must
deal.
have dealt someone 6 cards.
That's all right. All right.
All right. While you do that, I'm going to ask my questions, my true or false questions.
That's Okay.
The Constitution explicitly says America is a Christian nation.
Oh, that's definitely true. It's false.
It's
The Constitution
Sorry.
never mentions Christianity and
No.
ensures separation of church and state. True or false? You have the right to say anything you want, anytime, anywhere, without consequences.
No, false.
The First Amendment limits government censorship, not consequences. Voting is a constitutional right for all U.S. citizens.
Yes, I think it is. True.
Anyone else?
I'm thinking. No. It's not. It's false. Felons can't vote.
There's no universal
Oh,
right to
yeah,
vote in the
that's right.
Constitution, just protections against discrimination. What did you say?
Felons can't vote.
Not
Not in
every
all
felon.
states.
Not all-
Yeah,
right.
You're right.
I don't need to cut it when you get rid of the
Okay.
deal.
The Civil War was primarily about states' rights.
That is
Yes.
a leading question. It's about states' rights to own slaves.
Police are legally required to protect individuals from harm.
That is false.
False.
Legally, police aren't required to protect you in all situations. See Castle Rock versus Gonzalez.
Oh.
The right to privacy
Okay,
is
wait, could I-
explicitly.
Oh, a couple questions. Do you play 9s and 10s?
No. We don't play farmers' hands.
Okay. Do you play ace no face, no trump? Okay. Wow.
Wow, this is a tough
The
crowd.
only thing we play is the screw the dealer. You must call it.
Oh, you must call it. Okay. All
But
right.
that literally never comes into play because I will not let it get past me.
Okay.
And this
Okay. All right. All right. Very good.
is very rare.
Yes.
Pass.
Okie dokie.
No. No.
That's table talk.
That is table
And
talk.
I'm just
That's a
saying,
point.
wow. That was sit down.
I don't know if I go that far.
Are. Okay.
All right. You lead.
And now Alex is gonna game within the game, so we're gonna do this all.
I feel very good about
We're
this.
to get wrecked.
You better have a club.
That's table toss. It's only gonna get better from here. Oh, baby.
We won't get euchred. That's
That's
the only
important.
positive thing I can
That's
say.
important. Refrigerator magnets.
Oh no, we're boned.
Oh,
Oh, it's buried.
Oh, it was buried.
That's awesome. I did not want to be leading at the end. I'm like, I have a protected left, but if I just lead, I'm screwed.
Chris is here.
Chris?
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris. I had both red bowers,
Ah,
and 2 9s of each. So either way, I would have.
I had 2 trump and 3 aces.
I
So
was 4 suited.
I had crap.
We're lucky we ended as well as we did.
Yes.
Pass.
Pass.
pick it up.
How fun.
How fun.
How fun for me.
All right. What is Trump?
Spades.
Alrighty.
Oh, that is just not right.
It's called winning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, this is so unfortunate.
This is so unfortunate. Oh!
You too. I called it.
I did best to support hand. I did not.
No, I had nothing.
What are you doing, Chris? Are you just gonna hang out with us? We might need an arbitrator in case our euchre game gets ugly.
I had 3
so-
trump and I was 2 suited, just
I got it on
3
base.
suited. But
Oh, thank you.
would you have picked it up?
I probably would have because I would have channeled your saucy energy. Like I would not have personally felt comfortable doing that. But that gave me 3. 3, that's good, right?
Always pick it
A
up.
9, a jack, a queen.
I can't believe I never had a chance to trump anything with the hand I had. That was crazy.
Ooh. Pass.
Pass.
Oh. Do this.
Yours.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Give us 2.
You know what? I have a great hand for poker.
Yeah.
3 of kind? All night? For a while. No idea how to play euchre, so not much help there.
Oh,
Well, you can
Chris, you got to come in and play euchre with us.
You can be a witness if anybody tries to choke anyone else out. We should have a euchre.
Oh, we need a euchre night. We have got to have a euchre night.
Be a good fundraiser too.
It'd be a great fundraiser.
I would feel very comfortable charging people to play euchre.
I'm sure they would love to provide a donation.
Donation.
She said coercively.
Hearts.
And you can donate $5 every time you get
Every-
euchred too.
At the end of the night, if you want us to
Pass.
expunge your record, you can make a larger donation. I will Trumpify it for you. I also would love to pass.
And you're going to pick it up.
How fun. I feel like I've said that like a lot.
I love when people have really great hands and it's not what's being called up. You're like, you just ruined my life.
This is going to be unpleasant. Word is that 5 million people turned out to protest today.
Wow.
2% of the population and no violence at the euchre table. All right. Well, all right.
2%. That's a really high.
That's
really
amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing.
What a day.
Great.
I'm sorry.
It's up to you.
Alex left.
Hearts is Trump. I read that Trump's approval rating has fallen to negative for the first time in both his presidencies.
It is way down.
This is like that Ralph Wiggum thing where he's like, I'm in danger.
All right, moment of truth.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot! That's Alex's deal.
Still pretty good.
That was legit.
Don't you try to do that. I
Oh,
saw
wow.
what you did there.
It has even fallen among Republicans. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Didn't you just pick that up?
No, I ordered it up to you.
But you got it.
Yeah.
We got.
And we didn't get you, so.
No. And he was trying to give you the deal.
Stealing the deal is not cheating.
Oh.
I
A
would
couple of
agree.
hands ago, I had a loan.
I'm so sorry. It's so crushing.
That is-
Honest to
Did we-
goodness, when you have a
So
loaner.
that is part of my strategy of always playing my best hand. Is
Somebody
no,
else, if
so,
it
so
goes
the
around-
math says I only have to convert on like 60% of them, and then we
60% of the time.
You know what I have to say to that? You have your data.
I honestly I didn't know what to say.
I mean, what were you?
What
were you talking about before I brought this up?
We were talking about it was the second time that I had been in the meeting, and I had just gone through it was the Gaylord solar issue. I just walked through all the facts and data, and then someone had been like, "Why do you even care about solar? Global warming is not even real." And so then I went through and I talked about why global warming is real and how it's actually like it's not a contested issue even in the Republican camp amongst anyone under 50. Like it is a known, like it's no longer contested. And I walked through, the rising temperatures and that was the answer, the response of, yeah. And
I'm pretty sure that there's some.
and
my
first thought was like, you don't even know if we have the same God for one. Like,
I didn't realize that somebody had the corner on God.
Right.
Like, right?
Right.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so anyway, pick it up.
Well, that's rude.
You're welcome. There's more where that came from.
I was waiting for a chance to return the euchre favor to you.
Rude as hell.
That's a lot of thought to play a card.
Alrighty.
Whew. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, you have another one.
And what's Trump?
Spades. Oh my gosh, we made it. You won. And I still have 2 Trump.
I have not had the cards at all.
It really is. It's not yours.
I was gonna call that. I was too suited with 3
I'm like,
Trump.
I got the ace, I got the jack. If we take one, we're gonna be fine.
I know. I think the fallacy is counting on your partner to take one.
Right.
You know what though?
I
You don't
often
have
count on my
faith in
partner
another
for
person.
3.
What are we even doing? Okay.
You have your facts.
Yeah.
That's
Grab your cards.
echoed to my brain.
That actually was something Natasha has said to me multiple times since then. Every time, any argument, it does. But I would like to point out that we have been responsible for all the points scored, and at some point, like, are you guys going to jump in the game?
We hate them too.
I feel like I've been forced to like every single hand. And I'm actually mad about these cards now. I want to play with these cards. They're not lucky, and I'm sad.
We can break out your cards after this
Okay.
round. I mean,
Okay,
I've
I'll
just
pass. I'll just pass.
pass.
I'll just pass.
Pass.
She's really mad at the cards.
Yeah, because
You can't win just picking up the right vowel.
No. She knows I want her to pick this up, too.
Yeah, we're gonna go for it.
Go alone.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. No, yeah, no. No, yeah, no, I'm
Yeah,
good.
no.
No, yeah, no. Here goes a thing that we're gonna try.
See,
Diamond.
Chris doesn't want us to use Trump for the.
I know.
the
We're
word
gonna.
there.
We should change it to Biden.
We're gonna call it Biden.
We'll call it Biden's.
And
We're gonna call it Biden's.
diamonds. and Trump.
Diamonds, Paul. Stay with us.
Excuse me.
Diamonds are Biden's.
Oh, well, that's rude.
Diamonds is Biden's. Almost reneged there. Whoops.
Whoops.
I was not paying attention. Not to sugarcoat it. They're crying out loud. I too have feelings about this.
I have a lot of feelings.
They're everywhere.
What did you read?
Spades is lead.
Oh, spades is lead.
It's queens. Don't you have a queen?
I took that.
Oh, shut up.
No, I'm.
Yeah, no.
I took it.
She trumped
I took it with the
it. She
queen.
yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, thanks for leaving the heart, Paul. The king of hearts.
Wait, did you played a diamond on that?
What?
You played a diamond?
No, I just realized I did not. I played a. Wait, did I play the?
No, the queen of spades was lead.
I played.
I played a club.
I
So
played
unless
the queen of spades.
no, the queen of spades was lead.
I threw down this queen of spades was me.
I put the queen of clubs. So
I put the
who put the
10.
queen of
I put
diamonds?
Yes.
Okay, then it's yours.
I
Yes.
won. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Wasn't that what I said? Was that not what I said?
Well,
No, you said you played the queen of spades.
There was a
By
lack
that
of,
I meant.
there was a lack of confidence in your direction.
That's fair.
Watch carefully.
Voila.
Look at the stopper.
Woo! They got a point.
Sorry. Do you care if I throw in?
Oh no, I'm
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
yeah.
But I
I always ask to play out, but I'm.
I know.
gonna
That's
push
why I
my
realized
luck
when
so
Natasha still tried
Oh,
to.
do you
Yeah.
play it out? Oh, that's such a waste. What does Chris have to say?
we're just we're.
She doesn't want us to play it out either.
We're biding.
Biding our time. Biding our time.
We only got one. I took
No.
one of them.
Yeah, one.
I had the protected left. I was debating. I was like,
I had a full house.
Not
I
enough
had
to
3 nines and a pair
not
of
enough to
queens.
order
That's
you.
what I had. That other hand. I had 3 nines and a pair of queens. Oh my gosh. Don't be four suited. Don't be four suited. Don't be four suited.
I'll be 4 suited if I have all the jacks. That's the second jack you flipped over.
I'm just lucky.
That is pretty
Pass.
cool. Pass.
Pass.
Oh yeah, no.
No, yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
No, yeah, no.
Interesting that he's already put in a card. I haven't laid anything.
I haven't been wrong yet.
Game within a game.
That's why you have your data.
I really I did not know how to respond.
I would not have known.
Still,
I would have stroked out a little. For sure.
The good news is I didn't have any time left, so
oh wow.
but we also don't keep track of that at all.
It's good to know that I'm alone here. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You are alone.
Honey, there's not a lot of thought there. All right.
I can lay my cards resentfully.
It's What?
You didn't play a heart last time.
I thought that was.
She played the left bower.
No, it's diamonds.
Diamonds.
It was diamonds. Wasn't it?
No.
Diamonds?
You played the left bower and he didn't play a heart. You played that and he threw the queen of clubs.
Oh.
Does it matter?
Yes, because the king of
I thought
hearts
diamonds
would have
were-
had
honestly, I
to go.
thought
Yeah, no,
diamonds
I'm
were
not
white.
saying you
Yeah,
cheated.
yeah.
But
Okay.
I think we would have got them all. Is the point?
Yeah,
Oh no,
I
he's
agree.
another heart. It wouldn't have mattered.
You
I
have
saw
another
his hand.
heart?
Yeah, it wouldn't have made a difference.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
take the one.
All right.
I had 9s and 10s only.
If I had any luck tonight, it would be bad.
Oh, and I was four suited, obviously.
There you are, darling.
I just want once where I can say,
Yeah,
I'm picking it up and I'm going alone.
I'd love to feel confident. That'd be
I know.
great. That'd be amazing.
You can say that literally anytime you do it.
No, stop.
Fun euchre fact.
I know, but I want your wife seems to like me. I don't want her to be mad at me the rest of the time.
We gotta have a euchre night.
Yeah,
This
no,
is
that'd be
it.
so good. That'd be great.
And you know what would be fun is to like swap partners.
Oh, you have to do random partners if
And
you're gonna.
yes. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, absolutely.
It would be incredible. Oh. Huh.
Pass.
Pass.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting. I'm gonna go.
He's not gonna go alone.
No. Oh, that's not a good move, Paul.
I'm sorry, was that diamond?
Yes. Diamonds or trump.
Biden.
Or Biden.
The
sorry.
Bidens, diamonds.
He's too scared to go alone.
My face is
Have you ever been in combat?
No, that's fair. That is very fair.
So that's currently theirs.
No, it's Natasha's. She
But you
played
know
the
what? You have your history. I have my career.
You have your quantum mechanics, so it's yours, darling.
Yes, I got this. Thanks. I'll take this. And that'll be my last contribution of the entire.
I'm sure
evening.
that's not true. Because. Oh, man. This is just painful.
How fun.
Here's where we take the
No,
rest of
it really isn't.
Going on a limb here.
Oh. Well, the ace has already been played.
Oh, now who's a spicy meatball?
Oh, wow.
Groan of despair is not a good sign.
You have a Trump left though. I'm boned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
thank
have-
God. Okay. Right.
So Cindy was like, I barely even had to say a thing, and she was all over the edge of doing more chalk art on the chalkboard.
Oh.
My thought is to have a border around the outside that is always there, and then in the middle change like
Yeah.
different events and stuff like that. And I'm not married to what I did because it's really boring and plain, and I hate it.
Sunrise board.
It's
Sunrise. I do, people, there is some interest in the idea board.
Okay, cool. Yeah. You know what? I think we can take down the illegible constitution, and we can use that space.
No, you got to have the
Who do we-
Constitution up.
We're gonna,
You have to have the Constitution up.
we
somewhere.
have to have it somewhere.
Oh, okay. Can we have a smaller one, maybe one that people can read? Oh. Okay.
It was a big. Like, you've already got rid of Jimmy Carter.
Who's gonna put him back up? In a nicer frame too, let it be known. Carol almost threw that away when we cleaned the office.
No, I wasn't gonna repeat that.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
No.
So anyway, I think the problem is that this is the smooth wall space. So if we're gonna put things up that
Yeah,
it makes sense to put it over there.
But we can move them.
We can move that.
Constitution.
There is plenty of wall
There's-
space.
there's
We
plenty
will
of wall
find a spot for it. It's great. Maybe someplace where people would stand really close to it.
We'll put it by the Bill of Rights.
It's just so
They could go together. That's all.
The Bill of Rights is pretty though. Pretty.
It's often been said about me.
I think that's the first thing people say about you.
That's the first time I've heard this.
What a supportive queen.
I know,
She's
right?
like, well, oh my.
I'm like
Oh
Prince
my.
Philip, 3 steps behind.
Yes.
Still no
Yes.
Actually, for this.
Oh
I know.
my
What?
God. Hearts.
Technically, the rules of the game say I can't pick it up. You're not supposed to pick it up if you don't have Trump in your hand.
Oh,
That's the first I've heard of this rule.
I never heard of that rule either.
I never heard of that rule.
Never heard of
I
that.
never
Really?
heard that rule.
Oh, maybe it's not a rule. It's what we used to say at Michigan Tech, though. Maybe people said that because they got tired of me picking it up
Hearts is vibing.
for no reason.
What's up, baby? Take me out to dinner.
What the?
Tarnation.
We're still going to do it for them. I'm not worried.
Tarnation.
Tarnation.
Uh-oh.
Woo!
Biting me.
Choked a little, but I'm okay.
Thank God. Thank that man's God.
Anyone's really.
Oh,
Yeah,
bird.
she has a heart left. Though.
Oh.
9, 10 ace.
That's what it took, though. I had no clubs. So it takes me not to call something.
That's,
Wow. Yeah.
that's a windy opportunity.
I had 9s, 10s, and a queen. Queen or king? I had nothing. I would have been no help to you.
I think we should have like a volunteer recognition day
I
in
know.
combination with some training, because Lord, people have given me money so many times, and I swear to God, every time I do something different with it. I'm like, I wrote a receipt, sort of. I put it in the envelope, sort of.
If we're gonna recognize volunteers, though, it cannot be anyone on the executive board or anyone.
Absolutely.
Like
Absolutely.
as a rule.
Yes. One of the things that I wanted to do was set up like a photo shoot, so everybody could come have their picture taken, and then do a little card under them that like, this is what I volunteer for. This is why I volunteer. Like it could be Humane Society or whatever you volunteer for, but just celebrating the fact that people care and are involved. And
I'd like to recognize Jeff and Vicky.
Who's Jeff?
Jeff Abshin, he organized the Taoist.
Oh,
He
okay.
works in the office once a week. He like.
Do I know him and just don't know his name
Yeah,
or?
probably.
Okay.
Oh, pass.
Are you familiar with the motto of the British SAS?
Just come on, Paul.
Pick it up.
do you want to go alone?
That's table talk.
It's table talk.
Oh, come on. You better not have a spade.
We're gonna be in a tie game, Natasha. You don't have to be mad.
You better not.
Oops.
We got 7.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
What was Biden?
Hearts.
Hearts.
I love that.
I hate
I
this.
love that.
I cannot wrap my head around. We got to call it Trump. I'm not capable.
That is the complete.
We get it though. That's what we needed. We did it.
This is not going well.
No, it's going really good. It's going really good. It's going great.
Problem is, it feels like I played my ace, she played the left. We're out of. There's nothing else coming.
Oh, yeah.
That was a close one. I had the most beautiful spade hand, and I was a little disappointed, but you know what? It's fine. I had a beautiful spade hand.
But it would never get you dealt. Would never got back to you.
How about you eat a bag of ham sandwiches, Alex?
Doesn't even sound good.
Ouch.
Are they burritos? Maybe like ham and cheese burritos.
don't do
Can
that
we compromise on this?
When I was growing up, my mom would make, like, she would grind up ham and pickles and cheese and then, like, toast it on buns. And that's like a meal.
Another Jack. Wow.
Woo! I'm a little nostalgic about it.
I'm gonna be nostalgic about all these Jacks you flipped over.
I'm gonna watch Slippery Fingers over there next time. I'm like, man, these jacks.
Sorry, I assumed
really
you were
good.
passing.
Yeah, pass.
And every time you get a jack, I get a farmer's hand. So eat my jorts. And if that's not table talk, I don't know what it is.
It is up to you to pass.
I would like to pass
did you
also.
pass?
I did. I passed before Paul did.
Oh, did you? Well,
But mostly because, as a rule, I will never order up your Jack,
I and I appreciate
and
that.
you must never turn it down. Is
No,
the other
you
side of
can't.
the agreement.
There's nothing else. So.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's too bad.
She don't feel bad. She don't feel bad.
No, not at all. Well, that was rude.
Good. Continue to be rude.
Boo hoo hoo.
Uh-oh. Good thing you're trumping in all the time.
Vibamine.
Give us a point.
Yep.
I had.
Well, you had something to trump my ace.
I had zero vitamins. I was not vibing with vibing.
When you get to 9, do you turn them over and you're in the barn?
What?
What does that mean?
I never heard of
What are
this
you
before.
talking
In the you've never.
What is in the barn?
So when you have 9 points, you turn the 5s over
Why?
because you only need 1 more point to win.
Well, how do you show that if you turn them over?
That's how you show them.
It's how it's part of the game.
Doesn't feel like a real math operation.
Well, for somebody who changed your major to avoid statistic, it works really well for me.
I don't even know what card you flipped over. This card's
Ace of,
over.
ace of
Oh,
clubs.
okay.
Ace of base.
Pass.
Pass. No.
We can. I mean, I will flip them over, but
Okay.
oh, spicy. Ooh, my space hand would have been really good if they got back to me. Probably would have won.
Whew. Well, at least we.
Don't worry, I'll draw all their spades again. I
Here
got
they
this.
come. Oh.
That one's 3, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was here for a totally different hand, Paul. It was definitely a red hand.
Hey,
Hey, it was a
I
point.
got both the jacks, didn't get to use them.
I
Sad.
know, Sad.
I was gonna call it spades. I've been 3
That
with
would
2
have been really
suited.
sad
Yeah.
too. Yeah, actually, now I'm happy.
Thought we had a chance to euchre you. I was 2 suited, just spades and clubs, but
I was too suited with.
none of you guys having spades really made that a lot harder. my 2 suited lost a lot of value.
One of the programs we offer at the hospital on the Sunday shift. Enjoy the rest of the event. Bye, Chris. Good
Bye,
night.
Chris.
Thanks for hanging out.
She's got to go?
Yep.
Okay. Is there anybody else online? Because they're a little.
2 watching now. One's probably us.
Yeah.
Because you have the stream open on the other side. So one's definitely, one's probably the TV, actually. One's you and one's the TV. They're both us.
You can swear as much as you want. Not like before.
Oh, that is so funny. Do you keep statistics on how many people were watching?
I can look at it.
Okay, because I think at one point there were quite a few.
Yes, yeah, there was a,
I think I saw 7 when I was at home once.
considering how much difficulty I had with the considering how much difficulty I had with the just linking them up and just all that stuff. The fact that anybody managed to get there and watch it is
it's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
Pass.
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 Oh, nice. Love this. Spades. Did not think that was going to get back to me.
Well. Look who's in trouble. Not Alex. I see your face.
No, we're good.
Yeah.
So now.
Oh, yeah, now we flip them over.
Now we flip them over.
Because we're in the barn.
You're in the barn.
I saw you flip those 3 spades over at the end. Holy crap, that was so fortunate you took that one.
I'm like, spades? Okay, I too can play this game.
I actually had a pretty good diamonds hand, but not good enough if you had picked that up and then had other.
I had a great supporting hand. I had both lefts.
Okay.
And, well, I might have had a right, but I didn't have any other supporting Bidens.
I had right ace, and so if you hadn't taken that one, his hand would have euchred us for sure.
But I had 2. I had the king and the left.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Pass.
Pass.
Pass. Was that a heart or a diamond?
Diamond.
Oh!
Okay. Wow. Well, I'm just gonna put this right here.
Okay, that's 2.
Yes, son of a bitch.
I was hoping she'd
Honey,
play.
I don't think
Yes.
it's going to end the way we wanted.
Woo!
when I burned that right, I was like, I have 3 clubs left. I was like, there's a chance she'll play a low trump and you'll be able to come in higher.
That's exactly, that was.
The other one was very.
I didn't have that
You
good
should have
hands.
played a high. When I played the right, you should have played a higher trump to make sure it went through.
I did not have one.
Oh, never mind then.
Cool story. Yeah.
Want to play one more game?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna go pee first though.
I might take you up on your offer, or maybe her up on her offer to let us get out of here, because I got a longer day tomorrow.
I know,
Yeah,
you gotta
absolutely.
drive home.
That'd be fine too. You
I
don't have
mean,
to go again.
you don't have to do anything other than shut the lights off and lock the doors really at this point.
I was like Roberto Duran. I had hands of stone. They were so bad.
That was the longest streak I feel like I've had of just like absolute trash hands.
Oh, I
farmer's hands, like
so crappy.
four-suited, just a real crime scene.
What constitutes a farmer's hand, in your opinion?
To me, a farmer's hand is all 9s and 10s.
Okay.
See, how we played, you get 9s and 10s, it's a no deal.
And yeah, I guess Alex and I play pretty
Cutthroat.
pretty hard ball over here. Get my questions back out here. Let's see. The right to privacy is explicitly listed in the Constitution.
Incorrect.
Privacy.
Privacy is inferred, but not directly stated.
Okay.
Corporations have the same rights as people under the Constitution.
False.
False.
So I think it is false. They say it's true, but I think that's not correct because it says thanks to rulings like Citizens United.
Oh, that's not.
Corporations have the right to free speech. However, that's not
in the Constitution.
Yeah. Protesting is protected by the Constitution.
Yes, that is true. First Amendment. Which.
Oh, we are going again.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right.
Pass.
Yes. Of course you have to pick it up.
I could probably stand and drink a little more water.
I hate
Is
to
that
ask
hard?
this. What was that? What, Sue? What's the Jack?
Oh,
Hearts.
Hearts.
Oh. Did you ever check my messages after my message came out?
No, I don't check your phone.
I don't
Have
either.
it.
I don't either.
Might be hard to believe, but
What's that?
I just forgot.
I don't check if I'm just going to have it.
You
Oh.
picked it up, those hearts.
Jack of Hearts, right power.
And Alex led this.
Ace of
Thank you
Clubs.
so very much. That was
Oh.
very kind.
So right now he owns the table.
Okay.
And he will continue to own it as far as I'm concerned. That's what I have to say about that. Well, bless your heart.
Well, bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
It's like Theodore came downstairs not really awake.
Oh, really?
Like that's not unusual for him.
Like he needed something, or
Yeah.
like he was like,
I don't know. I'm reading into a text. These
Sorry.
are 5s. They're not going to be that helpful. You
So I
love
took
that?
the first. I
Okay,
took, yep.
yeah.
And then
And what's Trump?
Hearts.
Okay.
Nice. Just gonna keep playing these spades.
say, help me, partner, help me.
Help me, help me.
I have exciting news for you.
I'm just gonna keep playing these spades.
I too will play spades. So
Well.
I was also here. Just, in like a
I was
more of a,
also
like,
here for
in
team
like
defense.
a cheerleader capacity than like a functional capacity.
You're supportive.
Yeah. That's what this day is about. Support. This is grassroots. Euchre, where we all win when one of us wins.
We gotta amp up trivia night because I don't know if people got scared off, but that was a lot of
It
fun,
was so
especially
much
mixing
fun.
the
Yeah.
teams up.
Oh,
But it's
that
like,
was great fun.
we only had I expected a lot more people.
I kind of did too,
I-
so I don't know if we should have it earlier. Do you think that would?
I
think it could.
So I would try having it earlier.
Yeah.
I also think that, honestly, I don't know if it's the communications team, but we need like a marketing, like, we need to have a marketing discussion. Like, if we're doing something, how are we advertising it? Where are we advertising it? Who's in charge of advertising it?
And that's why I want, when we were talking, because my background is, part of it is lean. So looking at process mapping. So let's look at our events, figure out how far in advance we need to advertise, promote, and then who's gonna write about it in the moment and who's gonna get it into the paper.
And we should just have checklists.
Like, and Sue's gonna do this, and and Paul's gonna do this, and we need a map.
We do need a map, okay. At Rocket, one of the dumb things, it was a very culture-oriented place. One of the things we would say is, who has the con?
Absolutely. That's a name
Which
thing.
I feel like we would love this. So somebody needs the con.
Absolutely.
To be, like, you can't do everything.
Well, I can't do everything. I cannot have the con the entire time. So let's talk about this as the executive committee.
Yeah.
Let's figure out who's got the con, and then we can put these process maps in place, and then it's a.
Also, we should start just using that then. Like, well,
Who has the con?
Who's gonna take this away and
I've had it many times.
and beat that horse or whatever. Vicky is here. She just said, "Hey guys, thanks for keeping the rage going. It is democracy in action, and it's important."
Hi, Vicky.
Hi, Vicky.
Democracy right now is cars.
Euchre.
All right. Well, I sure do want you to have to pick that up, but I'm not enough to punish myself.
So that's a pass.
So it was a long way of saying
It was.
and now I'm gonna filibuster.
Okay. But I see your filibuster, and I'll pass as well.
Pass.
And I will continue my streak of not dealing myself any of the
How
flip over.
fun! How fun! And I will.
That
go
was
ahead
table
and
talk,
pass
and I shouldn't
again.
have said that.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad table
Pass.
Hearts.
How fun!
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's table talk.
That's also table talk, so I feel less bad now.
It's comments like that makes me happy we have a second bedroom. So thank you.
So violent.
I just said I don't have any clubs.
I didn't.
Oh,
look at
boom.
him.
Yeah, it's not like a great
You know what?
lead.
Me putting things together. Not good.
Oh,
Oh, you got me
that.
back though.
So eat my drawers.
But you didn't say them diamonds, otherwise I wouldn't have played that.
Diamonds, diamonds,
Oh, that's not good.
diamonds. I'm having a good time.
Then you won't like the next couple of rounds.
It does not sound like it. I will actually take this one. though.
Oh.
But don't worry, I'm sure you will have this one.
Oh,
What?
Vicky says I'm on board for marketing committee. Yay!
Yay! We can't wait.
I love
Hooray!
it. Oh my goodness. It doesn't matter because I'm going to do the same thing either way.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Ah.
Do another one too.
Sick.
But you were the right.
No, I
No.
didn't have anything. I didn't.
I was
have
trying to
anything.
will it into existence.
I know, right? I wish. All right.
I dealt that, Natasha.
Yeah.
Right was buried.
Oh,
right.
yeah. There was a lot of stuff buried. Dang. Okay. One of my favorite memories from college is in my house. There was like that really tiny dining room,
Mm-hmm.
and we would just like get every single chair around and play games there, and this just like gonna be like that.
You
It's
know,
really nice.
I think we took Sudoku home before you came. We have a board game. It's Color-Coup, and it's Sudoku but in colored
Oh,
balls.
interesting.
And our neighbors invented it in East Grand Rapids.
Really?
Mark
Oh,
Assenheim
okay.
and Chris
Van Oostrom.
Van Ostrom.
How
yeah.
very Grand Rapidsy of them to have those
Well,
names.
they're two gay men.
Dutch,
And it was just even better that they sold it at Kelvin College.
Oh my gosh!
It was beautiful.
I remember my orientation.
Yes.
They were like, hate the sin, love the sinner.
No, I really love The Sims, so we're
Yeah,
all,
this
like,
is-
we're all in.
That's cool. What happened while I was gone?
I passed.
I did not hear that pass.
I'm sorry.
Pass. It's to you.
I thought that we were still waiting for Paul.
No, we all passed.
You guys are gonna hate playing games with me. I am horribly inattentive. Sometimes I forget the rules.
I that never would have occurred to me. And what is Biden?
It is
Clubs.
Clubs.
the clubs.
Oh, it's the clubs.
Natasha knows my weakness. It's when you make games stretch and last a long time that I lose interest.
Amazing.
You can just draw out the turns as long as possible. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's even better. You have another club?
No.
Oh. Hey! None of the cards could be none of the cards in my hand could actually take any other card in the
That's
game.
two.
I know.
Woo!
I had 9-10 jack of the
Really?
same suit and then 9-10 of another suit. And I'm like, I actually cannot take a single card.
This is great. It was all good. It was all good.
So Mark and Chris we moved in January of 2001, and Mark and Chris bought at some point from.
Yeah, but they were quite cool to us.
They were concerned because, okay, neighbor's a naval officer, wife works at Calvin.
Sure.
And they're concerned about,
Well, Mark had been married and had 4 kids. And, oh, look, no space.
Yeah, no jack. What are you
no
doing?
Jack. I don't know. I just lost all my value.
Pass.
Pass.
Pass. They turned out to be some of our best friends.
Pass.
Loved
Hearts.
them.
Mark operated on me three
Yeah,
times.
He's an orthopedic surgeon.
Oh.
Chris is a retired lawyer. So Mark had 4 kids by his first wife, and then he and Chris were in a relationship, and they were just the nicest people. We had holidays with them. They're just great people. But anyway, so they created this because they weren't successful enough. They created this color coup game, and it's so much fun.
Interesting.
Are you gonna lead?
What's the play
What is
sometime?
Trump again?
Hearts.
Hearts.
Yep.
I had to think there for a
Did you play it, Natasha?
I watched the little girls play it and they really liked it. And I thought that was adorable. I think, and the mom, she said it was challenging to actually not have numbers. Like it was harder to kind of
Was it?
read the, what you're
I know.
doing.
Hawks on your house. Hey, wait a minute.
And that was mine, right?
Yep.
Well, we got our 3.
Yeah, I guess now though.
No, we didn't. Oh, yeah.
You played the right.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
It's Natasha.
Damn, that was close. Wait, didn't you just yell?
No, I don't.
No, he don't.
Did I have a stroke?
No. You're right. Dee dealt because Paul
oh.
passed, and then I called second.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So it's your deal.
You're right, Natasha.
Really thought I lost
And
my
so
damn
Mark and
mind.
Chris became such good friends when they would be on vacation. We would take, sign for orders that were coming in for them.
For these.
For
so
the color
yeah,
coup
cool.
components. And
Paul had access to their QuickBooks. And we'd go over and he'd go over and do orders, and they were just.
I would look after their
the macaw.
parakeet or whatever that was.
No,
that-
it was a huge
Macaw.
It was a huge bird.
an avian being.
Yes, some avian being. We're not bird people. So
I used to pet sit for this lady who had
2 macaws and an African gray and a parakeet.
Oh, wow.
And I was so scared of those macaws. They're so big, and their talons and their beaks, like they could just cut your finger right off.
I didn't know cows could be brown until I was like 10 years old.
Alex,
I am the definition of a city kid.
Alex would like to contribute to the conversation.
Yes.
He's like, did you know?
I experienced a revival of not being a city kid when I went to college, and
Did you pass?
I passed, yes.
Okay, pick up.
You were having no poker face. You're just over here sniggering and snorting and yelling at people. It's goddamn ridiculous. Is what it is.
Ooh.
I forgot what was by then.
Diamonds. I got the first.
I'm hoping you have some in your hands. There you go.
We have 2.
And it's going great.
It is. You got both of them so far.
Now for the closer.
Point.
Now for the closer.
Yep. All right. Oops. Give yourself a point round.
Yes. So next week, our cabinets for a new kitchen are being delivered, and then Monday, new dishwasher and a new induction.
I bought things specifically for that.
We are very excited to have you do that.
And I already drank the wine, so I really.
I didn't know you guys were redoing your kitchen. That's cool.
Downstate.
Oh,
At the
here.
condo. At the condo.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
If it had been here, I would have been like,
I know.
yeah,
That's crazy. Crazy talk. So.
It is the builder's grade when the house was built in 2009.
I just love that look. Those faucets that have the little like sparkly plastic thing that you have to pull up.
Oh, yeah.
Those are cute.
We have replaced those.
I think builder grade is getting real bad.
Do you think it gets a bad rap?
It's not good.
No.
It's not good. To me, I would say pass.
Pass.
To me, builder grade also encompasses builder grade design. Like,
Yes.
if you can see your toilet from anywhere where you're sitting in your house, something has gone wrong. Like, you do
Pass.
not want that in your life. That's bad energy.
Okay, he picked up.
I
King
did
of
pick up the
Clubbers.
King of Clubs.
King of clurbs.
Clurbs.
Clurbs. Everyone.
It just has been
in the
so
club
long
is
since I
tipsy.
picked up a card.
You were hungry for it.
It felt
I
like
was hoping it would go back around.
felt like it was time. It's getting antsy. Like even
Hey,
if we
that's
get,
yours, darling.
even if we get euchre, the game has to progress. Uh-oh. Speaking of.
Watch carefully.
Oh.
Yeah, but she probably has oh my god, we got euchre.
Oh. Wow.
I was too suited with 3 clubs. That is just really unfortunate.
I did that
Yeah.
and I lost.
Wow.
So, you know. I was
I had
like,
two
no matter
pairs.
what you pick,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do great because I also had a jack of red,
Oh, nice.
and I had an ace to go with it. So I was gonna survive no matter what. My star is rising, you guys, and I definitely think that it's gonna continue to rise. Feeling really optimistic.
It was like the one way we didn't make that. I felt like that was 100% hand. Too suited with 3 clubs.
But yet you found a way.
Yeah.
Life.
It doesn't matter. It was time to pick it up again. It had been too long.
Time to pick it up is when you have the cards.
The euchre gods were starting to get restless, and you got to keep them
These are the
happy.
gods that we're gonna
These
talk
are the
about.
gods I believe in.
Okay. So you have your cards and I have my gods.
Oh, golly.
Ludicrous.
Oh, that's a pass.
Pass.
Pick it up.
How fun.
Oh, wow. Huh. Okay.
Okay.
Gods require sacrifices.
They are gonna get it.
Hurts, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yep,
we're
there.
ready to go with hearts.
Here
That's a
we
heart,
go.
sort of.
Oh,
I'll take that.
I will contribute to that.
Well, that was rude.
No, that sucked.
That was like 60%.
This
of
really
Alex's
sucks.
plan.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, that's so fortunate.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, well.
Well,
I feel much better about our chances of making it now.
damn.
Now that you guys haven't taken the first 2 tricks. It feels a lot better.
That is gonna feel good for you there. Yeah. I'm just gonna put that in there.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's just beautiful.
Yeah,
That's
we-
nice for you.
And then
All of them.
maybe, I don't know when Natasha played. She hit it perfectly
King of-
underneath.
King of.
We had already gotten 3,
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
yeah.
You're good.
We got her too.
Look on the trash that was under. That's nice.
Ah.
I mean, the kitchen itself, it just doesn't work for us, and the cabinets are meh, and the countertop is like that kind of, I mean, we have in here laminate.
We couldn't,
Okay,
we couldn't resell it the way it looks right now.
'Cause we ended up-
bought it knowing we would need to renovate it.
So we redid it. There's 2 bathrooms on the main floor, and 1 bathroom in the basement. It's weird. It's a 2-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. And I can see a half bath in the basement, but each,
Interesting. Yeah.
the,
Are they all full?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's so weird.
Is there like a guest spot by the other one, or
There could be, but it doesn't have a closet
in the basement.
in the
Okay.
basement. Oh,
Oh my goodness gracious me.
Pass.
Fabulous meal. Pass.
oh, this pains me to no end.
Goodness.
Damn.
Damn.
Pass.
clubs?
How fun.
Okay, I'll take it.
Damn.
Watch
Okay, all
carefully.
Just going for the jugular here. That's cool. That's cool.
That's right.
I don't have to take a trick ever.
At this rate, we won't either.
Oh, that went through. Fantastic.
It's not looking.
You played diamonds last time. Does she have a club?
Are you counting cards?
Trying.
Trying to.
I think I messed that up. Oh, nice. Oh, so I knew the ace was out somewhere.
Shoot. Oh, yeah. All yours, darling.
Well, what I'm hearing is I love looking at your parade.
Did you,
I was so
Natasha? Did you have a club in your hand? On this, if I had let the diamond go through, did you have a club?
Babs, I've already forgotten every single thing that happened.
Nice. I think if I let that go through, we make it.
Yeah.
I think she couldn't have.
Alex likes to replay everything. He's like, let's
I
watch
do
some damn
too.
film. Let's figure this out. I'm like, I don't remember what happened. Okay, I just have no damn clue.
I play euchre on my iPad.
Yeah.
And I will go through and you can replay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Alex will explain some concept of the rules to me. Like it flows through me like water. It's not that I don't appreciate or that I'm not trying to learn. I just literally
Pass.
cannot seem to hang on to these pieces of information in my brain hole. Pass.
Pass.
Clubs is Biden.
Clubs is Biden. We're riding.
Sorry, darling.
Oh!
Wow. We'll have you know.
Oh.
Natasha saved
Beautiful.
a club though.
Oh,
That
with a king.
I'm surprised that got back to me. I
I
didn't think
literally
you
was
picked that
just
up.
sitting there holding those
Hi.
two cards. Hello.
How can we help you?
I just came to see how it went today. I was out in town.
Yeah?
Yeah, and Sue told me, They're supposed to be there till midnight.
We are
We
here.
are here. We're playing
definitely, we definitely stopped saying like lots of political things. Now we're just gonna.
Now we're just playing cards.
Yeah.
Well, I know she had a little something on, was it YouTube?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, so
is
she-
Is that recorded or?
It is, so it's live, so it will be, the video will be on. And if you want to go directly to our YouTube channel, just take one of these here and you'll be able to see it. And Sue would just take this and take a picture of it with your camera.
Oh, I didn't bring my phone.
Absolutely. We'll just take the whole thing. Oh, and you can.
We have more.
Use this link anytime, it will take you straight to
Well,
our
11:15.
website.
Well, I searched earlier
Look at you.
today.
There's, so there's two of them.
I always like that.
I'm just mindlessly shuffling. Sorry.
Familiar with QR code? Yeah, okay. And yeah, she was like the second person, so she's right at
Somebody
the
walked in
beginning.
here at 11:15. It's pretty hilarious.
That's awesome.
She's just so like warm and engaging. She wrote this book and she's just like a great voice.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for coming in.
Oh my goodness, yeah, we're really
We're
here. Yeah, we really are.
There's nothing online at this.
We are online, but
You're
there's
just playing
not
euchre.
really too many people hanging out.
Nobody's looking now.
No. If there's something you want to do, though, I mean, we are here. So.
Yeah, you're welcome to stay.
Oh, no, thanks.
Oh,
I
okay.
just popped in, but thanks for the offer.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Good night.
See ya.
Natasha, darling.
I shall be passing on this
Passing?
opportunity.
Pass.
Yes,
Passing as well.
pass on this fine opportunity. Well, we don't all have to pass, though.
Nope,
That's
we
fine.
don't.
You don't have to. You can just
Don't.
pick up that
Pick
terrible
that
shitty
up.
card
And
and
you
make
picked
us
up-
do this.
Club.
The more growing.
Let's get through this
the better.
euchre.
Oh, sweet.
Well, that sucks.
Why did you pass?
Because I was four suited.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah,
technically.
it was great.
And
It
I've
worked.
had,
No, wait a minute. Who dealt that?
I did.
Oh,
Go, Natasha.
Natasha's called that we.
no, I'm not trying to take it. I was trying to get the cards
Oh,
for
yeah.
Natasha. I mean, I was looking at this going, I've got the right and the left, but then I've
You
got,
got nothing, you had
I had nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes
So
sense.
she took one and then that
Yeah,
was.
that was it.
Yeah, that was it.
That's all she wrote.
Oh, she wrote.
Man, I feel like I've ran into that a lot these two games.
What, the right and the left and no.
Just normal hands that I call and then get immediately burned on.
Just wrecked. Oh,
Yeah,
well.
that's noted.
We're doing all right though.
We're doing fine. Everybody's.
Everyone's fine.
Here's
Everyone
my
is
here's my
very
loner
awake.
hand.
Everyone enjoyed their 27-minute nap. That was all really good.
Never got a nap.
Never got a nap.
Never got a nap.
Never gonna get on me.
Hey, pick that up.
How fun!
Don't you think?
Yeah, no, I think we'll all have a good time.
Okay.
I'm actually incredibly bitter.
I hate that.
What was that? The queen? Okay. Oh, I threw a diamond off. Okay. Just trying to figure out what happened.
And hearts is Trump.
Yep.
Well, I can't let that slide.
It won't be tolerated.
No one has diamonds. Do you have all the diamonds in your hand, Natasha?
I have a really fun story to tell you.
Yes.
I have all the diamonds.
Oh, no.
Son of a bitch.
I had the most
You got
beautiful
euchred
diamonds
again.
in hand.
That was
I had
crazy.
to.
Yeah, no,
I
it was
had to call
fine.
it.
We win.
Always call it. I will never be destroyed by getting euchred.
All right,
We do need to do a tiebreaker game at some point.
Yeah, we owe each other one. Alex and I will close up shop.
Is there
We only have
anybody
another
else
45
online?
minutes to go.
Rinse out my.
Oh, let's watch a JD Vance video.
I do not want that.
I know. Honey, do you want to take the trash with us?
No, I'm take it out to the.
Okay,
in the
no,
dumpster?
my vision is so bad.
No, I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Is there anything we can do to help you guys get out of here?
I just gotta grab our stuff.
Did you did hang up on there.
Alex, do you know where the dumpster is for this place?
I have no idea.
I don't.
Would you like to learn?
I can definitely learn and figure out.
Oh, I'll need somebody
Grab
to
the
help.
garbage, grab the, I'm sorry, the pizza pan,
Oh,
pizza box.
yeah. I can figure it out. You don't.
Well, I'll take it over.
All right. Vest on. We've got these two things. Can help. Paul's out front and I'm out back.
Okay.
So.
I think after you go, I'm gonna lock the door,
I think that's a good idea.
because I think we're.
Honey, do you want to put these in, just take it out to your car out front?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it unlocked? What's in here?
Nice. I think I clicked enough time, it should be unlocked.
Oh. I'm gonna turn off.
Sorry, I figured out the kind of purpose.
Did you put these worksheets together for my project?
Yeah.
Did you talk about it all today?
No, I just put them on the table, because I thought people would be sitting around.
I love it. It was something that I kind of need or formed for here. I want to start getting, like 3 or 4 people going to the next, come here.
Oh, here's the thing I was looking for earlier.
Yeah.
I should have the open room.
All right.
Oh, but sweetie, will you walk into the car?
Yeah. I'll come back in.
Let me grab that. All right, you two, thank you for everything. Thank you so
Nancy.
much.
We were powerhouse today. Very cool.
Hero. Shiro. We raised some good money too. That interview with you was really good. I am really excited, and I am so excited for you to have time with people because they need to hear this stuff, like what you guys talk about. And
I'm gonna clip that section out and do this, put it as one standard.
I think it was great. Yeah, it was really good.
All right, I'll be right back.
Huh?
I said, like, I
Oh, God, we did not ramble at all.
Here? Is this long here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, oh, he's walking in the car.
Well, I just didn't know, like, you can't stop. These balloons, yeah. Is this yours, Alex?
What?
Is this yours?
Yeah, it was.
Oh. There's a stop.
I was like really scared. We like put this. Like, it is worse with the clown than it was with the Trump head on it.
Well, turn it around and then you can see the.
Look at this.
Did somebody do something to him? He looks like he got crossed with some sort of weird pirate.
Yeah.
It is weird. That's what I wanted to try.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you want me to make up some music? Oh, that'd be so cool. A dance baby bank? It could be like giant, like, yes, we can.
Yes!
All right, I brought my computer back.
Make it Obama like this baby bank.
Yeah, so I head down tomorrow. Now, London won't be back up till the 12th or 13th because I can't make the rural summit because I'm stuck waiting on the cabinet delivery date. I won't have that till Tuesday.
Okay.
Well, it'll be just me at the Rural Summit for us. So,
Okay. Do you have a ride up there?
I am driving.
Send a note out to, and find out, because there are a couple of cars going up there already, and Dee's gonna be driving back alone, because she's gotta go up the day before.
I'll send a note out. I'll have to look at, the hard part is with my work calendar, I'm not sure when I'm actually gonna make the trip up. It might be Friday morning, it might be Thursday night, I don't know yet.
Well, you don't have a room Thursday.
Or then it will be Thursday night, what I just learned.
All right, kids, good fun.
Have a good night. Thank you
See
so
ya.
much. Thank you.
It will not be Thursday. When we lock this, what do we do?
Yeah.
Are we hanging out till midnight?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's 11:25.
I mean, it's not that much longer.
Yeah, it's not that much longer. I know it's gonna be a secret, girl, you wouldn't believe.
And no man is alone, catching your body issues, get along and never. I know Victoria's Secret. She was made of
That song is so catchy, Natasha.
It's so catchy.
And it shows up on Cannibal Station all the time.
Oh no!
Hmm. I felt really bad when I fall off for cheating on accident. I was like, I know you weren't like doing it on purpose. Yeah. I am just wandering around.
I mean, what else are you supposed to do?
I don't know.
Okay.
You're a really good interviewer, Natasha, by the way. And I just mean with me. I meant. Oh, well, you suck at it.
No, no.
Okay, I wasn't ready for this happiness coming out. But I don't hate it.
There's stacks of paper just literally everywhere in here, and it's insane. Okay.
you're putting together your fantasy, did this come with ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Bum, bum, bum. You were great in photography. What?
We're still on.
Very much so on. Oh, well, you did great, I'm proud of you. I don't care if people hear me say that.
We're going to next.
Thought was crossing my mind.
I feel good about the level of pickup that is here.